What started with 8 skilled contenders has now been whittled down to the final 4. Each player has showcased strategy, adaptability, and nerves of steel to claim their spot in the semifinals. As the stakes rise, so does the intensity, with every move and misstep potentially making the difference between victory and elimination. Who will rise to the occasion and secure a place in the grand finale? Who will claim the title of Parallel League Majors Champion?
Who will indeed claim the title of Parallel League Majors Champion for Parallel League Majors 3? We are now back for day 2. I'm your host, ExultraPH, when with me is Ali and, of course, Muka. Guys, we are now on day 3, but of course, I know you are excited for this day. It's going to be a lot of action. We have seen it happen time and time and again. Of course, we have seen a lot of emotions from our players. And you guys, you are rocks in the casting industry because of the length of the matches as well. But of course, before we go on for that recap, let's get a look at the prize pool again, and let's have Ali break it down for our viewers.
Sure. Yeah. So a lot of money on the line. First place is going home with 20,000 smackaroos, folks. It's big money and 17 league points. Second place is $10,000 and 11 league points. Third and fourth get 5, also 11 league points, and fifth through eighth, 2.5K with 9 league points. And we were just talking prior to this, like some of these league points are really going to make or break someone, getting into that last chance qualifiers here. So it's a lot of stuff on the line, and it's very exciting.
Very exciting indeed, because it's going to be 20K smackaroonies for the champion, of course. And before we go on with the play-by-play recap, of course, we are going to be looking again at the bracket of what happened yesterday. And Muka, can you guide us through what happened yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday was a very eventful top 8 start here. A lot of game 5s. Pandapple went against veryfatcat, with veryfatcat narrowly winning. There was that crazy Enraged Beast game that's been clipped and passed around now. What a crazy game. But Fat Cat able to push ahead. Denbut beating out Tony. There was a crazy play there with the paid off. I remember seeing that. Viper versus Killua was a really cool game to see. Very innovative decks from both sides. Viper taking the win there. And kyintsugy versus Bunny Hopper. kyintsugy the only player able to, convincingly get the 3-0 here. We'll see if that translates for the rest of the weekend for him. But there's our top 4. We got veryfatcat, Denbut, Viper, and kyintsugy.
Yeah, I'm seeing a pattern here, Muka. As the day goes, people are getting into clean sweeps: 3-2, 3-2, 3-1, and then 3-0. I don't know if that's gonna be the case, because it's gonna be harder for the day, and we're gonna be having the top 4, and it's gonna be definitely challenging. But for the recap of day 1, you mentioned it. That has to be the play of the day, or the miss of the day, with Pandapple, and he tweeted it like he has PTSD, so to speak, from that bad RNG. But you were talking a while ago, how could you make that happen? How could you optimize that, Muka?
Yeah, I mean, it was tough. I mean, he played that situation to the best that he could in that game. There was an enraged beast. He had 2 units on the board. If even one of them had stuck, there could have been the Shamak, I think, was also on the board then. If that had stuck, he had lethal based on how everything else played out. So it's just unfortunate. I mean, it's an RNG card, the enraged beast, and it was definitely not on his side in that game, unfortunately. To optimize, I don't know, it's hard to the combo in that deck needed big units, so maybe he went for a more tempo oriented list and just had the Gafar combo in there as a little side thing. But it's tough to play back seat to that deck and be like what went wrong or whatever. That plan was very niche, and it was very brave of him to bring in. I was very happy that he brought it. It was put on quite a show. but it just couldn't get there at the final end. The RNG of the Enraged Beast wasn't on his side.
It was quite a show indeed, and of course, one of the surprises that Ali was, very surprised. But there, Universal is a thing again. Like, Ali, why do you think Universal is a thing again for Workshop?
Yeah, I think it really comes down to the hacker, the four cost unit that rearranges the energy cost of the units in your deck. That has just built a lot of I don't know if consistency is the right word, but it's opened up a new time for this deck because you can wind up getting your Ingrid and your Freitas for like,
Mhm.
you know, any amount of energy cost, which is kind of insane when, they got nerfed and now, they're 8 cost, or at least Ingrid got boosted up there. So it was a very popular deck throughout this, season of, the first competitive league of Parallel for a while, and it fell out of favor after it was shaken up a bit. But now with some of the new cards from Aftermath, it's just opened up some new options. And so it's been pretty cool to see. We saw like a 4 cost Ingrid hit the board, I think, in Muka's and what game that we casted there. And Ingrid's still good. She is still good. So it's been cool to sort of see the girls make a comeback.
Yeah, the girls are definitely making a comeback in this tournament. But I was thinking like the I was enlightened actually when Muka said like over at our chat like I was thinking like the gunslinger is already 8, so that means Freitas might be 1. Like guys, just so you know, it's a roulette. Like every cost of your units are gonna be like jumbled, right? So it's not necessarily
Yeah.
8 is gonna become 1, 1 is gonna become 8. And Coach Muka actually told us like, no, that's not how it works. Is it? Yeah, you don't talk about that way. We don't do that here in parallel. It has to be perfectly jumbled. Anyway, but going back to our players, of course, our top four. I want to look again at our player profiles, and of course, a kind of a short recap at how they perform on day one. Okay, so while we look at their profiles, of course, guys, yeah, we are thankful for you to join this day because this is gonna be the cumulative day of Para League Major 3, and of course, one of our players is gonna be Viper. Let's give Ali a short rundown for Viper.
Yeah, so Viper, German, tall. He comes from the Hearthstone scene, so he's very well known in the competitive TCG space because he's an insanely good player. You can see that win ratio 70%. He's in the sevens there, with almost 2,000 games played. He is a great player. He performed well yesterday against Killua, and I also particularly like his deck building choices. I think his list looked really solid, so I chose him yesterday as my pick, and I might commit to that again, but we shall see.
Yes, definitely. Also my pick, but of course, he has performed quite well in day one, but we shall see on day two as to how he will be, performing against his opponent. Let's look at the next player for our top four. Here we go, Kintsugi, a good performer for day one, but can we give a short rundown, Muka?
Yeah, Kyintsugy, the Earthen Master here, just won an award, a community award for best Earthen player. The guy has won or topped every qualifier tournament. So, this yesterday was his major top 8 debut, and he put on quite a show, able to 3-0 Bunny Hopper. And yeah, he's a tried and true, regular master player within the parallel community. A lot of people on the high end know him very well, so it's cool to see him actually get games in on screen and play. And I'm very excited to see his games today.
Yeah, very excited. It's an honor actually to see the best Earthen player play the Parallel League Major 3, and we were able to watch, and of course, our casters were able to do the play-by-play. Getting behind the mind of a master Earthen player is actually really nice to see, or really nice to observe and maybe emulate down the lines. But yeah, Kintsugi are one of our top four players. Let's see who is our next player for the player profile. Very Fat Cat, our consistent top 8 player. And, let's see if this is going to be his day. Can you give us a short rundown about Very Fat Cat, Ali?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you said it there. He has made top 8 multiple times before, so he's clearly a very consistent player. And honestly, I have to say, one of the most, I think, entertaining to watch in the player camera profile there. He is, I think, one of the most expressive players when he is playing. So, and a 67% win ratio, most played Markolian. He is a seasoned player of Parallel at this point, doing very well, and it would be really nice to see him take a win after, having top 8'd so many times before.
Yeah, it would be, of course, also entertaining because you would definitely see the emotions that Very Fat Cat will be emulating, or rather, showing us if he does win, like maybe in the semifinals or maybe in the finals. We'll see. But of course, the last one for our top 4 here at day 2, it's gonna be Denbut. And seemingly, a new player. You might as well say we haven't seen him in quite a bit over at the previous tournaments, but Denbut's performance will be something to look forward to. Let's give Muka a chance to give him a rundown.
Yeah, I believe he's our youngest competitor to top a tournament. So that's really cool to see, young blood coming in and doing well. He was able to get his win yesterday against Tony. We don't know too much about him, but I believe he's like a Parallel OG, and that he's like been here quite some time and playing, and he got his time to shine in this tournament. So he's kind of, I guess you would call him the underdog a little bit in our top 4 here today. But he did good, and he was able to do well in his match. So I'm excited to see more against him and Very Fat Cat later today.
Dude, Muka, if you said that he was an OG and he was like 2 years, he was playing 2 years before, he must be super excited because now I can finally play in parallel tournaments,
Yeah.
right? Because like I was looking at this age, okay, so he was just waiting for that time that he could actually play and win tournaments at parallel. But yeah, of course, those are our top 4 players, and we just had a chance, of course, to ask our casters what decks they would like to see to run it back, or even like even if they didn't win, of course, any decks that they would want to see. And we have had, of course, for Ali, Viper's New Dawn. Let's look at this deck list right now and give Ali a chance to review it again. Ali.
Yes, so big fan of New Dawn. I know it's not a popular pick, especially on ladder right now, just because it pretty much folds to Scipius. But in a tournament setting where you can ban Scippy, I really love this list, and I think it just kind of shows that New Dawn really should be like the most controlling class, or I suppose Paragon, in the game. So you've got things like the Cyber Deck console, love that, being able to counter stuff. The paid off, there's 2 schemings, so there's a lot of like options for disruption here. Even having the 2 no snitchings as well gives a lot of options. The dark repos. And one thing I noticed was there's no Brand's expertise in this at all. And there's 3 rummaging researchers, but Brand's expertise is obviously an insane new card, but I think sometimes people fall into the trap of like, oh, well, I have to put this in the deck because I know this is good. And Viper here, being a seasoned deck builder and player, he's like, nah, we don't need it. We got the 3 researchers, and I'll survive off of my, New Dawn value as well. So I don't know. I just I like the list a lot. I haven't seen New Dawn in a minute. There's only 1 Triumph of the Lost, so he was not scared to cut some things that I think normally people would be, fearful of not having in the deck. And I've also always loved New Dawn's Venerated Raider as a 1-drop. I just love seeing that in there. Anyway, I just liked it a lot, and it carried him to victory yesterday. He had a really good matchup against an Augencore deck that was sort of like a hybrid of Universal and upcycled technology Sesmir decks. So I do think that this could get run over, but I think it's got a good chance as well. So I like.
Yeah, Ali likes the Viper New Dawn list. Yeah, that, and of course, you were talking about Brand's expertise. Personally, I think it's the aesthetic of the new Dawn. He doesn't need to get more out of his card because he will probably get the cards that he puts into the singularity. Like it's our deck now. I don't need to draw into my deck. But yeah, I mean that's just my thought. But of course, for Muka, Muka was actually saying, okay, I would like to see the Kintsugi Universal deck again. And here we go. Muka, this is your deck that you want to give us a like short recap. What do you like about this deck?
Yeah, I just really liked seeing like this resurgence of Universal make the stage again. I thought it was really cool. A lot of the players ran somewhat similar lists, maybe a few techs here and there that were off. So I chose Kyintsugi's. I just like this premise of the hacker, the 4-cost 3/5 unit. When you play it, it pulls up all the costs of all your units and spreads them around. We saw, a 3-cost Ingrid yesterday. We saw some of the ladies come out super cheap. On top of that, the deck itself is a bit faster in terms of draw engines. You used to rely on just drone printer. Now you have like rummaging researcher to pair with it. Even some strong cards like paid off, the take it or leave it, no snitching. These like improve the suite of that deck even more. Other cards I like are the Desmond Walker that reduce the cost of all universal units. So you could do this hacker into Desmond Walker combo where you just play your whole hand in one turn. It was just really fun and cool to see Universal come back in a new flavor, and not in the tournament, but shout out to Legit Bad Guy for bringing the spotlight to this deck and having a few players that competed end up bringing this and doing well with it. So it was really nice to see. And yeah, I'm a fan of this deck. And I think it does what it does really well, and it's a solid bring to these tournaments.
Yeah, definitely a solid list to bring in the tournament, and you can see Kintsugi do very well, especially during his match yesterday. And I mean, there are different things, of course, different lists that you can have for Universal, and if you have winning lists, why not emulate them in ladder in tournaments because they have been proven and tested, but it only comes down to how you play it. So this is one of the decks, of course, that we highlighted, and I'm gonna be having my very own deck list that I want to run down because this is Denbut's new Dawn list, and it has been in his player profile that he is a new Dawn Maxi, and yeah, I'm happy about that because and also since this is a new player, this is actually one list that is different from Viper's list, and you can see the absence of no snitching, the presence of 2 Triumph of the Lost. Paid off is still right here, which actually prompted me to like maybe consider getting paid off for my new Dawn list because a lot of them are actually using it and it actually works well for some of the lists. And the presence of brand expertise makes him want to draw more into the deck so that he can get his possible removals. And since New Dawn lacks board wipe until you get to demolecularize, right? So those single removals in the presence in the form of erasure, life siphon, and whatnot, you may actually want to draw that. And the presence, of course, of Honored Steward with 3 off, which has been nerfed from not being able to remove any of the paragons, is quite concerning for me. Usually, I just have 2, and New Dawn's Venerated Raider is one of the nice cards to draw, or rather generate new tokens. And 3 embedded agents as well can definitely show you how well it does, or because of the possible removal, even though it got nerfed. And of course, the presence of a cyber deck console, wherein you will be able to negate any the card that the opponent plays if it's the same cost. So this actually is an interesting deck that Denbut has. But let's see how he plays it out for the top 4. And with that, of course, um, we're gonna be getting into the predictions yet again. Ali, I know you're gonna go with Viper yet again, because you just said it a while ago. Like, I'm gonna go with Viper again. I'm gonna stick to my guns. But Muka, have you had any change of heart for who you think will be taking the crown today?
When you asked me in the beginning of yesterday, I copped out and I said between Bunny Hopper and Kyintsugy, whoever won that would be who I would be rooting for. Kyintsugy won that, so that's who I got my name on for the rest of this tournament.
All
Oh
right.
yeah. Okay. Kintsugi Stan here. We have I also reviewed the deck. Oh, so he's all in. He's all in. Muka is all in. Even reviewed the universal deck of Kintsugi. Okay, he's in it to win it. But of course, guys, before we go on to a short break, let me show you the recap of the matches for today with our brackets. And we are again gonna be going with the first match. It's gonna be Very Fat Cat. And of course, over at the next match is gonna be, oh, sorry, Very Fat Cat versus Denbut, and then the next match is gonna be Viper versus Kintsugi, and then after that, of course, whoever wins for each match will be representing themselves at the finals. And of course, this tournament would not be made possible without the support of Community Gaming. Community Gaming is the most advanced competitive gaming platform, powering over 300 tournaments per month for the top Web 2 and Web 3 games. CG has facilitated 50 plus parallel tournaments and is committed to support the growth of Parallel's esports scene. Head over to communitygaming.io and check out their free to enter tournaments now. And of course, special thanks to Community Gaming for supporting this weekend's event. And you know, guys, this is gonna be an amazing day. We're gonna be going for a like a short rundown a bit later, but of course, for now, we're gonna be welcoming our new set of casters. Here we go. Are you here? Oh, coming from the Singularity, we have a free tip scout again in Kinto, with his prime hoodie, like it's a signature already. And thank you to Ali and Muka for giving us that recap. And guys, for today, we're gonna be having the first match. The first match is gonna be Very Fat Cat versus Denbut. What do you think about that match, Free Tip Scout? Who do you think will have the advantage?
It's difficult to say because I think it depends on how good a start. Oh, seem to be getting a bit of a reverb there. I hope you can hear me okay. But yeah, I think it depends on how good a start they get. I would favour Very Fat Cat just because he's got the experience of getting through and getting further in these types of tournaments. But if Denbut has like a really good start, I think Denbut could also do well. So I'm just interested to see it. It's a good matchup. I don't think anyone's particularly strongly favoured here. They're both. I think actually, to be honest with you, so many of the competitors in these tournaments are at kind of equal levels. So it really just does depend on the cards and how they play their decks, I think.
Yeah, that's amazing. But of course, it also depends on how they will be getting those cards, and finding out which ones will not be usable at the moment in the banks. But what do you think about this matchup? You've seen the decks before or yesterday, Kinto. Do you have any thoughts like which one will be coming on top?
Well, we have seen the resurgence of New Dawn in this tournament. Definitely without CP in the map, it's totally viable to play New Dawn. It's a deck that has this advantage in what it is long games, definitely against Universal. We saw it yesterday against Earth, and it can have an edge for sure. Even against what we saw was like a counter effect Augencore from Kilua yesterday. Nudon performing really well. So Denbut, I would say, has a nice edge here. Playing Nudon definitely has to be seen what's gonna happen, but really like the resurgence here of Nudon and possibly a difference maker, I would say, in this tournament.
Yeah, New Dawn has shown itself as a possible, tournament deck. Like it's no longer just Neve, but Brand. Just even though he's a figurine over that you can buy over at the Parallel website, he's not a figurine or a figure that you can play here in the tournament. It's just New Dawn and Neve, guys. So, but of course, we're gonna do a short deck list rundown for our players. Let's start right now with our deck lists. And here we go. Denbut is gonna be here with his Earthen deck. Let's give Free Tip Scout a chance to do this rundown.
Yeah, sure. So we can see that we've got two Primera Conduits in here. It's a little bit unusual to run two because it's such a flexible card that you can kind of play at any energy level. So I'm interested to see whether that goes against him or it goes in his favor. We can also see as well that he's running the Fungi. He's not running any Altars of Gaia though, which is largely because he's not running a Terror. So very much a deck where he is still trying to get the charge off with the Caretakers, the Rummaging Researcher, the Terror Glider, and just trying to make life as difficult as possible. I think this deck's cool. I like that he has the Hold the Line. We saw yesterday that Hold the Line proved to be quite a valuable card, especially if it's in the bank, and most of the time you do want to be banking it, so you can just then reveal that card from the bank and then be able to play it multiple times, so you can get multiple defenders going. So I like the strategy here. It's very much just about, you know, trying to get up some walls nice and early with the armored support vehicle, the Moonlit, and then getting some beefy units down like the Caretaker. One Master Poisoner in there just to potentially kill the opponent's Terramech in one go. And I think we actually saw that Tony's Earthen deck yesterday kind of didn't have it, but Denbut's did. And even though it didn't prove to be the difference, it was just good to see that he's thinking about, what if I get into a situation where I need to kill something like really quickly? The Master Poison's there to help him do that. So really, I like this deck a lot. I think it's really cool.
Yeah, of course, that tech actually might make the difference. And, you know, Free Tip, I think when you say hold the line, you have to say, hold the line.
Yeah, hold the line.
Hold the line.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Epic.
That's
You've got to say epic. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to say it epically. There has to be a voice line for that, right? Anyway,
Exactly.
let's look at the next deck list that Denbut is gonna be carrying. And here, New Dawn, yet again, I was able to give a rundown, but can you give us a short recap as to why this is a good deck, Kinto?
Well, we see key cards here, a lot of tech cards in this New Dawn deck. We see the Cyber Deck console, the Paid Off, Eclipse Fate that has turned out to be an amazing card to remove specific units, relics that are duplicated and that can make a difference for your opponent. Running just one brand's expertise, really interesting. 2 Take It or Leave It's, really nice card to run on a deck like New Dawn, since you usually want to play more heavy stuff, maybe get an early Demok or something like that. Gets the Saboteur also, and the New Dawn's Venerated Raider to get more resources. We don't see Malia here, so maybe this Venerated Raider is just to get those extra resources. Really nice deck from Denbut. I really like it. And yeah, it's overall really good.
Yeah, I like New Dawn's Venerated Raider too because of the possible random resources that your opponent will not be able to see in the deck list. Like, that's actually going to be good. But of course, Denbut has more decks to cover, and let's look at the next one. Here we go. This is a Markolian Cathy deck that Denbut has brought to the table. Let's listen to what Free Tip Scout has to say.
Yeah, so we saw a little bit of that about this yesterday. I think what's really interesting about this deck is that Denbut does not load up heavy on the Bloodhound transport, so the new Battle Pass card. He only runs 1 copy, and part of that is so that I think he gets a little bit more consistency around what are the vehicles that he actually draws. So if you look at the vehicles, he's got 3 Vindicators, he's got 1 Victory, and then he's also got a Bloodhound. Interestingly enough, he doesn't run a Glaive, which I always find a little bit unusual not to run in a Marco deck, because that can be very, very powerful. Especially getting a Crimson Fleet Machinist on the board that calls it in and then buffs it. But I think he's only running 1 just so that it does give him potentially a little bit more aggro early on. But then if he doesn't draw it early on, it's most likely a unit that he could bank. I like this deck. It's cool. I think we've got some interesting options as well, like the Catherine's Expertise, 1 copy. That's quite a useful card to pair up with Logistics Mastery. And actually, Logistics Mastery was quite a scary card to read about before Aftermath was released, because I think at the time we were all enjoying or suffering, depending on what side of the line you were on, with the Cathy burn deck. And so when we read about Logistics Mastery, we thought all the burn decks could get even more brutal. But what we've sort of seen is that the Cathy decks tend to favor now the vehicles, and then they just pair up Logistics Mastery with a few effects that can really take advantage of the mastery. And something like Artillery Volley, Catherine's Expertise really takes advantage of that. So does the PSA and the Slingers too. So overall, this is the type of Marco deck that we're seeing a lot on the ladder. We're seeing a lot of this type of deck come to the tournaments as well. Really, really cool. And I think the other thing as well is that if he does have a really strong start and he gets a lot of units on the board, he can always throw the Memento of the Fallen onto those units just to try and push through any big units, and hopefully get the damage he needs to get the job done. So yeah, overall, this has the potential to be a real pain. So I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, pain is the name of the game when you play Cathy, the Mad General. Yeah, so yeah, that's gonna be something to look forward to. But of course, next deck for Denbut is gonna be the last one, and it's probably gonna be the one that's gonna be banned, because 4 out of 4 from yesterday, Scipius banned. But of course, let's listen to what Kinto has to say about this deck.
Yeah, at this point, I'm not sure why players just run something else instead of CPUs to make it more exciting. But yeah, definitely, probably we'll see CPUs banned once again. Running the Tuno Snitchins here, really nice card to block some initial aggro, or just an earthen, anything that might give the opponent an edge. Runs the Wong, which is a card that usually in CPUs, the max you can get from it is two types of cards. I see it in a way, for example, if you have banked Wong, you have the Q box on turn 5, and you want to play an extra tabula, you will copy the Wong, so to say, something like that. Maybe not the best. The 2 Master Poisoners also, and the 4 Magician's Exalt will be mostly the things that are different in this deck, but overall pretty standard CPUs.
Yep, pretty standard CPUs indeed, and of course, it's most probably gonna be banned. Thank you for that, Kinto. Let's look at the next deck from veryfatcat, and now, of course, okay, let's give Free Tip Scout a chance to review this Scipius deck.
Yeah, we're rolling into one Sippy into another, aren't we? So
Yeah.
I'll make it easy for our viewers. I won't spend too long talking about it because, as Quinto said, we're most likely going to see these get banned. But in the off chance that it doesn't, this deck could struggle a little bit just because of the fact it doesn't run a lot of kill boxes. It does, however, run 3 Master Poisoners. So that's almost the offset, is that rather than sort of going for the huge 1-turn kill, he's thinking more along the lines of, right, let's just try and get the board nice and wide and then just overwhelm and just win through the advantage in numbers. And if I do run into like an Earthen or, you know, like an Algencore where there's just bigger units than what I've got, I can just Master Poisoner them. So I kind of like the thinking to this deck. I just think that, yeah, it's a shame that we're not really seeing these types of decks, and I think that, yeah, it would have probably been better if we'd have maybe seen some different decks be brought rather than a Sippy. But I also get it, if you bring Sippy, you know that's going to be a ban, and then it kind of just you centralize your strategy along the other decks, which are then your kind of your main ones to try and win. So yeah, we won't probably see this, but if we do, it'll be interesting.
Yeah, definitely interesting if we do see it, Free Tip. But thank you for that. Next deck for veryfatcat. Here we go. Universal deck. Very exciting that we're going to be seeing here. But of course, let's let Kinto give us a short rundown of this deck.
Yeah, we see here another uni shop. Um, pretty standard. Also has the scanner probe. The Maya Mancer has seen a lot of good play lately. Is he here? Very Fat Cat's also running with a Ruin Tinker for that extra units just in case. Um, we see also the no snitching. Once again, the cyber deck console and the 3 drone printers. Going heavy on the drone printers and the paid off. Also, this deck is stacked with all the tech cards that you might use. Also the memento there. So and the cunning diplomat, like he's running everything. Every universal in the playbook is in this deck. So yeah, excited to see it. Excited to see it in play, especially in a tournament.
Yeah, yeah, very exciting to see indeed. Yeah, it's yeah, pretty standard. Some different differences, like small differences from our players, and we have yet to see how well they play, and of course how good their luck is with the hacker. And of course, let's see the next deck of Very Fat Cat. Okay, not a new Dawn Shroud, but a Neve. Let's give, of course, uh, Shroud Maxi free tip scout.
Yeah, I actually really like this deck because this deck is very well balanced in terms of what he's trying to do with it. So he's got nice cards here for removal in the likes of the no snitching, running 3 copies of that, 3 siphons. So if he ends up finding himself in a situation where he's up against an aggro deck, he has low cost cards just to be able to try and control them a little bit before they get out of control. Of course, we always have the Dominion. There's always 3 copies in a Neve deck, one of the most powerful cards at Neve's disposal, but also a little bit of a poison chalice because this card can actually end up killing Neve rather than the opponent killing Neve, because you can end up doing too much damage to yourself if you overuse it. So yeah, I like it. It's got good balance. It's got good card draw. He's got 3 copies of Brand's Expertise, which is one of the best cards available to Shroud since Aftermath has been released. And he's coupled that up with a Wong. So he's going to be able to draw a lot of cards from this deck. I really like it. My deck actually on the ladder is very similar to this, and it does really well. So I think, if he plays this, which of course he will, depending on the matchup he gets. I mean, I think if this goes up against a Cathy, then it will probably struggle. And if it goes up against a Sippy that doesn't get banned, it will be a struggle if he dominions too much. But I think overall, this is one of his stronger decks in his arsenal, and I like it. I think it's great. Yeah, really cool.
Yeah, definitely. The struggle is real if you go against like whiteboards and even like a burn Cathy. But of course, we apologize. We have shown you guys the wrong universal deck in the previous one. Let's run it back. Whoop. There we go. No, the previous one. Is this? Wait, the wrong universal deck from the previous one. Okay. There you go. Okay. Okay, there you go. So this means, of course, that this is gonna be the right Cathy deck. So what do you think about this, Kinto?
Yeah, we see here the Alvaros, 2 of them, the Memento, the 3 take it or leave it, which we have seen in this tournament. It's something that we were talking about. The take it or leave it in Cathy seems to be sometimes a bit of a brick. This deck is really cheap, so sometimes you will be out of cards and then you draw one of these take it or leave it. Yes, you might get some cheese plays, but sometimes you will just draw into a take it or leave it and get wrecked. So yeah, this is the rest is pretty similar to all the other lists with a Vindicator, and just the usual suspects in Cathy decks.
Yes, yes, yes. And just to clarify, guys, thank you for that. We would like to clarify that there was not a universal deck on Very Fat Cat's box. And now, of course, now we are going to head into the bans. And Yeah, what a surprise,
Shocker.
of course.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolute
amazing.
shocker.
Absolute shocker indeed. And of course, we are going to be watching the absolute cinema. That it's going to be the next match for the top four. It's going to be Denbut versus Very Fat Cat. And with that, let me pass you on over to our casters, Free Dip Scout and Kinto casters. Take it away.
Cool. Let's do this. Looking forward to this one. I think Very Fat Cat has played very well actually. In previous tournaments, I actually caught a tweet from him that he posted after yesterday's tournament just to say that he felt that he played pretty bad yesterday and he was stressing a little bit too much. So he said that today he's going to play a lot better. So I'm hoping for an even stronger showing from Very Fat Cat. And I think the big question that I've got, Quint, I don't know about you, but are we actually going to be able to see Denbut's face here and those silky locks? Because in yesterday's tournament, all we saw was just a dark screen, really, for most of it. He was opting for a dark camera. So yeah, I think that's the big question I've got here. What are we thinking he's going to go for, first of all, for both?
Well, we have seen a lot of the Cathy mirrors or just Cathy Earthen seems to be like the go-to of every player lately. I don't, yeah. Oh, we
Ooh.
got a nice
there you go.
matchup there for Denbut here, going Nudon versus Earthen.
I think that's
Usually-
actually worked out for Denbut.
Yeah, usually you would want to be in a position where you win with other decks and save this one for last. I would think of it that way. But getting the early win is not bad at all.
Yeah. I mean, I think that I think that Denbut here has potentially dodged a bullet because if this had been Cathy from Very Fat Cat, then I think this would have been a really bad start for him. But going up against Earthen, which is not as super aggro as Cathy, but it can still ramp quickly and get some big units on the board, I think that he's got a chance here with a New Dawn deck. So, yeah, I'm interested to see his mulligan here. He's opting at the moment, it looks like, to keep, no, he's going to redraw Honor Steward, keep the Trapper, keep the Singularity Steward. Singularity Steward's a little bit of an awkward card to keep early on, but if you've got a one drop like it, you might as well keep it. It's awkward in the sense that it can be snitched and you almost have to wait until you can get an Erasure off because they don't really tend to play early on any units that you could siphon to buff the Stewie. So yeah, Stewie has to wait a little bit until it can get buffed. But you can see, look, he's in proper Shroud mode. I love this from Denbut. He's got the, again, dark screen, and he's got the purple tinted light coming from the top. I think he's a Shroudy at heart.
Yeah, for sure.
Cool.
Yeah, goes ahead with the shielded agent.
The embedded agent, you mean, yeah?
Yeah, embedded agent, and gets a take it or leave it here for possibly an early Romain researcher. Also has the venerated raider for extra resources, so he is in a nice position going second. A Shroud also, since Shroud is the reactionary parallel, and he just needs to play it in a way where just to deal with the threats easily.
Yeah.
And he will
absolutely.
have the win. It's the Void Trapper.
Yeah.
Right away. Also the embedded agent to deal with any threats. This is a nice setup for them, but
this is perfect. Yeah, I mean, getting the embedded agent and following that up with a Void Trapper, this is almost like the perfect 1-2 from any type of Shroud deck going up against Earthen, because as you rightly say, that embedded agent is almost going to be preventing Very Fat Cat from playing stuff. Now, he has to start playing stuff, but as soon as he does, the embedded agent just one-taps it. So you almost don't want to play the Provoke Caretaker just for it to be one-tapped by a 1-1 and then taken off the board. And of course, with the Provoke Caretaker, you need to reveal cards as well. He is going for it. Wow. Okay, he's going to snitch that, though. Fair enough. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, he's got to snitch the 1-1. Yeah. So that's the way you do it. You have to snitch the embedded agent, and then the caretaker can survive. Good stuff.
Okay. So no snitching on the embedded agent or the bot trapper. It was on the embedded agent here. So the boy trapper will get some resources. This is really nice. Banks the Estelle, drops here the Romayan researcher to counter that caretaker and benefit from it. He did have the option to play the Stewie into the erasure here. Maybe saving it just for Nehemiah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was a good call also from Denbut. He attacked with the Void Trapper, hit the face, and then got an Astel's Glaive. So he saw that Very Fat Cat has that in his hand. He opted to bank it. I think that that's the right call. I do feel like the Astel's Glaive isn't as strong against Earthen. He could have played it and put some pressure on, but I think it was the right call. I think focusing on more of the Shroud cards here is the way to go.
Yeah.
And he knows that, if the Astel's Glaive was played, then he has ways to remove it as well. So, right, cool. He's making a decision there to not draw. And if anyone is watching, they were like, why would he not draw there? The reason being is that if he draws, he is likely going to overdraw.
Well,
Yeah,
not
he would
likely.
overdraw.
He will overdraw. Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
he'll overdraw.
This is Denbut making the decision of not drawing. Caretaker gets the go here. Very Fat Cat nicely draws, cycles his deck in a must-do matchup to have enough resources against Shroud. Now Denbut's next turn is gonna be nice. Lots of options for Denbut here. Has the Singularity Steward into Erasure, probably.
Yeah, there's also, I guess, the option here, isn't there, of kind of playing Take It or Leave It, playing the Honored Steward, and then the Singularity Steward as well. I don't know whether that's necessarily the right thing though, because you could play that, say, on the Premier Conduit, which would then reset it to 1/1 if the Honored Steward got removed from the board. But a 3/3 is not that scary. I wonder, is he going to do it though? It looks like he's going to do it.
I mean, an Honor Steward on the Premier
He's doing
Conduit's always a nice one. Because it returns being
doing it.
1/1.
Yeah.
The Void Trapper is ready to do something. Yeah, dealing with the Ramayan researcher here for more resources. It seems that Denver won't run out of resources anytime soon. 2 Ramayan researchers in hand already.
Yeah, I think also as well, you can tell that he's respecting the Nehemiah here, because he's holding back the erasure in case that the Nehemiah comes on and he can just straight up remove it.
Yeah. I do think that Fat Cat's board seems a bit low going against New Dawn. Usually, when you're against Shroud playing Earthen, you wanna have a big board. For me, it's a sign when I'm playing against the Shroud with Earthen. If I'm behind on board, usually it's a sign that I'm not in a good position. But we'll see.
Yeah, his board is not good at all here at this point. We're kind of approaching 5 energies, got a Provoke Caretaker, and that's it. And, against Shroud, they're going to have lots of removal. So you want to be in a position where you're overloading the board. It's unusual, actually, I think, for Shroud to be in a position here against Earthen, where they have the upper hand in terms of the number of units. So yeah, I'm wondering what does he do here? Does he play the glaive? Doesn't really have many options, does he? Does he think about a Nehemiah? Thing is, if you play a Nehemiah early, it probably gets raised. So difficult decision. Gonna attack. So he gets some charge going. It's gonna give him a card. He does go with the glaive. Okay.
Oh, the ping into the Premier Conduit right away. What is he gonna give defender to in this situation? Gives it out to the caretaker. Denbut passes on the draw. veryfatcat's hand looking real slim here.
Yeah, he's starting to run out of cards as well, isn't he? Which isn't good at this stage of the game, especially against New Dawn, which you know your New Dawn opponent already has a full hand. They haven't even started to get their New Dawn going yet. It's going to be a bit of a tough one. He's going to need something like a Terror Glider, maybe just to turn things around, swing it.
You know, the Triumph of the Lost here actually is really good. I think he will copy a no snitching, the Astels and the allocated provisions.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not like he needs it. He has a lot of things to do here.
It doesn't look like he's going for it. Yeah, he's going for the Honest Steward over it.
Absolute domination with this new one here. All the removals, the second Honor Steward for Denbut is really nice. This Void Trapper won't do anything, which is not that bad. We see that Denbut hasn't really needed the erasure yet. Has a nice Singularity Steward, very buffed up. This Cachet for veryfatcat won't do anything. It's a shielded one. Deal 1 damage to one random unit. Pings the Void Trapper.
Yeah, it does.
It does.
Lovely. Oh, and he gets a Terror. It's a little bit too far away from a Terror, but it's in the hand.
Yeah, but I think this is lethal next turn if veryfatcat drops Nehemiah.
Yeah.
Is it? No, it's 1 of lethal. 1 of lethal, but 2 of lethal.
But if he gets, okay, interesting. I was going to say, if he got some sort of other erasure, he could have attacked and then erased his own unit.
This is the final nail to the coffin. Gets the Terra, erasures the Nehemiah here for 14 damage to the face. This is already a bad spot for veryfatcat.
Well, it's over.
Yeah, I think there's nothing Fatcat can do in this situation. And here, this is what we were talking about. Like, New Dawn matchup is way preferred against Earthen. We saw it in the second major that Neve was struggling against Earthen, but New Dawn seems to take it as a breeze in this scenario.
Yeah, I have to say, I think that he got like the perfect setup, didn't he? Denbut, he got some great cards early on, and what was a bit of a kind of like a setback for veryfatcat is that he didn't have the Stewie to go, like the Steward of the Garden, to play on turn 1, and so he didn't really do anything on 1. He kind of passed, and then it allowed Denbut to play an Embedded Agent. So then, rather than like the New Dawn deck, which is a reactive deck, reacting to what veryfatcat would be doing, veryfatcat ended up just playing that and reacting entirely to what the Shroud was doing. So it was almost like a role reversal in that match there. So the first one goes to Denbut.
Yep. Very nice. Very nice and well done by them. But I mean, New Dawn going second. Definitely, Earthen doesn't have a nice start, like a quick start, like dropping the steward of the garden into a Crimea conduit, something like that. Lots of units early on. Then definitely against Newton, Earthen, it's like a big hill to climb, and we saw it there.
Yeah, big time. I mean, not getting that ramp for Earthen is just kind of a blessing for New Dawn, because it's like, okay, if you want to go slow, we're happy to go slow. That suits us perfectly. Oh, here we go. So we're going to get the Cathy Mirror. This will be a good one. And this is actually a game where I think that veryfatcat really needs to try and win now, to just apply the pressure back on Denbut. I do like, I think I do like veryfatcat's Cathy deck over Denbut's, because I believe that Denbut's didn't have the glaive, but veryfatcat's did. And I was kind of a bit sort of confused a little bit as to why Denbut chose not to do that, but we'll see whether that makes a difference or not.
Yeah.
I think also as well, you mentioned it when we were looking at the decks, right? Is that veryfatcat's deck also has 3 take it or leave it's, right?
Yeah.
And that could be one of the situations where, yeah, potentially if they have too many take it or leave it's, you could get a little bit stuck.
I mean, in this situation for veryfatcat, going second is really nice. Already getting it in the mulligan. We see that Denbut start here already. The machinist into the bloodhound for a nice nice board early on. Definitely, this will be a situation for veryfatcat to really think if he wants to drop those bannermans this early. He doesn't need to. He knows that Denbut might have a PS8. Usually, when you're going second in this mirror, maybe the PS8's not there. Maybe it is. So I don't know. Like he definitely has a choice as going second to use the PS8 and just possibly prevent
Yeah.
the other PS8 from your opponent.
Yeah, he's weighing it up, isn't he? Because you're absolutely right, Quinto. If he plays just one Bannerman, it's you're putting your Bannerman at risk, aren't you, of just getting PS8'd, and then you've just wasted one of your best units from the deck. So maybe it's better just to play on the defensive and not do anything. He could have PS8'd, but he decided not to do it, and he draws a Rally Cry, which could be pretty good for him because he could kind of go into the take it or leave it into the Rally Cry. That's quite
this
nice.
This may pay off for fatcat here. Yeah. This will be a payoff. This is a big brain play by him. Not giving anything to the opponent and now deciding what to do. Being able to drop the 2 bannermans, the take it or leave it, the PS8. Being able to do a lot.
Would you be looking at playing the take it into the Rally Cry here if you was in his position, Quinto?
Not really. Not really. I think he can just get some tempo going like this. Like now, fatcat has a way better board than Denbut. Definitely, Denbut he has that. I mean, has some options. Gets the memento also. Has a PSA, the Cathy's expertise. He can really deal with this board in an efficient way. Maybe we'll leave just one bannerman if he decides to play the Cathy's expertise or just widen the board. Let's see what he does here. Also has the option to just go with memento, but memento will put him in a spot where might not be the best.
No, it wouldn't be, would it? Because he wouldn't have enough units to really pass it on to.
Yep. He needs to really, get the board wider at the moment. Establish some tempo here, and then think about playing that memento. Ooh.
I like watching Very Fat Cat. I like watching his camera feed because he doesn't really hide. He doesn't really have a very good poker face. You can kind of
Yeah, yeah,
see when he's, like he's very expressive. And when he just saw the opponents play there, it was almost had a little look of kind of like disgust, but it was more just him thinking really hard about, okay, that's what you've done. What do I need to do here now? Like just getting in the zone. This is pretty good though. I like that.
yeah.
I think
This
it
is a
was
nice.
the obvious play, but it was nice that he got the slinger to deal with that too. And yeah, at the moment, look at this here for Denbut. He needs to almost try and get a rally cry himself. Gets an artillery volley, but he doesn't really have a unit right now to play. So this is looking a little bit more like a Cathy turn actually for Denbut. Just to see if one of those bannermen could be dealt with by Cathy.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting that Fat Cat uh, banked the Vindicator in this situation, leaving just with the Slinger. And it
Yeah, look at
does.
that. Yeah, it does. It's the right one to hit as well. Lovely.
But this was very good for Fat Cat either way. Like now it will pay off having that Slinger in hand. Uh, he knows that this type of situation might happen. So now he just plays the Slinger. He's a visionary in this regard. He knew that Denbut was probably gonna play Cathy, and that Cathy had the probability of hitting his big bannerman, so he kept the Slinger. This is big brain right here.
I like this as well. Getting the memento going when you've got the numerical advantage is spot on. Oh, and he's got some really good cards as well, hasn't he? Very Fat Cat to kind of play next. He still hasn't played Cathy, so if he wanted to, he could get Cathy going just to keep the pressure on. He could also play on the next turn, potentially Crimson Fleet Machinist, bring in a Vindicator perhaps, and then play the Vindicator on the same turn. Then the turn after, play the Victory. So at the moment, with the board presence he's got and the units he's got in his hand, plus also the Paragon still available, I think it's you can see that Denbut from the small little section of the camera we can see Denbut's face. You can see that he has a lot to think about here and a lot to do.
Yeah, he's now in the beat down position where he needs to recover the board and do it in a way where he basically he has the option to just trigger Happy Trooper and Artillery Bowley and neglect that memento hopping down throughout the board, just to catch some breath, because now Very Fat Cat's just probably just gonna drop a machinist and a Cathy for big damage here. Wait, what happened there? The memento could hop in.
Yeah, so
Oh,
it
because
killed the
yeah,
Bannerman first. Yeah, it was a little bit unfortunate.
yeah. I thought that didn't happen. So the artillery bowley kills in order from left to right. That's what happened here. This is a really bad for them, but it's already too much damage. Gets the logistics mastery, and Denbut concedes.
Yeah, there was too much to do there. Far too much. Great win there for a Very Fat Cat, and we talked about it. He almost needed to get that win just to kind of make up for the first game where it felt like he wasn't really in it and everything he was doing was being countered. This was a really good one where he was on the front foot more, and for Denbut, he just couldn't quite get on the board enough. So 1-1. He comes on top on the mirror there for Very Fat Cat. Game on. Game on. I think this is also potentially kind of an interesting one because the next game, Very Fat Cat has the option now of going with Shroud or Earthen, knowing that Denbut has Earthen and Marco. So I quite like this here. I might be tempted if I was Very Fat Cat to go Earthen. What would you be looking at doing here, Quinto?
Oh, we see a situation where Fat Cat needs to probably win with Earthen and then leave Shroud against Denbut's Earthen. I don't know if the best thing to do here for Fat Cat is just to go with Shroud. No.
Yeah, it goes
So-
Earthen.
Yeah,
I
but
quite
this
like
leads.
this.
Well, yeah. Actually, it's the same in the end. Fat Cat's Shroud is a Neve.
Yeah. Yeah, so that wouldn't have really been a good matchup here for Very Fat Cat. I think that's why he's holding off on it. I think he thinks like Earthen here. He probably anticipated that Denbut would go with Marco, given that he's got Earthen still. But I think that this was a good call from a Very Fat Cat to just think ahead and anticipate what his opponent's going to do. He really didn't want to play Neve against Kathy here, but yeah, I think Earthen against Kathy, if he can get a good start to get some chunky units on the board. Could be an interesting game this here. And he's already got in his hand the Steward of the Garden. He's got Premier Conduit, he's got Moonlit, he's got the Formidable as well too. Not a bad hand to start with. Good, always good to get the Steward of the Garden. And there is no snitching in sight for Denbut.
Yep. This is a weak situation for them, but let's see what he draws next. No snitching here. Without no snitching here, it's definitely gonna be difficult against these Steward of the Garden.
Yeah.
Possibly
It's quite
establishing a nice board for Fat Cat.
Yeah. It's quite a nice transition, isn't it? Going Steward of the Garden into Moonlit, because then your Moonlit can easily deal with the trigger happy on the board. And then from there, if you can keep your, with a defender that's going to be growing in health every turn, if you can then keep the Moonlit alive, keep the Steward alive, you can then start to play big units really quickly, like the Provoke Caretaker, get a nice big chunky Primary Conduit on the board as well if you want. It's got shielded, even go Nehemiah early. So, that Steward of the Garden is such a key cog in the wheel for Earthen, and not having a snitching early on is, or any way to deal with it can be quite a hindrance. It's going to knock it down to 1, but that is potentially going to force Very Fat Cat to play the Moonlit. I think he was probably going to play it anyway, and then the Moonlit can come in and heal that for 2, basically fully heal it.
Banks the Terra Glider. Thinking about it. Thinking about banking the Terra Glider in a match that you want to contest board.
Yeah, that would be an interesting one. I'd almost be a little bit tempted, just given, with the hand he's got. I'd almost be a little bit tempted here to bank the no snitching, to be honest with you, because I like the units he's got, and he wants to keep that ramp going. I think that Terra Glider, wow, brave and bold if he does this here. He's done it. Here we go. Moonlit to come on, heals the Steward of the Garden right back up to 3, and then the Steward of the Garden now has a little bit of protection from a really cool defender. I feel like this is one of the best defenders in the game. Comes on, already has 2, 4 as its stats, heals any target for 2, and then each turn is growing by 2 to its health. So it's a defender which can just keep getting bigger and bigger if you don't deal with it early.
Here's a tough spot for Denbut, probably being forced to just bank the Trigger Happy Trooper. Yep, and play the Kathy's Rallying Cry. No, he's going Kathy right away.
Oh, nice. He wants to try and deal with it. Okay. Or if this hits the Moonlit, that'd be. It hits the. Okay, so it hits the Stewie. Yeah, that is good. stops the ramp for a bit.
So what's gonna be Fat Cat's decision here?
He banks this. It looks like he's banking the snitch in now.
Yeah. Is he going for a take it or leave it into Nehemiah or just take caretaker?
Yeah, I like this. Get the caretaker down. They can't deal with it at the moment. If Kathy slams into it, Kathy's going to die instantly, and your caretaker will still survive. I really like that. I think that was good.
Like a nice counter against Kathy.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. I mean, that is such a good card, isn't it? A 3-cost 6/6. It's just fantastic.
An absolute
Such
unit,
a good card.
quote unquote.
Yeah, it's a monster.
Here we go with a possible, Bloodhound. You don't want the Bloodhound in this situation.
No.
Just bank that and play the Kathy's rallying cry.
Yeah, I think this was the situation we were talking about when we looked at Denbut's deck, is that he only runs one copy, and that if he gets it at this point of the game and he's looking at the board state, it's just a no-brainer bank. This is what I mean about Earthen, though. You can see that Denbut's going wide here from the rally cry. He's got a lot of units on the board that are low attack, low health, aside from Kathy. And Earthen, even though they've lost the ramp from the steward, this is kind of the point.
Kathy is hitting all the right spots.
Yeah, she is.
The Solea here for Fat Cat is a really nice card to demolish the tempo of Denbut. So he's thinking as if this would be the game-breaking decision. But well, we have seen Fat Cat every turn thinking as that way.
Oh, he's gone for the rummaging researcher. Okay. I wonder whether he's learned from yesterday. I think we saw yesterday that he, with the rummaging researcher and the allocate provisions, he made a mistake where he didn't conceal the cards back. So he ended up playing the rummaging researcher and didn't have enough cards to reveal to get the card draw. So let's see whether over the course of this game, whether that mistake from yesterday is on his mind.
Ooh, the Altar of Gaia is clutch here. Has to take it or leave it. Can use the caretaker to deal with any threat in the board and heal himself. Has to play it first though, so it accumulates counters on the altar.
Yep. Is he going to get the allocated provisions going, though, do you think? Just to start. He's playing the altar. Yeah, well done. Love it. Really good. So we can heal that back up. He's got a nice next turn as well, hasn't he, with Solea?
Yep.
Potentially.
I mean, this is the type of situations where you're running Kathy against Earthen, where we have seen Denbut in a spot that he can't really do much in terms of attack. In this specific turn, he finally can do some damage and control the game a bit. Gets that Triumph of Mars rolling. Let's see what he rolls. Ooh. A cheap victory. Really nice. Really nice. I don't know if it's going to cut it in terms of establishing tempo and doing stuff, because Fat Cat is just getting close to those turns where Earthen just keeps dropping stuff and keeps being in a situation where you can't just go through it. And already has an Altar of Gaia, so this altar will be healing any damage that Denbut will be doing to the face. It's gonna be healed probably. Kathy deals with the
Oh,
Rama-Ying.
Kathy hits it.
Yeah,
Wow.
this Kathy
Kathy.
has been 3-on-3. Has been hitting
Yeah.
all the like
She's put some work
the
in.
yeah. The Kathy is carrying Denbut this match. An absolute carry. So what? Soleil here just for neglecting some tempo around. Heals himself.
This
Probably
altar
the
of Gaia is so powerful. I mean, incredible card. The fact you can heal anything is just incredible. I think that the buff that the team made to this relic in I think was it the last patch or the patch before was pretty inspiring because a lot of people were already playing the Altar of Gaia, and it just made Earthen so much more appealing that you could effectively get some heals going, and it's only going to cost you two counters to kind of trigger the heals. Really, really powerful.
Yep.
Interesting hand for Denbut here. He's drawn the Cindy, sorry. He's also got the victory. He could use the victory here, couldn't he, to clear the Solaya quite cleanly.
Yep.
I think that's what he's going to do.
But floating all this energy, it's a bit underwhelming at this point in the game versus Earthen.
Yeah.
He needs to deal a ton of damage, get that logistics mastery going. Ooh.
What would you be looking to do here if you were veryfatcat? Because the victory can be a real pain because it's shielded, and every time you play something, it's going to hit it for two. Would you be a little bit tempted here to do a formidable just to kind of clear it and then put some stuff right in front of his board? Or would you be looking at, for example, playing a Premier Conduit, a Wong? What would be your play here, Quinto?
Really good decision. I mean, Denbut has some stuff. He can do some damage with what he has in hand. It will get better if he gets a logistics mastery going. We definitely saw Fatcat now draw that relic repurposing. I mean, this is a tough spot for veryfatcat. Definitely a formidable presence can save him and do something. We get here, he decides to go for the Wong and see if he draws some saving grace like the Terra Mech into a Crimea, for example.
Yeah.
This Violent Sports is not bad.
No, it's not. It's pretty good actually, isn't it? Especially with Kathy on one. That's not bad at all.
And I think Fatcat will be having to draw to like he wants to stop the bleed. So plays the Crimea Conduit to shuffle around that defender.
That's pretty good.
The next turn, unallocated provisions in a Terra Glider might be very good for Fatcat.
Yeah, I like the way that veryfatcat is thinking here, because ordinarily you'd think, oh, like throwing a Premier Conduit down for like a 1/1 is a bit useless, right? A bit of a waste. But all you need is that defender just to pass it on, right? And then you've got a Wong, which is then a defender for a 6/6 and can also heal itself if needs be. I like the way he's thinking here. He's just trying to not overcommit, trying to be quite efficient with getting the defender passes. He doesn't seem intimidated by the board at all, so he's not making any rash decisions. Oh, Kathy getting snitched is always a filth move. Love it. So now Kathy has been snitched. Denbut can just attack with her freely.
Going for the free.
Just going to kill it. Yeah.
The free kill here. Well, not so free.
And get a Cindy going. So this is going to be quite a decent amount of damage here. So hits for 5 with the Cindy. And then hits for 4 with the victory, taking Very Fat Cat down to 12 in his health here. He's
Yep.
getting close to being killed.
Oof. And now that Crimea
Oh.
Conduit would have been very
Yeah.
good. I mean, I think he can, well, he can heal it and clear something, and then heal it again to clear, like, destroy his own altar, maybe,
Mm-hmm.
to heal it again, and deal with the both of. Well, the thing is that once he plays a Terramech, well, yeah, Flourish will work because it will only take 1 damage from the victory, so Flourish will trigger both times. Interesting.
Can you imagine if on the last turn, Very Fat Cat decided instead of playing Wong, he decided to play the Formidable, and then he wouldn't have drawn this though now, would he have? Because
How
the
many
deck would have been
counters
different.
does that relic has? 6? I don't see it
Yeah, I think
here.
it's got 6, right? Yeah, it's quite small, isn't it? But I think it's 6 from what I can make out.
So 6 counters is enough to clear the bigger units. Yeah, this is a spot where Kathy runs completely out of steam.
I mean, Kathy doesn't really have many ways at all, really, does it, to deal with a 6 cost 10/10 shielded that only takes 1 damage. Especially with the Altar of Gyron, which is going to trigger the Flourish. So now he's going to kill that, and he can kill the Cindy as well. Yeah.
Ooh, Logistics Mastery. I think 2 slingers from the mastery. He has 1. 2 slingers from the mastery give him. He doesn't have the 2 slingers, so this is gonna be painful. And on top of that, Fat Cat has the relic repurposing. So
Yeah.
yeah, the Titan did the job once again. I mean,
Another MVP performance
how
potentially.
yeah, how can he not do it? Oh man.
Yeah, this isn't really it, but that's all he could do, isn't it?
I will see an Astell's
And then
here,
he
I
probably
think.
gets a
No,
Vindicator. Yeah.
So yeah, the thing is that this Logistics Mastery is gonna die.
Yeah. And you can put the heal, couldn't you, if you wanted to, on the on the Titan, which just makes it even more savage.
Yep.
Yeah, I think this is probably going to be a GG in a minute for Very Fat Cat. I can't see how Marco Cathy here can get through and deal with this this Titan. It's such a powerful card. I mean, to be honest with you, look at Denbut. He actually looks very, very calm here, which is what you want to be. But yeah, I'd be freaking out a little bit if I was in this position because I'd be thinking, how the hell can I deal with this now?
I don't think he has the way.
No, he doesn't. And all he needs to do is find 5 damage, and I don't think he has a way to do it.
I don't think
I
he
would
has
say
the way
5
because
damage, but he gets healed. He can heal it. Oh, wow, look. The 7/7, this can trigger the Flourish as well. That's pretty filth. I think that's game over.
I mean, this Logistics Mastery is gonna die. Fat Cat here has the take it or leave it into the Moonlit and the Relic Repurposing. So it's just gonna be a board wipe by Fat Cat, leaving Denbut in a position where he won't be able to use Kathy's expertise. He's gonna heal himself here.
Yeah, he
Drops
can
the
play the Moonlit
Moonlit
as well. Yeah.
just to
Heal the Terror.
yeah. He's gonna heal
Heals himself, actually. Fair
and
enough.
the Terra Glider just go ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so concede.
there's nothing at this point. I mean, let me. What if? Wait, yeah, nine health was impossible because let's say he then would draw the Kathy's expertise, for example. He would have done 4 damage plus 2,
Plus
like
two,
no snitch the
6.
moonlit, plus 2 from the Bannerman, plus 2 from the machinist, for example.
Yeah.
It was still only 8 energy, unless he drew a Triumph of Mars and get something else. I don't know. Maybe he got it. The Slinger and the Kathy's expertise. Maybe that was a
Yeah.
possibility.
He needed a bit of a miracle there, didn't he? He kind of ran out of steam. And then Earthen just was able to throw that massive Terror mech down. I think also as well, it was a really good decision from veryfatcat to get the Altar of Guy going nice and early. I think that was a smart move. All right, so veryfatcat has 2 wins. Denbut has 1. He's just won with Shroud, so he still needs to win with Earthen and Marco. veryfatcat just needs to win with Shroud here, and he'll have the job done. So we're probably going to see Denbut go with Marco here. I could be wrong, but I think if Denbut is thinking about this, Marco the Cathy against veryfatcat's Neve is a really favourable matchup, and then it would just leave a Neve versus Earthen Nehemiah match for the last one if we get to that point. I'd be really surprised if Denbut does not run Cathy here though, knowing that fatcat has to run the Neve. It's not a good matchup for Neve at all.
So yeah, Neve versus Marco and Earthen. What will happen here?
I'm going to say straight up, I think that, well, Neve versus Cathy, Cathy should win. But, yeah, Neve versus Earthen, that's a really difficult one because I do feel like that's... I was having a conversation with someone about this recently, one of the guys on Twitter, and they kind of said that Shroud is still very strong, like Neve is still very strong against Earthen, as in they're favoured. And I said, I don't think so at all. I think it's Earthen so tough. It's more like a 50-50, or depending on the sort of build of the deck, potentially even a 55 in favour of Earthen. But here we go. We're going to see it. So Denbut has, I think, made the right decision here. Cathy against Neve. Cathy's favoured here. She's very, very strong against Neve. But can veryfatcat pull a rabbit out of the hat? Let's see.
Definitely going first, getting that Hearth. Going first is clutch for fatcat. We see here Denbut gonna have to get some stuff going. Doesn't take the take it or leave it. Interesting. A card that you don't want to see
No.
later in the game. However, going second, you might be in a spot where you don't waste all your resources so easily.
Wow, look at this though for Denbut. This would be a really good start. So he's keeping all of those 1-drops, which are very powerful actually. That could be a little bit of an issue for veryfatcat. Because veryfatcat has kind of held on to the half, almost as a way to try and counter any kind of rally cry early on. But we can see in Denbut's hand that he doesn't have really any effects. He's just got units, and he's got the logistics mastery. So the half won't really be having that much of an effect against Denbut, but it will be enabling, for example, something like an Eclipse Fate, which could be powerful for veryfatcat.
Yep, logistics mastery really good. The into all barrow, for example, this is gonna hurt for fatcat. If Denbut plays it all right.
Yeah, good decision here, I think, to throw the Crimson Fleet Machinist down straight away. I like this here. I prefer this more to, for example, the Bannerman or the Trigger Happy, because you can immediately call in a vehicle, so you kind of get that extra card in your hand. And, you know, as a Shroudy, it's like, well, you don't really want to be using a Siphon against a Machinist, because the Machinist isn't really a super threat. But you probably do want to maybe try and deal with it before a vehicle comes on, because you don't want that vehicle getting the buff. So is he going to do it? Is he going to siphon it? He is. He's going to siphon it. Okay. And then it leaves the half available for the next turn or this turn. Okay, sure.
Eclipse Fate is clutch against this Logic 6 Mastery. This is gonna be interesting to see what happens here, because if Denbut decides to go for the Mastery, this is gonna be a nice turn for Fatcat, especially with that Singularity Steward.
Yeah, it's a weird one though, because even though you're right, even though the Eclipse Fate would be a nice play there just to kind of get rid of the mastery, it's a weird one because when you use the Eclipse Fate, you almost want to try and use it against something where you can like remove 3 quantities or something, right? And the mastery is just a legendary, so you feel like, oh, okay, it's a powerful relic and it will wreck me if I leave it on the board, so I probably have to do it. But you don't get as much value out of it as you would, for example, if you Eclipse Fated a Vindicator or something like really, really big. But he's probably going to have to do it, because I don't think that Very Fat Cat had a lot of removal, did he? A lot of relic removal in his deck. So this might be the card he's using primarily to serve as that.
Yep, true. So he decides to go with the Bannerman and no snitching, placing Fat Cat in a weird spot, I would say.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it, Quinto? Because half used to be super powerful. That if whoever got the half down on 2 or early enough would kind of almost block out the opponent. But the no snitching goes a long way just to kind of counter that, because now you can snitch it, and then all of a sudden half does not have that hold over you as much as he does. And it might mean that you can't then, for example, on that turn, if you snitch him, play what you wanted to play. But you don't have to try and deal with half anymore. You just snitched him and he's on the board, sure, but he's only going to be hitting you for 1. He's basically irrelevant then. Such a powerful card, the snitching.
Yep. Places Fat Cat in a dead turn. He couldn't do anything. I mean, if Denbut manages to drop that mastery, start the Alvaro going, it's gonna be a lot of damage. A lot of damage to Fat Cat.
Do you think he should be getting the mastery down as soon as possible, or do you think he should maybe hold on to it and then try and just populate the board a bit with like a rally cry or even just the Alvaro and the Bloodhound? For me personally, I really like the rally cry, but Alvaro's got a lot of value against Shroud. He is doing it. Look, he's going wide here. I don't mind it. I think it's okay, and he gets rid of the half, which, to be fair, has already been snitched. It wasn't really a big problem, but now he's got quite a decent board.
Yep. How is Fat Cat dealing with this board now? A Dominion can clear it completely.
Yeah. This is so awkward for Very Fat Cat, because a Dominion could clear it. He would take a huge amount of damage to do it, and then it leaves the door open for the next turn just for Denbut to play Kathy, for example, and Kathy would then just have a free route to hit you for 5. So this is one of the big reasons why this is just not a good matchup for Neve because they can really scale and populate the board quicker than you can, and their units get big too. You need to use the Dominion to clear it. You take, at the moment here, it's going to take 8 damage to remove it, plus the 3 from the Alvaro. So you're already talking about 11 there. And then Kathy on the next turn hits you for 5. That's half your health gone. That puts you in range of basically being killed very quickly within the next 2 turns after that. And the problem that you have as well is that you won't even have a board. You know, that you don't even have the units to start trying to challenge the board. So he takes 3 already from playing the take it or leave it, but he had to do it. Now he's going to take another 3. This is too much damage. This is too much damage here, I can tell you now. This is going to put him right on the brink.
And the logistics master will do the job so
It's
easily.
going to take him right on the brink here. And the next turn.
On top of that, he gets a Kathy, a free Kathy to the face.
Yeah. Kathy's going to hit for 5, and then he's going to basically be dead. So it's a big topic of discussion right now about the Dominion. Should the Dominion really be hitting you for 2 instead of, say, 1? Or should there be other ways that, you know, Shroud can maybe heal up a bit? I don't know. I think the 2 is a little bit too aggressive in the current meta, and we might see it here that's probably going to be the thing that's killed him.
Yeah. On top of that, another Alvaro.
Yeah. You can see how stressed veryfatcat is because he had no option. He had no choice. He had to use the board clear, but in doing so, he's basically killed himself.
Yeah. This is a situation where it's like, even like Denbut had so many choices. He could play the Alvaro, and now if Fat Cat decides to use, for example, another Dominion, it doesn't matter because it's like, okay, you will take a lot of damage, and then I just play Kathy again. So I can flood the board. You play Dominion, take a lot of damage. I can play Kathy on an empty board and deal even more damage. So it's this weird spot where it's like a total checkmate and total bad position for Neve, especially.
Yeah. I mean, I was mentioning it when we were going through the deck that, you know, Dominion, you need to run 3 copies, but it is that poison chalice right now where you have to be very careful when you use it. And if you do use it when you need to, and he absolutely needed to use it then, you are probably going to put yourself in a position where you've cleared the board, you don't have a board presence, they can then populate a board very quickly compared to you, and then they can go and hit you for loads more damage on the next turn and take you to the point where you're nearly dead. So he's getting to that point here. His board's going to be cleared from Denbut, and then Denbut is going to have a board just to finish him off. And, you know, Denbut hasn't even played Kathy.
This is checkmate. Whatever Fat Cat does here, it's over.
Yeah.
No way to deal with the Alvaro, with the Singularity Steward, forcing Fat Cat to play an effect, and will take 5 damage to your face, so he decides to concede. There's nothing he could do here.
So Denbut levels the tie in a match where we thought it was probably going to go this way if Denbut played Kathy and veryfatcat played his Neve. So now what veryfatcat needs to do is he needs to win with his Neve deck against Denbut's Earthen. And this could be a really interesting match. This could be a little bit more like equal, on an equal footing. Neve against Kathy is just not really a great match at all for Shroud, but Earthen's still very difficult. It's no way near as easy as it used to be before Earthen got such a great buff from some of the cards being changed and then from the Aftermath cards being added in. So I don't know how to call this one. I don't know whether to say that Denbut can get the win here or veryfatcat. I think this is so almost too close to call. What would you be favouring in this match here, Quinto? Would you be thinking Earthen can get the win here? We've seen Earthen do very well in tournaments against Neve. Is this the moment when Neve can maybe get one on the board against Earthen?
Well, it's about Shroud setting up a board, seeing who goes first. It's also about Earth and setting up a board. Whoever manages to set up a board, it's gonna be in a good spot overall. We see here that Denbut gets the God Hand, has the Steward of the Garden, has the No Snitching, the Romayan Researcher, the Crimea Conduit, has it all, basically.
Oh,
Definitely the Embedded Agent for Fat Cat is a nice one. The Void Trapper also. This is going to be very interesting. Very interesting to see.
yeah. I think Denbut made absolutely the right call there to keep the snitching so that he can snitch the embedded agent. Because if you're Earthen, you have to assume that Shroud is going to play an embedded agent, which can one tap your steward. And so, in order to counter that, you need to be able to snitch the embedded agent, which is what he can now do on his next turn. And he can still play Provoked Caretaker. So, Provoked Caretaker, snitch the embedded agent, and you're away. You're then away. And it's then a case of Shroud having to try and play catch up and just survive the fast tempo until they can start to get a little bit more removal and just disrupt you. I will say that one of the things I think that Very Fat Cat needs is I think he needs a scheme as well, because what you almost need to do is just accept that now after this point you're not going to be able to catch them on tempo anytime soon, but you need to see if you can steal something like a big unit like a Terramech, or just try and disrupt them, not on the board but disrupt their hand. That's the best way I think he has of trying to get back in this. I'm saying trying to get back in this. It's only just started, but this is going to be quite tough for Very Fat Cat because of the ramp. And even though he has a snitching now, so he probably does need to use the snitching. Let's see.
Yep.
He doesn't. Okay.
It's going to be a nice Crimea Conduit, possibly. So, tough decision for them, but here, the Virulent Spores doesn't do much in this situation, especially against Neve.
Hmm.
So, but the Crimea Conduit is actually really effective. Being able to be shielded with the 4/4 stat line really blocks some things and creates a very nice board
Yeah.
for Denbut going Earth. And this is what I was saying regarding the board presence, already out of range from the Dominion. Definitely some stuff, some plays can be done here with Dominion if he would really, if Fat Cat really wants to deal with this board, for example. But overall, uh, it's
Fat Cat's not in a good spot.
yeah,
This
Fat
isn't a
Cat.
good spot for Fat Cat because
Yep.
what he's got in his hand here is not useful. Siphon's not really that useful at the moment. Sure, it could take down a shield of a primary conduit, but what else does it do? You have nothing else to follow up. In fact, half is not even useful at this point. Dominion could be useful, but you can't really use it now. There's the Singularity Steward is probably the bank here because you can't really use it. It's pointless playing that. It will get killed. I think he needs to use Brand's expertise to try and cycle through and find better cards, because if he can't find something quicker and better than what he's got, this is going to get ugly really quickly.
I think there's a way, actually. I think there's a way to clear this board. Um, with the embedded agent. No?
The
Maybe
embedded
not.
agent snitch, though.
No. I meant with just clearing the embedded agent using Live Siphon on the caretaker, but no, it couldn't happen. It actually couldn't happen. The Crimea Conduit would have survived, and then it would have been
Yeah.
trouble for, like, everything would have survived, basically. It wasn't as
Yeah.
efficient. He needed one more energy to actually deal with the whole board.
This is one of the issues with Shroud is that they don't have units that really stick on the board or can kind of go toe to toe with bigger units, right? You kind of rely on, as a Shroud player, you rely on just being able to remove them and control that way. But against Earthen, it's really difficult because they just keep coming at you with bigger units, shielded units as well. And then the ability for them to pass the defenders means that it's really tricky to target the exact units that you want. A unit that can really help in these situations sometimes is something like a Spectre Attack Craft. If you can get it down early enough, because then you can really try and just completely ignore the defenders and go after the units that you need to try and clear. But right now, looking at his hand here, Very Fat Cat's in a pretty tricky spot because this board is not going anywhere anytime soon at the moment. That he can choose which defenders block, he can keep them alive.
Yeah, this is a tough spot. Fat Cat still out of range with the Dominion. Denbut getting all the right pieces of the puzzle, the Steward, the Premier Conduit, the Caretaker, the Romayan Researcher. These are all units you essentially want to be having early on to establish board presence against Shroud, placing
Yeah.
Shroud in a position where they can't actually do much. Decides to sacrifice the Premier Conduit, give
Wow.
Defender to the Romayan Researcher, probably setting up a Nehemiah
Yeah.
turn next turn.
Yeah, I think you're right. And this is really tough because if he does that, then the Rummaging Researcher becomes a 5/5. The Armor Support Vehicle
It's
becomes a
going to be
4/4.
15 damage right away.
Yeah. So he loses half his health. And then the Dominion doesn't help him at all because these units are already too chunky. He can't clear the Provoke Caretaker. He can't clear the Rummaging Researcher. Really tough. And what makes it worse as well is that you can see that Denbut has the Formidable Presence in his hand too. I think that's the only option he could have done there. Just get a defender down. They have to try and go through it. They will be able to go through it pretty easily. And I think this is a Nehemiah turn, isn't it? You clear the Premier Conduit with the Provoke Caretaker. And then you attack with the Armored Support Vehicle. Oh, he goes for Wong. Okay. He does need a refresh of his hand though, doesn't he? So I get it. I think that's cool.
It's going to be a nice Wong. 3 pieces of the puzzle.
That was actually a good top deck, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was a good top deck. Because it was either he had to bank the Formidable or bank what he just got, and he didn't have to do any of that by playing Wong, so that was really smart.
And getting the allocated provisions now is going to enable Denver to keep shuffling resources, which is another one of the situations where when you're playing Earthen against Shroud that you want to be in. You want to keep cycling your deck. You want to have a good board in place to put Shroud in a tough spot. So essentially, this is exactly what Den would want to see.
I mean, I'll be honest with you, Quinn. So even though Very Fat Cat's on 29 health here, and we're still quite early in the game, I can't see at the moment with the cards he's got in his hand how he can turn this around. And I really think that the next turn is going to be brutal for him because with all these units on the board, they can hit for so much damage if he plays Nehemiah.
Yep. Saving that Formidable Presence is also really good.
Yeah.
In that situation.
Yeah, Neve is one of and Shroud in general is just a slow deck, and you have to try and control early. If you can't control early, which he tried to, he got the embedded agent got snitched, and then the Steward of the Garden, which he's got, has not been snitched. I was a little bit surprised it didn't snitch yet. So, the energy ramp for them is still going on, but at the end of the day, he just had that nice energy ramp where Steward of the Garden into Provoke Caretaker, and those units are still on the board, and they've just been able to help develop that board. And Shroud doesn't really have, they don't have defenders. If he wanted to clear some of this, he'd use Dominion, he'd take damage, and then some of these units would still be left on the board. It's, yeah, I can't see a way back, to be honest with you. I've been in this situation countless times myself, and you know what's coming next. They most likely have a formidable. If they don't, the Nehemiah comes on anyway, and some of these units get bigger anyway and hit you for more. It's really, really tough.
And the worst part of it all is that I think if Fatcat doesn't mitigate the situation, this is gonna be a lethal next turn.
Yeah. Well,
with Firmino
yeah, I
Presence
mean,
and Nehemiah, because of the 2 take or leave it's there, it's gonna be 8 energy already.
yeah. Oh man, yeah, you're actually right. Yeah, because at the moment, if he plays the Nehemiah, right, plays the Nehemiah for 4, and then with the 2, yeah, man. Oh dear. Yeah, that's big. And you can see as well, look, Very Fat Cat has basically been collecting cards since the start of this game. He's not really been able to play anything because everything he's had has not been suitable enough to play. You know, he's still holding on to the Dominion in the hope that he could get to the point where he could use it. He's had that from very early on. He's played a Triumph just to play something, to get a snitching. Really, really tough here. It's almost too late.
This is gonna be still not lethal anymore. It's gonna be 4 plus 6, 10, 13, 15. Yeah, it's still lethal.
Yeah.
It's gonna be lethal for Denbut right away if he plays it right.
Yeah. Denbut will be going through to the final if he gets this next decision, this next turn spot on.
I mean, he doesn't even need to play Nehemiah because the no snitching. Oh, applies it to the caretaker. Well, that's bad.
Yeah, because now the caretaker can just attack freely, can't it, without even charging?
Yeah, this is gonna be
strange one.
This is gonna be a lot
so
of
look at the damage
here.
on the board here. Yeah,
it's gonna be 24 damage on board.
Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't need the Nehemiah. He just plays the formidable, and then he's got it.
Yeah. Yep.
It's rough. This is such a rough way to lose.
Too much damage.
Yeah.
Like you can't leave Earthen with that so much damage in the board like that. And very
he
fat
wasn't
cat,
able to get units.
Once again, in a tough spot.
This is it. This is lethal, isn't it?
Yep.
This is it. And it's a tough one for. He knows it as well. Very fat cat. Yeah, really tough. This is why Earthen is so strong now. So incredible from Denbut there. GG, congratulations to Denbut. He's our first finalist in this Parallel Major 3, and commiserations to Very Fat Cat, who gave it everything but just couldn't get it done. He got it to 2-2, took it to the final game, ended up missing out because Earthen are the new Shroud. They've swapped positions. Shroud are now the old Earthen, and Earthen are the new Shroud almost. So yeah, very, very good.
Free tip. Like I was looking at the matches a while ago, and again, first of all, congratulations to Denbut for getting that final spot. But of course, you know what I saw? At the first match, Denbut won with his Shroud, which is New Dawn. And at the end, he won using Nehemiah against Neve. So what does that mean? Like in for short, like I wanna drive this point. Like, is New Dawn like a very possible or like a very good contender for tournaments? Considering like Neve wasn't able to beat the Neve of Very Fat Cat wasn't able to beat the Nehemiah of Denbut. So what do you think about that free tip?
Yeah, I think you've got a point there because with Neve, you kind of try to rely on the effects, right? Because it's mainly an effect-driven kind of deck. So what we saw in the last game is that he wasn't really able to play any units that could stick on the board. And that is an issue for Shroud in general. I'm hoping that Deception, the next set, will see more of Shroud's units be able to stick on the board a bit more. But he wasn't really playing anything because he thought, well, if I play, the Singularity Steward, I don't really have a way to get it buffed. So it was hoping that he would get the effects to just try and remove stuff like Erasures,
Mm-hmm.
maybe Honored Stewards to try and keep control. But he didn't get it. The advantage with New Dawn is that even though they're slow, if you can get just play the units, then at least you've got stuff on the board to contend with. So yes and no. I think he got a bad draw there of cards, but also Neve, he's almost he was almost at a loss there because of the draw. But even if he had Dominioned just to try and keep control, the Dominion, he was almost fearful of using it because the Dominion would have just made it a lot easier for the opponent to take him to lethal range quicker. So, yeah, it's a tough one. It is a
Yeah.
tough one.
Very, very tough indeed. Of course, especially for very fat cat. But you know, if you were to be put in very fat cat's position, would you have had would you would have had a different first deck or first paragon to begin with? What do you think about that, Kinto?
So, I mean, this was the best scenario also for Denbut in the regard that he had it all. He had what he needed: the sword into the Crimea conduit, which is a shielded unit that can't really be defeated easily by Shroud. Then the caretaker with a big body, also neglecting the Nif's Dominion, an early Nif's Dominion, and all of a sudden you have an insane board that Shroud can't really deal with it. So at that point, especially playing Nif, a Dominion is it's not effective because you can't
Mhm.
reach out. Like also the Ramayan researcher with a 5 health stat line. There's nothing
Mhm.
you can do basically at that point playing Shroud against Earthen.
Yeah, I mean, all in all, of course, very fat cat. Although he wasn't able to get this win for this tournament, like still good showing up for him for being consistent, and of course, like lots of LB points will be going towards that amazing player, and we'll see him soon. Well, like, yeah, of course,
Yeah.
definitely with all those performances, all those being able to join these tournaments and even getting consistent top eights, dude, it's gonna be likely sometime in the near future that very fat cat will get his spot. But of course, for now, we'll be changing the spots, of course, for our casters. Thank you to Free Tip Scout and Kinto. We'll be seeing you soon, and let's get into the bracket again for the recap. Okay, for today, for our first match for day 2 of the Parallel League Major 3, for our top 4. Of course, again, Very Fat Cat wasn't able to move forward, but Denbut was able to show us the singularity as well as his dark New Dawn plays right there. And of course, with that, of course, we want to thank our sponsors for making this tournament happen. And it's gonna be, it's gonna be amazing to keep these tournaments going because our players are really hungry for competition. So again, gaming is at the start of the next big technology shift, enabling the move to player-owned economies. The next iconic gaming studios and titles are being built on blockchain. Parallel and its players and streamers are at the forefront of this revolution. And at Portal, they are proud to support with simplified blockchain tech, spotlighting the best games and maximizing player rewards. Special thanks again to Portal for supporting this weekend's event. And with that, let's welcome back our casters for this next match, Ali and Muka. Hey guys, hey. Dude, guys, you saw those matches. Denbut is moving forward. What do you think about Denbut's performance from the previous match? Let's start with Ali.
I think he played really well. Looking forward to seeing him in the finals. This is the first time he's made top 8, and I believe we said he's the youngest, right? So
Yes.
proving to be amazing at parallel so far. I think he's got a lot of legs in the competitive season ahead of him if he chooses to take on season 2, but I'm sure he will.
How about you, Muka? Like, do you have like a really good wish for Denbut? Like, considering that he's had a strong start for his very first appearance in top 8.
Yeah, I mean, just keep doing what you're doing. It's working so far. It's been nice to see him play. He's got some good showings with like decks like the New Dawn and stuff like that. So as long as he can keep that momentum going, should be make for good games in the finals.
Yeah, of course. Let's get the ball rolling yet again. Denbut is moving forward. We should be moving forward as well, and it's gonna be Viper versus Kintsugi. Let's look at their decks right now. Okay, for the first deck, it's going to be Viper's Universal deck. Now, this is a one for the books. Let's start with Ali for this deck rundown.
Yeah, it's been so enjoyable to watch these universal decks make a comeback here. Mostly because of the hacker. That's the 4 cost that shuffles the energy cost of all of the units in the deck, which is like really put this back on the map. And also, Viper tweeted Miasmancer, our boy is back. We're seeing Miasmancer come into these matches and shake some things up, which is pretty fun to see. But yeah, it's we've been seeing this uni deck. I mean, obviously the main idea is that it revolves around the powerful girls, Ingrid and Freitas, and then has consistent draw with the drone printers and, you know, summoning tokens with the Tinkerer, and of course the Juggernauts that are going to pop out from the Paragon ability. So it's been fun to see this back on the map, and it's been doing pretty well for the players so far. So I'm excited to see it in this match.
I'm excited as well, especially with Memento of the Fallen. I like that it's there in case like there are many drones on the board or many other tokens on the board. Just keep passing the knife. And yeah, let's look at the next deck that Viper is going to be bringing to the table. It's going to be the Scipius deck, of course. But let's look at let's listen to what Muka has to say about this deck.
Yeah, this deck, as we all know, is the sleeping giant. It's sleeping because everyone bans it and no one wants to play against it. But it's, you know, by no means does that mean it's not an absolute monster of a deck to go against. It's a low curve, you know, swarmy deck. It's got the kill boxes in there that let you multiply your damage exponentially and just win games. Triumph of Europa to rebuild boards. 3 no snitching in Viper's variant to control the high density genetic replicator to buff up all your clones, and then the standard, you know, suite with the convergent recruiters, convergent Centaurus, and convergent Domina. Only 1 master poisoner in this build with a teched Miasmancer and Black Market Fixer, so those are interesting picks. Aside from that, it's a very, you know, low curve clone heavy deck, and all the cards buff the clones, and you play the clones and you win with the clones.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, you have to attack with the clones. And then, of course, I like the text that Viper put in here as well. Black Market Fixer, Miasmancer. Yeah, definitely. We would skip the sip for this matchup, but we'll see the bans. Let's look at the next deck of Viper right now. And it's going to be the New Dawn. Again, you know, I heard Ali discuss this a while ago, but, you know, any other thoughts that you would want to include, Ali?
Yeah, we spoke about it a little bit earlier on the broadcast. Viper is a really amazing New Dawn player, so like the decisions that he's made here, I'm definitely inclined to trust him. Like the no brands expertise is a little interesting, but Viper thinks that you don't need it. He's got the 3 researchers, 3 demolecularized. Demolecularized is your just like one-stop answer to everything, banishing the entire board. So I feel like it's super powerful still, and potentially why New Dawn is actually doing pretty well in this tournament. But, you know, going against Augencore and Earthens, it seems like Nehemiah isn't quite as consistent amongst the Earthens, and so New Dawn's been pulling through here because of the amount of disruption and control cards that this deck offers, like Paid Off, Cyberdeck Console, No Snitching. It's got all of the banishes, and even a Dark Repose, an extra banish in there too, for some annoying threats on the board. So yeah, I would love to see Viper, take New Dawn to victory in this tournament.
Yeah, Ali, and look at that double saboteur. I think he really hates the relics. So that's those are techs that Viper really needs, really wants to put in. And let's see how well he plays ND until the end. Yeah, and then of course, let's look at the next deck that Viper will be carrying, and it's gonna be the Kathy. Okay, so let's listen to what Muka has to say about this aggro deck.
Yeah, the unit Kathy has been putting in the work this tournament. Slight variations in the builds, depending on if you want to play the Catherine's Expertise, which is the burn card, the 3-cost burn card that Viper is running here. It's been a choice. People are playing 1. Viper is opting to play 2 here. Another interesting thing is that he's only playing 1 Take It or Leave It, in addition to playing 2 Bloodhound Transport. Bloodhound Transport, the new Battle Pass card that some players are opting not to play at all. Some players are putting it in, but Viper has put it in the same ratio with the Take It or Leave It, so that they will total to 3, so you don't draw too many dead cards. But one of the big interesting ones that we saw yesterday that I'm excited to see again is the Pathfinder, the 1-cost 1/1 that when it attacks, it will buff itself, and its aftermath ability when it dies is that it can buff another unit based on its current attack. So that card put in a lot of work yesterday. I'm excited to see it again in action. It was a very spicy addition, in my opinion. I wasn't much of a believer when I saw it on paper to play the Pathfinders over a mercenary gunslinger, but it's been working for Viper, and I'm excited to see it again.
Yeah, and this might be the tech or the card that will guide him to the path to the championship. But let's see. Of course, Kyintsugy is going to be the next one that we're going to be watching for the decks, and of course, he has his very own Kathy deck. Let's listen to Ali as to what she has to say.
Yeah, so it looks like Kyintsugy has also opted for 3 copies of the Bloodhound Transport, Viper only having 2. Managed to get the Gunslingers in there as well. And wow, that's a Miriel, the Ghost of Mars, in his list. We haven't seen Miriel show up in a minute. She was very popular in the Lemmy decks a while ago, but definitely is still a great card, and so it'll be interesting to see how it works out here. Only 2 Vindicators. I guess that Miriel is sort of taking that 3rd slot for the 3-drop. And 2 copies of Take It or Leave It. Also Memento of the Fallen. We saw that do some work in Marco yesterday. And also is running 2 copies of Catherine's Expertise. I really, really like Catherine's Expertise just for a little bit of extra push, because I feel like so much of the time these Marco decks get like within range, 3 health left, 4, and if they just lose board, they need a little bit of burn. And so I really like the look of this deck, and yeah, we'll go next.
Yeah, don't sleep on the Battle Pass cards, guys. Miriel, I'm seeing Cindy, I'm seeing the Bloodhound Transport. Just don't skip it, and then make sure that you get to level 30 so that you get the NFT version of it. But of course, Kyintsugy, let's look at his next deck. Oh, wow. Another Universal Unishop deck. So let's listen to what Muka has to say about this one.
Yeah, the Universal Shop, I mean, a lot of the core package is the same. It revolves around this hacker, and then you have the Ingrid and Freitas that you want to pair off with them. The Rummaging Researcher and the Drone Printers are there to draw. Some interesting picks that Kyintsugy has opted in his build is 3 Miasmancers in his. He has 2 Saboteurs. There is a Paid Off. There is a Sanctuary. So some of these new Aftermath cards blended it with some of the OGs, like even a Black Market Fixer is in this build. So a lot of variation, and the Universal decks are always so fun to see because there's so many cards in them, and you're looking at it like so many 2s and 1s that like there's so much optionality baked into the deck. So it's very interesting to see Universal deck lists whenever they come out. But yeah, we'll be looking forward to seeing a hacker getting played and trying to find some of these big units and getting them out with a big combo turn. The rest of the deck is there to kind of sustain or keep pushing towards that win condition.
Yes, there's a lot of variation with Universal decks, and let's see if it pays off depending on how the Hacker Man will provide. Let's look at the next deck that Kintsugi is going to be playing. Okay, this is going to be another Scipius deck, and let's listen to what Ali has to say about this one.
All right, folks, we're not gonna really discuss this much because it's gonna probably not get through. But your classic Scipius deck, swarm the board, and kill him with Killbox. We go next.
Yeah, skip the sip. Let's go to the
Skip the
next
sip.
deck. And here we are, Nehemiah. And of course, this is going to be an interesting take on Nehemiah. Let's listen to what Muka has to say.
It's always so interesting seeing a Kyintsugy Earthen list for those who haven't seen it before, because it's always like so, I guess, intuitive to him as a player, but some of the choices always look so odd, and then he plays them and they make sense or something. But the Earthen package is there with the Steward of the Gardens, allocated provisions like the Moonlits, Provoke Caretaker, Rummaging Researcher, Terraglide Insertion Vehicle. These are all cards that are the big chunk of the deck with like your boss units, right? The Saleya, Wong, Terramech, Shield Titan. The details in like the niche cards are always super interesting. One Mercenary Gunslinger in here. He's opted for a bit more heavy on the 2 cost side, right? 2 Aurora Fungi, 2 Armored Support Vehicles, only 2 Crimea Conduits here, but there's also a paid off, only 1 Virulent Spores, 1 Relic Repurposing, 1 Cleanse the Earth. So there's a lot of variation in this build, a lot of one-ofs for certain situations. We'll have to see how it plays out.
Yeah, we'll definitely see how this plays out. And considering the 3-0 from Kintsugi, I want to do a kind of a prediction. It's going to be very difficult for him to, get that 3-0 back again. But we'll see how it's going to be happening. And I've heard that the bans are in. Let's see what the bans are for these players. Yup. Skip the sip is the word of the day.
Skip the
And
sip.
yeah, let's get to this second top 4 match between Viper and Kintsugi. And with that, let's give our casters the table. Casters, take it away.
These are our picks for the tournament, Muka. So this is
They
a
are.
exciting match for you and I here. We
We
will
got
remain
the-
neutral as best as we can, of course.
We will do
but-
our best. Yeah. But I'm very excited to see these two guys play. These are 2 giants in the parallel community. To see them go head to head is super cool for me.
Yeah, it was fascinating to look at the Earthen list from Kintsugi. Again, he was voted best Earthen player, and we said it yesterday, but Earthen is, well, the Nehemiah list specifically are really the decks that have the most variance in like the little card choices here and there. And when you have someone who is as good at Earthen as Kintsugi, you really want to listen to those decisions. But I will say that some of the choices, like remember this is a tournament, right? So Kintsugi's list for ladder might be totally different. Like
For sure.
there's only 1 copy of Spores in this list, but you probably would have multiple copies there, running into more aggressive Scipius decks or
Yeah,
something.
you can't skip the sip on
Yeah,
ladder.
you can't skip the sip on the ladder, right? So, yeah, and I also love to see a Cleanse the Earth in there. I love that card. Throw one in there.
Definitely an underrated card. I like it a lot too. I'm actually very interested in this match too. We have a Catherine Mirror match going straight into it. They both run the Bloodhound transports, but like Viper has like the Pathfinder, whereas Kintsugi has the Gunslinger. But something interesting that wasn't noted in both of our deck analysis of the Marcos is that there's no logistics masteries for both of these players.
Oh wow, yeah, we missed that. Huh. Fascinating.
I mean, me personally, I am not the biggest fan of logistics mastery. I feel like without the old build of the combat heuristics extrapolator, you're depending so much on like the RNG of like the mastery to save you. It's not like a win condition that you play around. It's more like I have the logistics mastery. Please save me. Like how many times do we see it when like the Marco player is almost dead and you're like praying a rallying cry hits 2 gunslingers or something?
True, and these lists are not super effect heavy,
Yeah.
where that's where a lot of the value probably from the mastery is coming from. However, like a bigger artillery volley feels
Very
pretty
true.
nice. So I missed that a little bit if the mastery is not there. But no, I think it makes sense to not necessarily include it in these types of lists. So
Yeah, I
all
mean,
right.
going into this game 1, though, both these players have a pretty good starting hand. Both have turn 1 plays into possibly turn 2 plays depending on what they hit.
Yeah, we're starting out strong here. Both players also have no snitching as
Yep.
well. Access to a pretty like similar opener going here. Both going to drop the machinist. I'm really curious to
Yeah,
see how the Muriel performs for kyintsugy here because he cut one of the Vindicators for that like third slot in the 3 drop for the Muriel.
yeah, and his ratios are now more skewed to Bloodhound, right? So I wonder if his opinion is to just be more front loaded and push for the machinist to search into the Bloodhound and then push
Mm-hmm.
that way, and then the Vindicator is more just like the mid game strategy, and then in that case he values the Muriel more.
Yeah, I know. I like the swarm plan here, especially in the mirror. I feel
Yeah.
like it might be way more useful to just have like the little guys going on fast and early here.
Yeah, it provides a lot of value. I mean, the 1-3, like with this Fleet Machinist buffing and the Kathy buffing the Bloodhound, it always looks like kind of like awkward, but it gives you a pretty good of advantage.
Well, that was a nice pickup going double one here.
Yep.
Love to see it. I would not be surprised if this comes down to like a really juicy artillery volley. One person is able to just clean the board and then take back control after like fighting for it in the early turns here.
Yeah, because if it's not going to be that, then it's going to be a bloodbath through and through, right? Like these
Yep.
guys are going to be trading and doing all this crazy stuff. I mean, this Pathfinder is actually pretty interesting. It's like a magnet for that no snitching. I wouldn't be shocked if Kintsugi just nips that one in the butt from scaling, and it's like another unit, Marco unit that is scaling, and one that's often ignored. Pathfinder does not see play, so for Viper to bring it in, and it does look menacing in like these kind of situations.
Yeah, it's definitely been slept on. I mean, you said it. You're like, I don't know how much I believed in it, but it's just annoying to have to play around. It's like, playing around a Memento of the Fallen, that type of thing.
Hmm.
And at least it eats a no snitching, right? As opposed to like your Bannerman or something like that. But I will say, beyond, I guess, Bannerman and Vindicator, those are good no snitching targets. There's not that many probably in Marcolian, but sometimes you want to hold on to it to use it on your own Kathy, that type of deal. So,
All right, let's see what he gets off his Fleet Machinist here. He hits another Bloodhound transport. That would
mhm.
make the next one he plays. I mean, if he looks like he's going to bank it, but it could have been a 1-4 that he could use right away. But it's not going to give an insane amount of value considering he'd have to trade in some units that maybe he doesn't want to right now. Opts to play the Gunslinger to take out the other Fleet Machinist on Viper side and probably see take it or leave it into a PS8. I would assume.
Yeah, I like the aggressive use of the Teoli on the PS8 here. I think very likely whoever wins the board in these first few turns is going to get there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a full clear. That
Well,
feels
Clear
pretty
doesn't
good.
even have to use his no snitching. Like really excellent
Yeah.
use of resources there.
Oh, wow. There's the Muriel too. I believe it's only the interrogators that are the twos though in this. Or is there a harp? There might be a harp.
Actually, there probably. I think there is a Harf.
Yeah.
I wonder though, does he like full swing and then bring out like a 2-cost suite, or do we see the rallying cry? That's actually so interesting to see how he plays this next turn.
mm. Yeah, it's this type of turn that like makes or breaks the game, right? Like
Yeah,
like this is
yeah.
a pretty crucial. Which do you go for? I mean, you might win either way because you're in a pretty commanding lead at this point. But I feel like it's pretty significant making this decision here.
I mean,
I
I think
mean,
I would lean towards rallying cry, and then you can marry a 2-cost right
yeah,
into a Vindicator.
I agree.
All right,
It's
doesn't
like
hit a 2-cost.
you're
Yeah,
setting up Muriel, right?
and he's gone through all 3 bloodhounds, and like it hasn't felt too bad.
No, they've been absolutely fine.
Yeah. He's opting to buff the Bannerman with the Catherine effect here. So that other Bloodhound is not going to do anything. It's going to be fodder for the Muriel probably, right?
Yeah, I think so. Now, oh man, I kind of just want to go face, but do you clear this?
The only thing you're like at major risk for is a volley. So I guess that's the decision. You either
Yeah.
go big and hit face and put the pressure on and risk, dying to a volley, which is what Kiyinsugi's going for. He's
Ow.
made the decision that like, listen, if he has the volley, he has it. If he doesn't, I'm ahead.
Wow, wow, that's a move because I mean, here's the thing. If volley comes into play, you can follow it up with Kathy, on mostly an empty board. You'd probably be able to get another one dropout, which doesn't feel too bad. But I have to say, like with the Miriel in the hand, you know,
Yeah.
I you I would really love to secure next turn with my unit. So I feel like just trading off the gunslinger and the 1/1 and having the 3 didn't feel that bad, you know?
Yeah.
Um,
Maybe he's like recognizing that like if he can't like commit with like this wide board, then he wouldn't win anyways. So needs to just push.
yeah,
It's
perhaps.
tough overall. I mean, I tend to agree with you that like, but I think some of the decisions with the Marco decks, like there comes a point where you're like, I have to ignore all else and
Yep.
just hit the face. And if he has the answers, he has the answers. If he doesn't, then you're in a good spot.
I mean, that's really the testament of a good aggro player is do you know like when to trade or go face?
Yeah.
And for me as a player, I've never gravitated to aggressive decks because I love trading. It's like a puzzle to me, like and just but sometimes you just gotta smork, and that's where the good aggro players come into play when they know when they have to make that decision.
For sure. This is actually a kind of a tough spot because he has to bank here, and he drew
Mm.
into the Vindicator, which is not something you want to be banking. So now he has to make a crucial decision of what's he going to bank, how's he going to play this turn. I mean, there is a chance that the Bloodhound, that if it was targeted by the Muriel, hits another Fleet Machinist and searches another vehicle.
Mhm.
Um, I mean, you would just hit the other Vindicator. I think that's all that's left in terms of vehicles in his deck. I don't remember if there's a Glaive and Victory.
I would assume there's a victory. I'm
I
not
was, yeah,
sure
probably at
about
least
a
a Victory.
glaive. But yeah, this is the tricky part of playing Tioli in Marco. It just makes things a bit awkward. And we saw that Viper opted for 1 and Kintsugi has 2 there. Wow. Decides to bank the Muriel.
Yep, he's just gonna go with the normal plan from here on out and let the Kathy engine do its work. I mean, it's gonna pay out pretty well for him. He has a 3+3 turn next turn. That's pretty strong.
Yeah, that is very strong. And, would get around if we did see a volley come down this turn. He has the refill, right? So
Yep.
Kintsugi's in pretty good control of this game right now. Now, Viper does have access to going for a fire everything, but it feels pretty
Triumph of
bad
Mars.
to give
We
up.
did this yesterday, Ali.
Yeah, I know, right? Here we go. Let's
He's
see.
pulling for it.
Yeah.
What can he
Thing
see? That'd be great. That's not that bad. I mean, it's not amazing, but it kills the Catherine, right?
it does
And
kill Catherine.
he has a nice, kind of like beefy Bannerman. It's it's not the best, not the worst.
Yeah, it's all right. It's the lack of follow-up for the next turns too. Like
Hmm.
he's gonna need to find some more card draw in order to keep up with Kintsugi here. I feel like he just went for it because Viper knows that he's at a disadvantage right now based on the state of the game and probably was looking for just like some really insane hits with the fire everything, like,
Yeah.
a cheap uh victory or whatever it may be, right?
Yeah, the Harf is actually really good though because it stifles Kiyinsugi's big play of 3+3
It
with
does, yeah.
with the Vindicator and a Rallying Cry because now there's a Harf that he can't kill.
It's going back to that, question all that time ago. Is Harf really still that great in, Marco with the, you know, not as quite as many spells? But, no, he's still proving to be, useful. I love the
Harf
heart.
will
Don't doubt
always
the
be a
heart.
pain in these Marco Mirror matches. It
Yeah.
totally changes the turn structure for a lot of plays and like makes curves awkward. Viper did a good job of ensuring that his a Harf would be kind of secured with like the Bannerman and the PS8 and stuff.
Wow. Okay. Opting to bank the Catherine's rallying cry there. I like though. I think you definitely want to lay down the stats as much as you possibly
Hmm.
can. And with both the machinists on the board, we got the Vindicator to a 4/5. So yeah, this is looking pretty good.
It draws into a no snitching. That's not too great. Viper can play his Catherine this turn if he chooses to, and it wouldn't die if it killed the Vindicator. Both these players are, I mean, I think Viper, based on his hand, is slightly ahead,
Mm-hmm. Yep.
but it does feel like they are pretty even because this Kathy, right, probably gets traded out, and then the stat wise is kind of the same. Viper edges out because he has the Alvaro, but like both players will soon be without a Kathy or a Kathy getting a certain amount of value, and then just like left to top decking the answers.
Yeah. I definitely like playing the Catherine first here and prioritizing the stats on the interrogator. Like, just you want to see that as a not an easy trade from the 3/3 into the 2/3, right? So,
Yep.
Kathy needs to hit a minion, or sorry, a unit here. I feel like if she goes face, I just want more control of the board right now. I think we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, good hit. There's possible good hits if it hits the Vindicator or the Trigger Happy. That's a good spot to be in for sure. 50-50 there on a good hit.
Yep.
Where are
Viper
we
really
going?
wanting to. Okay,
Kill the Trigger
sure.
Happy. Not bad.
Yeah, we'll take it. Viper really needing to find another triumph. Actually, both players really needing to find some extra card draw here. See, other than the triumph, is that and the machinist? Is that the only card draw
Those
engine?
are the main ones. Yep, that's about
Yeah.
all they have access to. Viper having that Pathfinder might be an issue for Kintsugi, especially considering he's banking that no snitching. He has to keep pushing his board.
Mm-hmm. Definitely want to take the value trade there. That Harf still living.
Still doing
See.
things on the board.
Oh,
Oh,
that's
that's a good hit.
that's a pretty good card there.
Yeah.
Would love to see that if you're Viper here. And I guess he's considering not banking. Uh, oh gosh, I think you always bank here, but I could be wrong. What would you do? Think
It's
so?
not necessarily a wrong move, but I don't think the Pathfinder is as big. What I'm really interested is to see where this Kathy hit goes because if it doesn't kill one of these units right now that's not Bloodhound, oh man, then Kintsugi can kind of play around with this board better because he can
Ooh.
trade into the uh glaive and can PS8 the Kathy.
Wow, Memento is an interesting top deck here for Kiyotsugi. See if he throws it on the 2/3 and makes the trade into the Kathy, then uh doesn't quite kill the glaive after. If he passes it off to the Vindicator here. So,
He's stuck with that take it or leave it that
mm,
he can't bank. I mean, you probably want to use both of the Memento and PS8 this turn to some degree, but you can't.
yeah. I mean, oh gosh, maybe this is the situation where you just don't bank. You just PS8 the Kathy and throw the memento on the unit, but I feel like you need to find a triumph, right? So you have to be banking, right?
Yeah. Finding the triumph is going to be massive for sure. Oh, there you go. Yeah,
Oh,
he
there you
gets the
go. My
attack.
apologies. It
Let's
can
do
take it
attack.
out.
Can
There
clear
we go.
both. Thanks to PS8 here.
Okay. Well, I mean, oh, that's a
That's a
nice pickup.
that's a
There
good
we
one.
go.
Wong is something you need to see.
Yeah, definitely
Cindy drawn
were.
by Viper is good too. I mean, these banks are so difficult because you're drawing like powerhouses because you don't have any cards in your hand, so you have to keep banking a good card.
Yep. This is Yeah, the memento was super clutch there at clearing the board, but it easily can be traded away. Man, I just don't want to throw the Cindy down for tempo. I want to like hold it back for the option to have the fire everything, but maybe that is too scared of thinking and you just need to put the pressure on. Hmm.
I think this is fine because playing the Cindy when she attacks will kill off the VRAV too.
Yeah.
So overall, better way of trading. But you're right, you don't have a board wipe now with the Cindy effect side. So if Kintsugi can continue to build back, it can get tough.
That has to be. You're right. This looks pretty good, I would say. The Wong might just turn the tides based on the board state right now, though.
Tioli's not a good draw. You don't want to see that one at this point.
Like,
All right, Kintsugi has the Wong. I mean, like you said, the Wong could be the game changer that flips the tides. Both these players so far have been in a it's been a brutal bloodbath. Like just I take out your board, you take out my board, I take out your board, you take out my board.
I think Kiyinsugi's gonna go for the Wong, and I think Viper might be tempted to just ignore it, rather than trade multiple units into it, and then that just sets up for an amazing artillery volley if he needs
Mm-hmm.
to. So I think Viper needs to get his own Wong next turn, or he's kind of screwed. If I'm being honest.
It's gonna be real tough. I mean, Kintsugi hits the Triumph of Mars too that he can play later. What does he bank? I mean, I wonder if he just puts the memento on the Wong or he plays. I mean, playing the Alvaro is not bad here. And it like can eat up an attack from the Cindy if you want to take less face damage, but it could just also die straight up to a Cindy attack. So I wonder how valuable it is. He banks it. He's gonna put the memento on his Wong.
Okay. I like it, I guess. You're just trying to keep it alive as best as you possibly can. I mean, he's got the triumphs as the follow up, but it's a little awkward because you'll probably want to hold on to that volley, and you would lose it unless you cast it before the triumph there. Oh man,
He
this
has
is
enough
looking.
energy to play it all next turn after the Hearth is dead if he wants to just swing into the Hearth.
Yep. Probably won't even be necessary though. We'll see. Man, this is just not the hand for Viper. Really
No.
needed more card draw. Wong, another triumph, anything, but fortunately, it's not looking good. That's a pretty scary Wong on the board.
Yeah, not
It's
much you
the
can do to deal with it.
Tiolis. Like we are seeing this in so many of the Markolian games here. It's just not being able to bank them is just such a crutch.
Yeah, only one Tioli in Viper's build though, and he just drew it at the wrong time. I
Yep.
mean, the that's the ebb and flows, the pros and cons of playing a lot of these zero cost cards, right? No snitching, Tioli, Bloodhound Transport. They have their windows where they're just so good, and then when you're outside their window, it's feels like a big dud. But I don't. It's so tough to also justify not playing those cards because they're so good.
Honestly, I think what's running through Viper's mind right now is that he's like, this is why I only wanted to play one. And so I did not run into this situation.
Yeah.
He was trying his hardest to avoid this and he drew the one of, it's a bummer. Now, Kintsugi's in a little bit of an awkward situation because you probably do want to play the volley and the triumph here, but you would need to give up the 7 damage to the face to take out
No, he's
the.
able to do it
Oh no,
because
I'm
like
so
you lose
sorry.
Harf.
There we
Yep,
go.
yep.
There we go. My apologies. Ignore me. Okay. Well, then he is in a great position at this point.
He's just gonna go for the full throttle here. Send the Alvaro interrogator back into the deck. Can he find Messi? He hits a rallying cry and a bannerman. That's pretty
Oh
good.
man. Yeah. That's That's rough
I probably would play
for
the
Viper.
Bannerman first. Interesting that he chose not to.
All right. Any vehicles left in the deck?
There is. Hitting the VRAV, plays the Alvaro, drops another. I mean, I think Slight misplayed, could play the Bannerman first, so it gets the buff from playing a Rallying Cry, but small details. Small details maybe could add up, but I don't think so. But getting that extra damage to finish out Viper, it does matter. He draws the Catherine's expertise. That is 3, 4. Oh, okay, we don't even have to do the math. Viper is going to concede this first game. Putting
Yep.
Kintsugi up, I mean, it looked like Viper was a little ahead in the beginning of that game, but they both kind of stalled out looking for the first triumph. Kintsugi finds the Wong. That finds him the triumph. He's able to play with Memento and then just wins off that.
Yeah, it was a very back and forth game in the early game there, but you're right. The Wong sealed the deal, found them the necessary cards to get there. I will say the Memento of the Fallen being able to clear that one glaive board was really important. That just sort of put him ahead as well. So, all right. Viper, do you think he'll run it back with the Marco or switch it up?
Marco has a pretty good matchup into Earthen, and I would assume a pretty good matchup into Universal. I think it's worth locking in again, but I mean, any of these decks are pretty good. Like New Dawn might be good also into the Universal or the if you play against Universal as New Dawn, you're trying to like do like this deck out strategy where you just stall the game and the Universal player just dies to fatigue, and then Earthen you just banish. And Viper's New Dawn is built for these Earthen matchups. That's something I actually wanted to talk about when Quinto and Scout were talking about the Neve deck list and stuff. I feel like both the Shroud Paragons are good. I still think Neve is kind of discounted because people build the Neve now still towards these either swarm decks or for like these effect kind of heavy plays where you could make a similar build to like the New Dawn that's more tailored towards taking out units and playing good units and probably see similar success, if not better, because the Neve Paragon is a bit more explosive than the New Dawn.
How would you do that? Like, you know,
I mean, the Honored Stewards, like what Viper did, right? Honored Stewards, teching a Dark Repose, like rummaging researchers maybe over Brand's expertise, like some of these units, just playing like the good units and relying more on like the banish effects than Dominion solves all. Like the Dominion in turn in those matchups becomes more of like a demolecularize. It's just a little bit more flexible.
Sure, I could see that. Yeah, the Dark Repose being able to, because most everybody's running, the 3 erasures, and I guess Honored Steward has been cut a little bit in time here, but the single target removal, I feel like it's usually pretty consistent, but yeah, it's got a lot of options now, like especially the Dark Repose. I think the key thing though is just you got that demolecularize when the Shield Titan hits the board. Dominion can't
That's
get
true.
through that.
That is true. Yep.
So I think New Dawn is, we're making it great again. Let's go.
All right, we have Kintsugi locking in the Earthen versus Viper's Universal. Kintsugi's opening hand is on curve, but not that great. Gunslinger with the armored support vehicle. Once he hits the 3 drops, he can get the ball rolling, but nothing too crazy in his opening hand, which is going to be great for Viper because Viper has an excellent starting hand. Able to go into the stabilized shards soon, into a hacker, start drawing with drone printer, even play the glaive for some value. He can draw into his game plan right away.
Yeah, I don't think you could even pick potentially a better hand as the Unishop here against Earthen. Like, I don't even think you need a target painter, that type of thing. I think you just want to get the ramp and the hacker online and then just start drawing cards and you're sitting pretty.
Yeah, there's so many ways, I mean, that he can cheat out energy. It's going to be really crazy and explosive. It looks slow, but it's going to be really fast.
That Steward of the Garden just too little too late.
Trolling.
Big troll. And see it on Kintsugi's face. He's like, really, bro?
I've played
So
against
now,
Kintsugi in a voice call before, by the way, and now that I can see the face, everything makes sense because he is a player. Him and Viper both take their time there during their turn,
hmm
and there's a lot of thinking going on. And I've always wondered, like, what does it look like? What are they doing? While I'm sitting there in the quiet for like a minute and a half waiting for my turn. And yeah, now I can see it and now it makes sense. Just like, back and forth, messing with your hair for I don't know how many different scenarios we're running through. I just love that I can see it.
yes, okay, there you go. All the decision matrices going on in their brains. Okay. Well, I definitely want to get to the stabilized shard developed here to go into E4. Decides to bank the glaive because he's just very confident about hacker coming down next. Yeah, I'd say that's solid.
Goes into
Or
another steward.
do you think he's gonna go? Let's see, for the Desmond soon here with the Tioli and the shard. Can we do that next turn? I believe we can,
I
right?
think you just straight hacker and then you can save the Desmond for like an explosive turn once you draw a bunch of the cheap cards.
Yeah, I like it. All
You
right.
can
Do we
see
think
Kintsugi
he's
starting to
gonna
plan out his turn with the bank, right? I mean, it's like 3 costs into 3+1 into Wong. Probably the plan going forward.
interesting bank on the Terra Glider there over the Steward of the Garden? Um, I almost would have liked to have held on to it, but I am not questioning Kintsugi on Earth and Play.
I think it just fits
He's
the
the
energy curve. It just fits
yeah,
the
he's
energy
the
curve of how he's
master
going to be
here. I
playing.
am this is a master class, all right?
When you are doing the banks and stuff, it makes sense because he kind of banked it in a way that now his turn 4 all the energy will be used, turn 5 all the energy will be used, right?
Yep.
And as he's revealing with the provoke caretaker and rummaging, he hasn't hit the allocated provisions yet. So I would assume that he's probably like, I'm not going to hit this right now, so I can just make one strategy go and not hold on to like a card that I don't know when I'm going to be able to play it.
Right. Let's see. The one thing that this Universal Encore does struggle with, though, is it doesn't have like an AOE, like wide board answer. So I think, putting down as many stats and threats as possible in the early game and just overwhelming them is a good strategy. All right. Is there any world where Viper doesn't put the hacker down this turn?
I don't think
Believe
so.
so, right? He's just going over the bank decisions here. And chooses to go with the black market fixer. Seems like a decent bank. Okay.
All right, here we go. I'll hit the
Oh
one
wow.
cost hacker. Okay. All
And
right,
we got a
for
Juggernaut
Kintsugi,
popping
can we
out
be
at the
doing?
end of next turn,
Oh,
so
that's
that's gonna
true too.
provide
Yeah.
some flexibility.
I mean, this could be a good turn for Kintsugi. He can draw a decent amount of cards, right? And
Yes.
I mean, you're drawing at least 2 cards here. Can push pretty okay. Not hard, but push okay. I like the provoke caretakers just because like they're not units that can be stolen by an Ingrid. So they kind of like are outside this window. I mean, same thing with like a Terra Mech Shield Titan and stuff like that. So Universal will have to find like poisoners to get through those. And if Kintsugi can control board, that makes it a little bit easier for him to deal with.
Absolutely. Yeah. A lot of the time, it really just comes down to those poisoners, right? And
Hmm.
I'm not sure how many copies Viper has. There's probably a couple. I
I
don't know
think
if there's
2, if
two,
I remember
right? Yeah.
correctly.
So he's gonna want to be prioritizing the draw, and hopefully that poisoner, doesn't cost 8 or something absurd from these hackers here. But
That's very
we'll
true
see.
too. I mean, we could see that. we saw a 7-cost gunslinger get top decked when it was needed yesterday, and that was or wasn't needed, and that was definitely unfortunate. So, and the hacker, we've praised it, but it can go the wrong way too. Oh my God, the paid off being drawn by kyintsugy. I wonder, does he use that to steal a lady? Just take it
I
away from
think
Viper.
I think if he has the opportunity to, absolutely. But he is probably thinking, do I want to just keep up, the board, the
Yeah.
stats, like next turn, I probably would go for Wong as opposed to the paid off.
Oh my
But
gosh. This is
oh
where the
my
magic
goodness.
happens. This is it.
That's a
3
3 cost
cost
Wong.
Wong.
Do you know, I mean, surely we lay down another hacker for the stats at 1, right? Before the
I don't know. I think he just drops the Wong. Maybe he's gonna go for the Desmond play. So
okay,
Desmond
yeah.
will make Wong cost 1. Then he can play Tioli, the hacker for 0. He can
Yep.
play the Tioli to play Wong.
This is it. Oh my gosh, this is
All right, you
okay.
see it in action. This is it. We get to see it in action. This is crazy.
Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. I always have the epic sax during these moments. All
Okay, does
right, what
not
do you
hit a lady. Does
he
not
did
hit a lady,
not
but still a +3. That's good.
Here's the thing,
Yasmancer's
though.
free too.
Kyintsugi doesn't know that he hasn't hit a lady.
Mhm.
So, maybe he doesn't prioritize going for the paid off, assumes, maybe he picked it up in the deck, we'll see. Wow. Alright, any good use of these no snitchings this turn? I mean,
Can do
can't
rummaging
attack with
maybe.
anything, so yeah,
Stop
stopping the
draw.
card draw doesn't seem like the worst idea here. He's got a decent amount of cards already, though. Probably will be wanting to hold on to a no snitching for when the Nehemiah hits the board, right?
Yeah. Then I think he plays Miasmancer possibly. That'll be really good. It stops the Wong for Kyintsugi.
Yep. Suppose it could be a little annoying if the armored support vehicle gives Nehemiah shielded. Let's see. All right, I mean that's a pretty solid board there.
That's an extremely solid board. I don't. Kintsugi is definitely in a tough spot. He can't play a Wong to facilitate more card draw. Maybe look for certain resources. Can't draw from the rummaging either. Has to go through a defender. Can't kill the Desmond Walker because if Desmond is targeted by an attack, then all the other units on board get defender. This is definitely an awkward spot to be in.
Suppose no snitching could come down on the Desmond.
Yeah, you're gonna use his paid off here.
Okay. See if it
I don't know if that was
pays.
kickback accepted or not.
Oh man, I'd have to imagine he didn't go for it. Oh
He
my
steals a 3-cost
lanta.
Ingrid, and he
Wow.
steals it and plays it just for. I mean, if it was cheap, he gets it, and everything on Viper's board is already cheap or in his hand. So I guess the ideology is like I get a unit that I get to play. If I just took it and added to my hand, I'm still losing on board.
Right. Well, and that was the argument for the paid off, like not going for it, right? Is it too much of a loss of tempo? But, if you can lay down some stats with it by paying the kickback, you just got to hope that your opponent can't go too crazy with the energy gain on the following
Hmm.
turn, which we have seen already in this tournament. One of the games yesterday, I think that actually was kind of like a nail in the coffin,
Yeah.
giving someone all of that energy. So it's a risk, but he needed to take
Yeah,
it,
I
I
think
think,
he
here.
forgot that Desmond Walker gives everything defender. You can see it on his face.
Oh,
He made the mistake of forgetting that Walker gives everything defender.
Desmond Walker. We really haven't seen much of Desmond in the competitive scene here, but this has been pretty exciting to see it.
Yeah, I like it. I think it's very cool to see this card in action and having it have its moment of glory. But oof, that is not a good turn that you want to be messing up that interaction with. If that was the case, he probably would have no snitching the Desmond, which is what I was curious about. Why didn't we, uh,
Hmm.
snitch it if we're Kyintsugy in his position? But he opted. I think he just missed the interaction.
Okay, Cyberdeck console pickup. Probably not too useful right now. But it does have that extra effect that when cards are revealed, you get to
Draw, yeah.
draw, right? So that's certainly very nice to have that going as well. So maybe he will opt for it here.
I mean, it's not a bad option. Viper won't be. I mean, I guess he is using his energy pretty well. That he was able to make use of. I wonder if he just keeps playing Miasmancer to like lock Kiyotsugi out of any last ditch comeback kind of cards or
Hmm.
something.
Yeah, I mean, if Kintsugi can't cast Wong next turn, it's gonna feel pretty bad for him. I mean, I suppose he still has access to the Nehemiah, so it's not like he has to whiff the turn entirely.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like that Miasmancer, like this board is so threatening, and he's pretty committed to just like locking him out of anything, right?
Yep. No, this is a tough spot for sure for Kiyotsugi. How can he get past this? This is like a pretty sizable board on Viper's side.
Oh, and there we found the Master Poisoner for Viper there. So with some small little tokens on the board, and we know that there's only one copy of Spores in Kitsugi's deck here, so likely won't be able to answer this before, Master Poisoner is a good option for Viper.
Yeah, you see, he's forced to play out the Wong just as is, just to get a unit for presence.
Pain. Picking up the allocated provisions, I suppose, is nice though. You can reconceal, all
Yep.
those cards. But with two no snitchies in Viper's hand for when the eventual Nehemiah comes down, the best thing would be like banking on the Titan to carry you with a defender at this point. But then we see the Master Poisoner in the
Yep.
hand, so I'm trying to go over Kiyotsugi's outs here, and it's not looking fantastic.
Yeah. I think he was always kind of going to be behind at this certain point, even after, or even after considering the misplay with the Desmond Walker attack. It was still going to be pretty tough once the drone printer and Master Poisoner were getting online, because then Viper just trades better than you. You can't do anything about that.
Right. I mean, let's be real. That one turn with the hacker and the Desmond, like it
Yeah.
was just such a beautiful turn, and it was a huge power spike. So from that point forward, it was going to be really tough for Kintsugi to get kind of back into this. But it's not over yet, folks.
No.
We'll see.
I mean, spores here would help for sure. Maybe he's already used his relic repurposing, so he can't take out the drone printer now. So I don't know what he can do to get past this drone printer plus master poisoner combo. Always drawing cards. Like, I mean, Viper's not drawing any win conditions, but the 1/1 tokens become a pain and they add up.
I mean, the win condition right now is he's got like what? How much damage on the board? He's doing fine. 11 right now.
After he trades this Miasmancer and token, he's got 3, 6, 7, 8.
Yep.
Get in there.
Opting to go for some trades there into the Wong as opposed to like, a double PS8 or something, probably respecting Spores somewhat and wanting to use maybe those PS8s as bank options as opposed to giving up your no snitchings or your Master Poisoner.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, Viper gets another token next turn. It looks like he's gonna be edging out the win in this second match here for sure. I mean, Kintsugi has an empty turn, can't do anything. Cyber Deck console. I didn't know that you can, and he's gonna do it. He's
Oh
gonna
my
negate the
gosh.
cash. No card draw for you.
Wow. I mean, I don't know
Kyintsugi
if
looks
I've
like he's
ever
hovering over
seen
the
someone
concede button
counter
like that.
a cash with the console like that, but I like it. Viper is just like, no, no options. Oh my
Oh, okay.
Lanta.
Well,
That's
I think
at
that
this
one is. I think that's a good one, Ali. I think that's a good card
I don't
draw.
know, Muka. I'm not sure. A zero
Yeah.
cost Freitas? Unclear.
I think that's a conceded up right there, but we'll
Yep.
see what if Kintsugi's he's probably just gonna look just like what was the next card.
Yeah. Wow, everything just went right for Viper this game. And I mean, we said it. The opening hand was gas. That was an
Oh yeah.
amazing opener for this deck. And to get the what was it? The first hacker cost 3, was it? Or 4? 3 or 4?
He played one for 4, and then the
4, and
next
then
turn he
into
went
the
Desmond Walker, and
yep.
then the next one he played cost 0 because it
Yep.
was already
That's
a
what it
1
was.
cost.
Yeah.
The Miasmancer lock with the Freitas. We haven't seen this in quite a while.
Also, Memento, the
Viper
fallen
just
on this
playing.
board is super
Viper just playing
juicy.
every card. He's like, hold up, watch me cook.
I know, right? Is it BM at this point? You've won so hard. You
I
don't
mean,
need to
at this
do much.
stage, I think he's just trying to get Kintsugi to quit. He's like, can we
Yep.
go to the next one?
Just demoralize them just a little bit, before going into the next match. You
I
gotta
would
take
just play the
every out.
Scanner Pro. Why not? Play the Scanner Pro too. Be like, I can see your next draw. Do you really? Are we really waiting for the next one?
I love the decision there to like maybe go for the attack, the 4/4, and he's like, okay.
Yeah, Kintsugi just looking at his thing. I don't. He's gonna go for the formidable here. I
Okay.
can get, and it can't get blocked. He's looking. I mean, he's playing it. He's playing it out.
Look, when there's thousands of dollars
Yeah.
on the line, you might as well, right?
I'm gonna play my luck. I'm gonna see what I can get. If I can get, chain 3 formidables with a Terramex Shield Titan, I'm gonna do that to win.
Yeah. I mean, a spores pickup would definitely kill a lot of this board. I mean, he's at 6 though. That's gonna be tough either way. And you're really locked out on your energy, next turn by playing the formidable now. So, okay.
All right, here comes Nehemiah.
All right.
I wonder if you're Viper and you play paid off and just take the Shield Titan or
Take
something.
the Titan. I think so. I mean, can't really do that much else with the turn beyond that. The 2/2s, the seeds, blocking every option here. I like at least playing the Scanner Probe, and yeah, at this point you're just trying to stop Kintsugi's game plan, right?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Actually steals those spores for next turn.
That was a good steal. I think Kintsugi, at the end of the day, needed like Viper to not have a no snitching and maybe top deck some formidables. That would have been absolutely crazy to see. I don't see how I can pull it off with this currently.
Yeah, the cards just weren't with Kintsugi this game. I mean, even the opening Steward of the Garden drawn on turn 2 off the
Yeah.
top always just like is really salt in the wound, like why? And so from that point forward, I think it was just Viper's game to win that one.
Yeah, he had it was such a good starting hand and so much setup that he can just pour into the rest of the game, and it made it so easy after that.
Yeah. Well, we might
Alright,
have
these guys are
ourselves a game
1-1.
Game 5, and we'll see how this pans out.
We're
but
already
those
calling game 5?
I'm feeling it. I'm sensing the game 5.
When have we not haven't had a game 5 between like you and I casting?
It's a good point. I know we often get in really long matches, but
Yeah, I love it. I mean, it is good, but I think it's more of a conservative pick for us to say there's a game 5 coming than to say there isn't.
Very, very true. Well, and look, both of these players are just so good, like amazing, amazing players in
Yep.
the parallel space. And so, but the thing is even the best of players can get unlucky, or have a rough go with the draws, or a deck just sort of betrays them. I feel like that kind of happened yesterday with Bunny Hopper's matches. Like, just the Marco couldn't get there, and unfortunately, didn't work out well for him. So. With card games, it can go either way. It really can,
Yeah.
even if you're an amazing player.
Both of them left with like, decks that I wouldn't say they're not confident in either, which will be interesting. Like Kintsugi still has his Earthen, he has a Universal. We just saw how well Universal did in the last match on Viper's side. Viper has Kathy. Kathy's always been good. And Nudon, his personal favorite, right? If Kintsugi loves Nehemiah, Viper has the same kind of relationship with Nudon, right? So both these guys are on even footing, I feel like, momentum wise.
I would be really curious to know the win percent matchup between Markolian or Kathy and Nehemiah here, because traditionally speaking, Earthen can give Marco a hard time, but you were saying it's favored going into the Earthen, the Marco. So
I'm not gonna say it's favored like you win, but like it's not a matchup that you don't like. You're like avoiding. You're okay with the matchup.
okay, yeah, I see.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the Earthen and the Shroud at this point
Yes.
too,
Yeah.
right? It's way more exciting than it used to be, because it was an auto loss to Earthen against Shroud, and now I think it can really go either way. So it's good stuff.
Yeah. Something that I'm really excited to see here, looking at Viper's opening hand, which is monstrous, by the way, is the Bloodhound Transport. You'll see how much it synergizes with the Fleet Machinist and like a PS8 to neutralize a Steward of the Garden. Like Kintsugi is going to get his Steward out here, and then the next turn Viper will be able to kill it, which is like crazy.
Wow. Yep. Yeah, these Bloodhound transports are really cooking in
Mm-hmm.
these Marco decks. I believe that Viper only has 2, and Kintsugi went for 3, if I
Yes.
remember correctly. All right. Well, you're happy to have the Steward of the Garden as an Earthen player on turn 1, so that's nice. But as you said, we can see that it will be able to be cleared, unfortunately for Kintsugi.
Yeah, the big decision here is like what 2 costs do you keep if you get no snitching? If you're in Kintsugi's shoes, he doesn't know he's gonna lose his steward, but
Mm.
that's usually the line of thought. Like what 2 costs am I banking, and then how do I play the rest of my turn from there?
Fortunately, got a follow-up to cost play. Sucks to have the fungi in your hand and not a target for it, but he's got the armored support vehicle, so at least he'll be able to put that down
Yeah,
after
he's
this.
gonna want to see a spores, I think, soon at some point to like slow Viper back down, because though Viper's hand is like extremely aggressive, the next 2 turns are super front loaded in terms of the pressure that they bring. After that is like if Marco cannot hold strong, they start to fall off. So he
Mm.
just has to survive these next 3-4 turns.
And
Always easier said than done, by the way.
it's rough though, only having the 1 copy of spores. And
Mm-hmm.
hopefully he finds it, but I don't know. It's definitely it's a risk, or it's a gamble that you're gonna be able to find it when you go into these aggressive decks. All right. What do we like here? Getting the Memento going, or putting the Vindicator more meat down on the board?
I don't know actually. It's the Memento seems cleaner. No, you can kill the armored support vehicle anyways, but you're like slightly succumb to a spores, whereas
I
Memento keeps you a bit safer from spores.
I like taking advantage of the Machinist buff on the Vindicator as well,
Yep.
though. Um, and I feel like Memento is probably going to be good next turn, but I guess it's really about respecting the spores, as you're saying. So
It's a good trade, and then he now has the memento as like an added threat from next turn. Could do the trigger happy plus vindicator if he chooses to, and then that'll be a 5/5 added to the board, which is absurdly strong. Kintsugi is drawing a lot of pound for pound units, but he's going to be getting outpaced by the wideness of how Viper will be playing the next few turns.
Got a Solia in the hand, so I feel like maybe just trying to get the caretaker developed and then you top deck a Tioli, I believe,
Mm-hmm.
right? There's Tiolis or something like that. Like that could do some serious work. Uh you don't really love dropping much else on the board right now. The Moonlit is gonna get cleared pretty easily. So it's gotta be the caretaker, and I suppose you're just sort of deciding what you want to bank. And I guess the fungi, right? Because it's probably going to be tough to get that developed. Oh my gosh, he's going to go with the moonlit. I'm surprised. Why do you think the moonlit instead here than of the caretaker?
I think just Defender. Defender maybe to stem the bleeding a little bit. I don't know if it was. I think I agree with your line of thought to go for the provoke caretaker and try to develop it from there. But because the caretaker also lets you deter a Catherine play, because then the Catherine can't accidentally
Yeah.
run into the caretaker or it'll die. So I'm not sure if I'm like the biggest fan of this play, but we'll
I
see
think
how it plays out.
yeah. I really think I would have gone caretaker there, but I see what you're saying. Maybe he's just hoping that he doesn't have spores in the hand and just wants them to, trade these units in where, you can obviously just ignore the caretaker, but you have access to the Nehemiah like following turn. And so, yeah, I'm not sure. Okay.
These Bloodhound transports are getting their value on the way Viper's been playing them so far. He could even bounce them now onto the one that has 0 attack,
Wow.
and it can start attacking.
That is a very scary board to be
Yeah,
facing down without a spores in your hand. Let me tell you. Think the Vindicator here, so you have the 4 and 1 for next turn, or
I still like Vindicator, but it makes sense energy
just
wise. He's
play it
gonna even go
now.
ahead and play the trigger happy. He's going all in on the pressure.
I mean, I think Viper knows there's only one copy of the spores, and so I think he's just like, let me just try and run him over before
Yeah,
it's even possible. And even if he does, oh wow, that's
that's a
such a
great
nice
top
top
deck.
deck. Whew.
Yeah, if you're Kintsugi, none of these cards are really getting you out of this situation just yet. You're kind of trapped.
Hmm. This is rough for him. And I suppose you'd be tempted to just put Nehemiah down to kind of block as much damage as you can, but I don't know if that's a winning line here. You could go for the Terra Glider and like into a great 4 drop, like the Nehemiah's Defender or something along those lines, but
Mm-hmm.
um which actually would be pretty decent because you wouldn't be able to trade that much away. I guess it would only really one hit, but yeah, it's tough.
This is definitely a tough spot to be in if you're Kintsugi. He's gonna go for the formidable here. It looks like just stall out a turn and give a second to recoup, and then you could play the steward maybe next turn. Or how many are we bringing out? Just one. Okay, 2. Okay, we brought out 2.
Do you think if Kintsugi had gone for the caretaker on turn 3 over the moonlit, Viper would have ignored it or traded it
Um,
away?
no, probably could trade it away with the memento.
Mm-hmm.
I think so. Kintsugi looks like he was setting up a board for a spores if he can draw into one. The way he traded his formidable tokens.
Yeah. So I suppose the decision here from Viper is you either go Machinist, which does get you a draw and getting the Kathy down, or you go for the Triumph. And it looks like he's gonna bank the Triumph. Wow.
Well, he'll draw. He can bank whatever he gets from Crimson, right?
Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. Yeah, that
But
makes
he is maxing out the greed here by
yeah.
playing the Kathy and just developing the board even further.
I mean, Kathy has the chance to go face here, right?
Yeah, 33%. Where are we going? Into a token.
Nope. There we go.
All right, Kintsugi set himself up for a spores, but he isn't able to see one. Only one copy in the deck. I mean, this is rough. When you play this kind of version of Earthen, you are probably weaker to Kathy if you just don't hit the right cards. That Bloodhound transport from Viper in the beginning with the PSA combo just set him back so far. I mean, if Kintsugi was able to let that steward live, I think we'd be seeing a slightly different game. Not to say Viper's aggression has not been brutal. It definitely has, but Kintsugi has been kind of fell flat. He can't keep up because he couldn't ramp successfully, and he's not really playing the mitigation to control like a wider board. This list maybe is for like the uh just to have more like units that have more pressure and that kind of line rather than like effects and stuff to stem or to stall out aggro decks.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like no snitching is probably why like the Markolian got even stronger against the Earthen, specifically because of being able to shut down the Steward into the 3. But
Yep.
with the Bloodhound, it's like serving the same purpose. Being able to answer that early Stewie and then stopping the crazy. Because as soon as you get the Moonlit down and it starts buffing itself, like it just gets harder and harder for the Marco to smork them down. So yeah, I mean that I think it would have been a massively different game had it lived.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, it looks like this is Viper's game to clean up here. And with that said, then he'll only be left on the New Dawn with Kintsugi going against with his Earthen and Universal, which is still very doable for Kintsugi. I don't think he's like outmatched in terms of like the decks and stuff. Maybe New Dawn, the way Viper built his, will be tougher for Kintsugi to play, but he's won those matchups before. So if anyone's gonna do it, it's gonna be the guy who's quoted the best Earthen player, right?
Yeah, I certainly believe he's capable of it, but I will also say Viper is like particularly
For
cracked
sure.
on New Dawn. So
Yeah.
I hope we get that match because that sounds super interesting to watch.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh,
All right, Viper just crossing his T's, dotting his I's, getting that damage in, pushing in the pressure. Has a glaive on one side of the board, a Kathy on the other, draws into a Catherine's expertise. There is not much Kintsugi can do in this game. Even if he draws that off that Wong, won't have enough energy to play anything substantial.
yeah,
Looks like we're going into another game.
even if a spores had come off the top there, it would have been too much damage on the
Yep.
turn. But the Pathfinder buffing, also the Memento would have gotten passed off, at least to the Kathy, I think, and the Glaive on the other side of the board there. So yeah, Viper smashed this one, really.
Yep, Viper getting the win on Kathy. All that's left for him is New Dawn, which is his favorite deck. He's known as one of the best New Dawn players in the game. So this is going to be exciting to see.
All right, does Kintsugi queue up the Augencore or run it back with the Earthen? I'm kind
probably
of
would
personally
go with the
hoping he'll go with the
Universal.
Earthen just to see
wanna
that
see it.
match,
Yeah.
But I will say that the Earthen not really doing its thing the last couple games. You might just want to like switch off of it, right? And shake it off. We'll see.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. Running back the same deck comes with the issues of like maybe you're like tilted or you know sometimes you need to just the mental reset.
Yeah.
And Universal does have a pretty good matchup into New Dawn. They're both kind of like at a standstill because New Dawn wants to just like fatigue you out, and Universal wants to push the pressure for those big turns and just win off that. But we get to see the match that you wanted to see, Ali. The
Yeah. Let's
Earthen
go.
Nehemiah with Kyintsugy repping his Paragon of choice, and then against Viper with his Paragon of choice, New Dawn.
All right, buckle up, folks. Let's go.
This is going to be a cool match. I mean, I'm very interested. I hope we get a good showing. This could just turn out into like, one of the games, I think it was Denbut's game earlier, where he just drew like double Honored Steward, an Erasure, Eclipse Fade, and just banished everything.
Okay, well, judging by these opening mulligans here, Kintsugi finally has that Steward of the Garden turn 1. Good. And Viper is looking like he wants to toss the Singularity Steward.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Keeping an Honored Steward in the hand, just having some kind of answer. My heart, it breaks. It makes sense to bank it here, but man, I hate banking demos. But this is the situation in which you do, right? Like, it's in your opening hand. You're not going to be able to cast it for so long, and your other cards are just too valuable to bank. But fortunately, he has 3 copies, so.
He has a great curve. I mean, he doesn't have to worry about what to play for the next few turns. Just this bank here of the snitching versus the embedded agent. Maybe he keeps both and banks the Honored Steward, but I mean, everything else seems pretty easy for him. Kintsugi won't have a turn 2 play to have, though, which is kind of unfortunate after Viper probably no snitching's the Steward of the Garden here.
Yep, just got to make sure you play your no snitching first, right? Or sorry, yeah, no, never mind. Disregard me.
Yeah, it should be fine. I don't think there's any interactions here that are like
Yeah.
weird.
Okay.
Getting the Harf off too,
Good.
making the other effects all kind of dead in the water. It's a Harf. Ali, never again question the Harf.
Never again. I don't. Okay, let's back up here. I don't think I was questioning too hard. It was more just, against the Marcos. They don't have quite as many spells, but still. No, the Harf is
When it hits like the Tiolis and the snitchings, I feel like it's so good.
Yeah. Man, I wish in the early days of Parallel, like, no other expansions were out. I was just like buying some cards, and I didn't buy up the Harfs, man. I really wish I'd done that before, he was in every deck, but that was a long time ago.
Yeah, no snitching the Steward into a Harf is brutal for Kintsugi. He can't play his own Tioli into like the ramp and pushing into like the 3 cost, because then he could just go 3 into 3 next turn. That's got to be annoying. I think he was considering playing his no snitching on the Harf just so he can keep pushing the following turn, but he opts to keep it.
Oh man, I'm feeling for Kintsugi here. It's like he finally gets that Steward of the Garden, and of course Viper has the no snitching for it. So
Yeah, Kintsugi getting kind of trolled. He also drew that armored support vehicle after needing a 2 cost.
Yeah, wow, that's just, come on, parallel gods. But the great one. What are you doing to Kintsugi right now? Come on.
I mean, not too many banishes out of Viper just yet, and it is kind of weird to figure out his bank here. I like this decision to play the Tioli, draw with Rummaging Researcher first, and then decide what you're going to bank.
Yep.
It's a lot of big brain stuff thinking going on there. Normally, players will bank, play the Rummaging Researcher, just keep what's in their hand or something. He opted to just play the Tioli, see first, and then bank.
Like getting it developed. To go into the Honored Steward the following turn. Like it. Or you could
This is
also
a
get the
great turn for
Nidon
Viper.
going if you just wanted to buff up the Steward, but it's sometimes you don't want to get your new Dawn developed too early because then you're just like it's an investment into that one energy for the rest of the game, right? When you might not want to use it or have to pay for it.
If you're Kintsugi, I mean, this is not the situation you really want to be in where you're playing 1 unit per turn. That's where it gets like dicey for you because you get banished again, especially when there's a singularity steward. At the same time, you want to snitching that singularity steward because when you are getting banished because you can only play this low tempo game, you don't want the shroud to edge up ahead because they're just like buffing a unit.
Yeah. I was just about to say before he drew it, like the Terra Glider, sometimes on turn 4, I feel like is a good option against a new Dawn because, as you said, you don't really want to just be laying like one threat down a turn.
Mhm.
So that's a couple threats right there if he opts to go for that. Uh, that could work out pretty nicely for him.
Yeah. When Viper draws into a erasure, he has to make a interesting decision on what to bank here. I would assume the Void Trapper gets banked just so he can hold on to the erasure. Honored Steward can do its thing for tempo, or you just play the Void Trapper and then try to build your tempo back by attacking with the Void Trapper, like or you build your hand back, your
Oh
resources.
man, that's a pretty tricky decision.
That
I
is for sure.
love Void Trapper here just because it's like I need cards,
Yeah.
more bank options. Um, so that's a tough decision. But and yeah, you absolutely need to keep the erasure for the Nehemiah, right? So
Hmm.
can't bank that. But that was tough.
Yeah. Opts to just use his full energy here. Attacks into the Steward of the Garden, I guess, because it can get buffed with like a Aurora Fungi, right? And get a odd off kill with like a Gunslinger or something. So Viper just playing a little bit conservative here. He draws into an Eclipsed Fate, which is double banish in hand. You got to be feeling good.
Yeah, that's super super clutch.
This is so tough for Kiyotsugi. There is very little to be done to. You mean you can't kill this Harf, so you just can't ramp first off. And then on top of that, you can only play like 1 unit. The only option is the Terra Glider. And I guess the tough part is deciding when do you play that card. Do you hold out for
I
6? Do you hold out? Do you play it at 5? Do you just play it at 4 and YOLO?
I really think you got to go for it here. I think. Um,
Goes for the Nehemiah.
yeah. I mean, I think
Kintsugi, show me
probably
the banish.
Kintsugi's
Oh my.
mindset is just like you just sometimes you just have to go for it,
Yeah.
and hope that they don't have the erasure because like I'm probably losing this game anyway, so that's probably the logic. But yeah, suppose he's holding out for the Terra Glider for like a turn 6, perhaps like maybe banking on getting the Titan. It's a little bit trickier to answer because of the shielded on it, right? So the Shroud has to commit 2 effects some of the time, unless there's a steward on the board that temporarily gets rid of it.
Hmm. Yeah. This feels 3 banishes and a shroud hand. Like, I don't know what you can do to get past this. I mean, obviously one is gonna get banked, but still, like Viper feels like he's just gonna slowly poke away and get the win. If he had this steward up without the
Yeah.
snitching on it, like this game would have been done. We would have been like, okay, this game's over.
Yeah, I think when you're facing off against the Earth and the thing you're looking for is just making sure you have those erasures or those
Yeah.
banished targets for their chunky threats, and Viper has had a wealth of options for them. So you just gonna, yeah, I was gonna say you might just get the New Dawn
Start
going there.
developed. Yeah. All right,
I
hitting the allocated provision's not that bad because then you can maybe go for the Terra Glider this turn, next turn rummaging with the provoked caretaker. If Kintsugi does not go for the Terra Glider this turn, I mean Viper could steal it with the treacherous scheming. That'll be
mm,
really tough to deal with also.
I just, I wanted this match, I really did, but it hasn't been quite as back and forth as we would have hoped.
No, it's tough. The Harf was definitely super punishing. Another banish drawn with the Dark Repose here too, right?
Hmm.
I just think that snitching into Harf was so punishing, like for Kintsugi's start. And he hasn't been able to develop since then, and Viper's only since been drawing banish cards.
Yeah, it feels so bad when your take it or leave it's are locked out, on
Hmm.
top of your steward of the garden being locked out. I mean, Earthen is supposed to ramp, right? And it just ugh,
Yeah,
completely
all the
shut
ramp got
down there.
stalled here for sure.
So we can bank the Solia and just poke and dark repose, I suppose. Or, I mean, I suppose you can just use the Eclipse Fade on it. Why
Yes,
not?
Eclipse Fate. Udon can start getting its own provoked caretakers, I guess. Just
Watching Viper
steadily
play New Dawn
poking.
is pretty sweet. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
lie.
it is
Like,
very
you
cool
can
to see
just
him
tell
play it.
he's so practiced with it. He knows exactly what he's doing. Love it.
He's just drawing banish after banish. It's like crazy.
Well, there it is. There's the Titan. We saw
Yeah.
that an honored steward just got drawn by Viper, though, so not like you won't have a temporary answer to it. No way to really kill the steward after it would be used on it. So yeah, I don't know, Muka. I feel like Kintsugi just this is
This
bad
is
news
tough. I
bears.
don't I don't think any Earthen would be able to get out of this. Viper's deck building here really is showing because he's, the three honored stewards, the three erasures, even the tech dark repose, right? Like he's drawing into all the banish cards that he needs. If you're Kintsugi and all your cards are getting banished, it doesn't matter. What are you gonna do?
Yep.
Like the Terramex Shield Titan would have been a great pickup here, but we know that there's another honored steward. Is this the second or third honored steward that's we've seen get picked up?
Uh, I want to say second.
No, seen two honored stewards, what, two erasures, one
Yeah,
dark repose, one eclipse fate.
I
That's
love
good if you're Shroud.
absolutely. I just say that I love the interaction with New Dawn and Rummaging Researcher too. It's so
Yeah,
nice.
yeah, the extra draws comes. It's a really cool synergy.
Oh wow.
Even
Well,
here, you could just dark repose it if you wanted to.
yeah, you don't even need to use the steward. You just get rid of it. Ah, yeah. It's looking rough for Kintsugi here. I'm trying to think if there's anything that really could get him back into this, but well, I think this is proving the point that New Dawn into Earthen probably a much better shot than Nehemiah. At least how Viper has built this list. Like he went full
I'm
control.
gonna give credit to the deck build. I think the
Yeah.
deck build is very on point for what it needed to do. Viper is one of the few players that recognized that Shroud has to go through a change a bit in how it's being deck built in order to win these matchups, and he's doing
Mhm.
it convincingly because of that.
Oh, I love it. Beautiful.
No
Beautiful play
comebacks.
there.
Yeah, there's
Always
nothing
nice
that
to
Kiyotsugi
use
can do
the
here. I
use
think Viper's locked this one in the bag for sure.
the locked it. There and gets the paid off to just remove anything that could come into play for Kiyotsugi here next turn, but after the Titan has been eliminated, I don't even know what you would go for. I don't think Kintsugi doesn't have Terra in the deck, right?
No.
Okay. Yeah.
He could go for a Terra Glider into a Terramech Shield Titan and play like a Primea Conduit. We know that Viper can dodge it with Life Siphon Dark Repose. But it's a good play nonetheless.
Yeah, has to be you go for here, right? Um, yeah, the Harf being blocking this take or leave it the whole game. So frustrating. Well, and is there lethal? Let's see. We've got 8, 9.
Yeah,
Yes,
there
there is
is.
lethal presented. So I, with both the Life Siphon and the Dark Repose in hand. What's it gonna be?
Rolling for 6 probably. What are we trying to get? Another Terramax Shield Titan. Even
Right.
then, we know that there's a banish in Viper's hand, and he'll still have lethal.
Yep. Can get the conduit developed. That is the citrine rose,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah, it's a Citrine Rose. That's not the one you want. That's the worst one that you can
That
be
is.
hitting.
Oh man, the card gods just kind of screwed Kyintsugy throughout this entire series. If I'm being honest, like
Yeah, he
I
did.
don't.
He did get betrayed by his old faithful on this one. I feel like it.
Yeah, I think there were a few decisions that I would love to just like kind of hear his insight on. He is such an amazing Earthen player. But for the most part, I feel like he just couldn't really draw right, or when he did get the Steward of the Garden on turn 1, Viper had the no snitching for it, like that
Yeah.
type of stuff. It just didn't really line up like super well for him.
Yeah, super tough. I mean, even the Viper this game, like, there's so many cards he's playing that he could have drawn into and would have been like, like drawing an early paid off or drawing his 2 saboteurs, but he saw so much of the banish package. Like nobody can come back from that. I mean, no Earthen player I think could outplay the onslaught of the banishes that Viper had here. And Viper played this game so well.
Yeah.
Just played it like masterfully. Like, you can see how good he is with New Dawn here. Was able to just push through like nobody's business.
Played it masterfully and also uh chose the deck selection masterfully,
Yeah.
right? Like it was a great list. Um okay, well, he's got his
Yeah,
own
he does
Titan of
have
his own.
lethal on here. If he life siphons, throws the Harf in, and then plays Dark Repose, then can just swing. It's over. Oh wait, no. With the Citrine Rose is a little bit more complicated because there's multiple defenders.
Yep. Well, you can. So yeah, I guess is there a guaranteed? I don't know if there is. Let's see. We've got, so we can poke the citrine if, well, I guess we can't really poke it because of the
No lethal this turn.
Yeah, no lethal this turn. You just have to trade your Honored Steward into that, and then take out the citrine rose afterward.
Mm-hmm. But the Terra Glider will also get defender here.
Yeah.
It's a little awkward.
One of those things where you just gotta go through the motions. This is the moment where you're also like, okay, I've got this in the bag. Let me just make sure I don't mess up this turn and do
Yeah.
something, ridiculous that messes things up. You want to be meticulous. Must be nice knowing that, if you win this, you've just secured $10,000. That's pretty
Yeah.
pretty sweet.
All right, there you go. He's able to get through it. Dark Repose, and then can swing for 3 and presenting lethal next turn. Can also play the Saboteur. Extra body.
Yep. All right.
Going,
Unless we see a formidable presence top deck to stall, one more time. Or one more turn.
does it ping the 4-1? Oh, not that lucky. There's a formidable.
Oh, there it is.
I mean,
The logic is like okay, how can he survive? But I mean, Viper's at 30. I mean, he's
yeah.
got 5 cards in the Singularity, he's got a Titan in his hand. Like, even if you can survive slightly longer, I don't see a world where you can build enough of, a threat to actually take Viper out at this point.
Yeah, it's super tough. I mean, and anytime you're drawing, he's drawing too.
Right, another cash.
Wow, these caches are not in his
Okay.
favor.
I mean, that is a card. That does not save him from the damage presented on the board, though. So the question is does kyintsugy cast the Formidable just to live an extra turn, or does he
I think
just
he'll
call
do
it
it.
here?
If he plays a Formidable, he cleans up 2 units. I don't know what he looks for next turn. I don't even know how he gets past his own Terramech Shield Titan.
Yeah.
But he's gonna play. I mean, why not? This is your chance. Might as well give it your best chance to try to get the win. Never know what you can draw.
Yeah, there's not a ton, like, as it currently stands in Peril, not like a ton of cards that could just bail you out. Like, it's a pretty fair fight, Like,
Mm-hmm.
there's no crazy Yogg Saron like in Hearthstone where, you've got nothing and then, 20 spells just get cast. So
Mm-hmm.
there's a few things here and there, like, a lucky Terra Glider into a Titan type of stuff. But at this point in the game, I feel like it's I don't know if miracles can really happen here. Newdon loving
Dang,
to go face with
Viper's Newdon snipes have been so
I know.
good.
Okay. Right, taking the Solia out of the Singularity. There's that beloved demolecularize. Not that he'll need it this game.
Yeah, now he just builds board and chills.
Yeah, you
And
might
play the
as
paid
well.
off just to steal
Yeah,
what's left in your deck. I'm just gonna take it.
definitely ignore the kickback. Don't need to give him any outs here. Sure.
Steals the last Terra Glider. That's the big one. Oh, there's 2 in the deck. Okay. It just takes one.
Yeah, I think in this one, not much he could have done, but I will say the decision to go with the 1 Spores copy, like, in the Kathy game, it could have, if he had drawn into it, like that certainly could have done
For
something.
sure.
So I
Yeah.
wonder if the mistake was just a little bit on the deck building, perhaps. If there even were any mistakes at all, rather than,
I mean, could be
kind of
possibly
betraying
for
you.
sure.
Yeah.
That
Well,
should have opted to respect the spores more.
that's cheeky. I love using the little embedded agent with the Saleya there.
Crowd can always play other paragons better than they can
Yeah.
play themselves.
The folks at home are watching this like, no, do not make New Dawn good again, please. For the love of God. The games, they're too long. They banish everything. They don't let me play.
Hitting all these caches, can't really do anything with them. The energy ones maybe. It draws into a Terra Glider.
Okay.
I mean, that wouldn't give you a defender off the bat. You need like a conduit with it too. It's not enough.
Hold the line, proving to be useful if it was there. But again, Shroud just
Yeah.
having the options to banish to get through. All right.
All right. I mean, I think it's safe to say that Viper will be moving on to the finals for this one, right? Against Denbut. That's going to be
Yeah.
very cool to see.
You can see it on Kintsugi's face. He's like, well, this is it. This is This is imminent death. But hey, I mean, still a massively great showing from Kintsugi here.
Yeah, he just
I
wasn't
think
able to get the earthen through, which was tough. The Universal was able to get like that really good high roll turn with the perfect start with the hacker and stuff, right?
Yep.
New Dawn had all the banishes, and there was no spores for the Marco, so Viper was able to cleanly get those 3 decks through. Kintsugi was stuck on his earthen.
Yeah, that's the way the cookie crumbled. Well, there's a Terra. Okay. Going for a random earthen unit here.
Here we go, Terra into Defender.
Okay. You said it. There's the line.
We've seen it before. We've seen it. I've seen it before. So if there is a line, there it is, and then you play relic repurposing and you roll again. Okay, hits a 3/6. That's not a defender though. You probably. I mean, this is it. Like all or nothing. So play your allocated provisions. Play relic repurposing. Roll on the Terra again, and then pray.
Yep. Kill the relic, heal up the Terra, trigger the flourish, and pray. But here's the thing, Muka. Even if that happens, Viper is still in an incredible position to
For
win this
sure.
game.
Yeah.
But one can hope.
This Harf has been here since the beginning of the game, just taunting Kintsugi,
Yeah.
being like, you couldn't ramp. That was me. You still can't ramp. That's me. Like, just taunting him.
All right. Go.
Let's see. What can we get off Terra? Anything good? Nah, another Merciless Bulwark. Not a
Another
defender
one.
in sight. Unfortunately, he cannot defend his life, and he's gonna hit concede. Viper moves on to the finals against Denbut. Waifu wall in all its glory, giving
Yes.
him the energy he needed to win.
Wow. Well, big congratulations to Viper to making it through to the finals. The chance at $20,000, and yeah, I mean Kintsugi. I mean, still played really well, and just unfortunately, heart of the cards weren't there for him. I think.
Definitely, like I was thinking a while ago, like it was not on his side in this match. And on the other hand, like I was thinking, if you get also a 3-0 in the elimination stage, does that also give you the curse? Like Kintsugi went in with a 3-0 from the first round, and then now he gets kicked out from a 3-1 against Viper. And you know what this says, right? New Dawn, MNDGA. Do you know what that means, Ali?
DGA. No. What does this mean?
No, MNDGA. You just said it a
MN
while ago.
MNDGA. I'm overthinking it. What does it mean,
Make
Excelsior?
make
Tell
New
me.
Dawn great again.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh my gosh.
Let's go.
I'm like, what are you saying? This is like some cryptid language. Of course, yes, make New Dawn great again. Yes, you and I certainly vibe on that. We love New Dawn. I really do. And watching Viper play it is
Mhm.
fantastic because he is known as truly one of the best New Dawn players. So that was a joy to watch. I kind of wish that the match had been a little bit more back and forth with that last Earthen game there. But still, it was super cool to see him locked in with the deck.
Yeah, and also like I was seeing the match as well, like using the honored steward into no snitching just to make sure that it doesn't come back. Muka, how often have you seen that play, right? In all of your matches or scrims?
It's I mean, not many Shroud are all playing no snitching, but it is a play that I've seen happen before. It's cooler in the New Dawn because the New Dawn can bring the unit back, whereas Neve is just kind of like a cutoff, like no one gets it.
Mhm.
So it was cool. I liked it a lot. So style points.
Yeah, definitely style points. And of course, for the final match, again, it's gonna be Denbut versus Viper, and we're possibly gonna be seeing maybe a New Dawn versus New Dawn matchup. I don't know how long that will take control versus control. It's a one thing. It's one final match that we might be able to see a bit later. And again, thank you to Ali and Muka for casting this top four match. And we're gonna be seeing you soon. And we're gonna be looking at the brackets yet again to give you a rundown as to what has happened over today. And of course, Very Fat Cat versus Denbut. Denbut just grabbed that win with a 3-2. And of course, the recent match that we had, Viper had all the ins and outs as well of this matchup against Kintsugi and defeating Kintsugi into a 3-1. And also both of them, Denbut and Viper, also secured their 10,000 USD prize as well. But over at the finals, we're going to be having Denbut and Viper. And of course, this tournament would not be made possible without the support of our sponsors, Saga. Saga's mission is to enable the next 1,000 chains in the multiverse. Saga and Parallel are partnering on an exclusive Parallel card back available as part of Saga's over 9,000 campaign. To learn more about Saga and infinite horizontal scalability, visit saga.xyz. And also, special thanks to Saga for supporting this weekend's event. And with that, we are bringing back from the Singularity our next two casters, Free Tip Scout and Kinto. Let's go. Yes, sir. Hello, guys. How does it feel to be coming back from the Singularity? I wonder, how it feels because New Dawn is back, guys. What do you think about that, Free Tip Scout? New Dawn versus New Dawn in the finals. Who would have thought that the day would come when this would happen?
Yeah, New Dawn versus New Dawn in the finals. Is it possible we can switch? Me and Quinto can switch because we're going to be here all night. Yeah, amazing kind of to see. I don't think we were expecting to hear that or even think about that. It's great though, isn't it? Because like New Dawn doesn't really get much of a look in. It's not really viable on the ladder, so it's quite nice to see that it's still viable in tournament play. And that last game was really interesting because New Dawn's not quick, right? And Earthen can be quick, but what we kind of saw is that if you can stop the ramp from Earthen, and we've done it perfectly with half, then your slowness can actually be quick versus Earthen, and then they can't get going. And then as the game goes longer and longer, it was just always going to be New Dawn because they had so much options, like being able to bring stuff back, access to Singularity, board clears. I thought it was really interesting that Kintsugi didn't run more than one copy of Spores. I wonder whether he'll look back at that and think, oh, maybe I should have added an extra one. But really fantastic from both of them. And yeah, Viper and Denbut, can't wait. Should be a great final.
Yeah, and with that, of course, it's going to be a great final indeed. But Kinto, looking back at that match that would happen between Kintsugi and Viper, anything that is there anything that Kintsugi could have done deck wise, loading the Paragon wise over at their matches that could have given him the edge?
Well, I mean, ultimately, it fell down into the classical New Dawn. Like what we've seen with New Dawn essentially is just because there's no CP around. So the edge is there for New Dawn. There was basically nothing to be done from Kitsui's side once you lose the board control, you lose the tempo against a deck like New Dawn playing Earthen, for example. Also that Harf that we saw there, as Free Tips mentioned, was key to basically neglecting anything that could possibly be done by him. And Viper played really well.
Yeah, I agree, man. Like Viper played really well during this match, but of course, man, guys, I know you've seen all the decks. We're gonna be having a short deck review, and it's gonna be much shorter than what we did before because you guys are probably familiar. But we need to see what they have just to make sure that we know what they're bringing to the table. Let's start with the deck review. Of course, okay, we're gonna be having Denbut right now with his Nehemiah. And what can you say about this deck, Free Tip Scout?
Yeah, pretty much the classic, what we're now getting used to, the charge the Charge Earthen deck. So just trying to get as many caches going as possible, getting some big units in nice and early, like Provoke Caretaker, Rummage and Researcher to draw. Just really good deck overall. Actually, this is a really tricky deck if you let it kind of ramp, and that's the thing that Viper will need to try and do. As he done successfully in the last game, he needs to try and stop Earthen from ramping early with the Steward of the Garden. I think if he can do that, then he should come out well. But for Denbut, he needs to make sure that he ramps, gets his big units going, and basically just gets that engine running so that he can start to transition into really big units. So fantastic deck. Big pain. Yeah, big pain.
Yeah, definitely gonna be possibly a big pain indeed. And with the next deck, let's look at Denbut's next box. Okay, so it's gonna be the New Dawn. Let's have Kinto have a crack at this New Dawn deck.
Well, the power of the moment for this tournament. We see here the Two Take It or Leave It. Once again, really nice card to ramp things off. The paid off to steal key cards, especially against those Unishops. The Cyber Deck console might be some type of clutch here. If played against in the mirror, for example, just neglecting stuff all over the place. Overall, the New Dawn Venerated Raider for that extra resources from it. And the rest is pretty standard.
Right, so that's a nice New Dawn deck from Denbut, but let's look at what he has over at this next deck. And okay, we're gonna be having that Markolian, Cathy, Burn deck, and of course aggro deck as well. But let's hear what Free Tip Scout has to say.
Yeah, so this is that unit deck again, where just trying to get as many units as you can on the board nice and early, get that good early tempo, try and go as wide as possible, just present as many threats as you can so that your opponent has many problems that they have to deal with but without a lot of energy to be able to spend to deal with them. And then as you kind of scale up those units across the board and also the units get bigger, you're then hoping that you can just use some of the effects just to kind of clear a way for your units to push through and get that damage. So this is the type of deck which is very, very successful, very popular on the ladder, and to be honest as well, it's done quite good at the tournament so far. So yeah, again, I think the key here will be that Viper will need to hopefully not queue up his New Dawn into this early, because it's just going to be a pain for New Dawn to deal with.
Yeah, guys, and of course, definitely gonna be a pain. And with that kind of matchup, yeah, definitely gonna be most likely a bit lopsided. But guys, for the next deck, we're not gonna be showing you the Qatari deck, the Scipius deck. Yeah, it's probably gonna be Skip. Yeah, Skippy.
Yeah, Skippy.
So
Skippy.
next one is gonna be Viper's Unishop. Okay, so we're gonna be having a crack at it with Kinto.
Yeah, Viper's Unishop, including a lot of tech cards here, the Cunning Diplomat, the two Maya Mancers, which are back, especially in the mirrors. They're gonna makes its effect really well known. The Ruin Tinker. We see the two Master Poisoners, also the Cyber Deck console, the three drone printers, the two Take It or Leave It. Do not go heavy on it. Is a nice decision. And the payoff. A lot of tech cards, very complete deck overall. The curve of the deck is also really nice, due to the 3-cost mid-games scenario, where you want to just get that value out of the early units in order for the hacker to get the most amount of exchanges where you will have low-cost ladies, for example.
Yeah, the low-cost ladies are definitely the target here with the Hacker Man. And let's look at the next deck that Viper is going to be bringing. Okay, it's going to be a Markolian deck. Kind of similar, but there are some differences that Viper has put in. Let's listen to Free Tip Scout.
Yeah, I'm actually a big fan of this deck. I was hoping that I'd get an opportunity to talk about it because I love that he has combined the Pathfinder with the Bloodhound Transport. I just think that those two cards go so well together, and we've seen a little bit of it so far. I think we haven't probably seen the full effect of it, where they can really scale out of control really quickly. But I love it. I think it's great, and I agree. I think the Pathfinder is just one of those cards that probably a lot of people are sleeping on. They're not really taking that seriously, but I think it's a very good fit with the Bloodhound. So again, this is the Cathy deck where it's very unit focused, but then so it's just trying to get as many units, flood the board as quickly as you can, try and get as much damage as you can to the face, and then just sort of almost try and get your opponent down to within lethal range and use your effects to kind of finish off anything that gets in your way, or potentially finish off the opponent directly with things like Catherine's expertise. So yeah, great, really good deck, and just probably a bit of a nightmare to face, if I'm honest with you. I wouldn't like to go up against this on the ladder because it's just really, really aggressive. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely the aggression. Of course, will this pave the path to Viper's championship, or of course, then Butts? Will he be able to stop the aggressiveness that this deck brings? But of course, next deck, we're gonna be having another one for Viper, and it's gonna be the new Dawn deck of his own. We just saw it a while ago, but let's listen to Kinto for this one.
Yeah, very similar list to Denbut. He is running the only difference that I see are Dark Repose, running one copy of it, running only one Triumph of the Lost, two embedded agents compared to three from Denbut. Also running the new Dawn's Venerated Raider. We see, and aside from that, is you can see also the Salvation, which Denbut is not running, and two Saboteurs in this case compared to one from them. But overall, they're pretty similar lists, just with a few differences. We also note that Viper is only running two Singularity Stewards. So once again, we see how Viper's deck building skills are skewed to just having more options, having more tech cards, more important cards. He really likes the two copies of each, and it seems that it has really paid off, this type of variety overall in his decks.
All right. Yeah, definitely. Like, man, two Singularity Stewards. Who would have thought? It's usually the three guys right there. But this is how nice or how interesting that the deck building is gonna be for Viper. But of course, let's see the bans that will be coming from our players. Yep. Nobody wants to deal with a Skippy, so it's Skip the Skippy. But of course, it's gonna be the final match. Viper versus Denbut. Type it in over chat who you think will win the Parallel League Major 3. Viper or Denbut. Let's give it over to our casters, Freedom Scout and Kinto. Casters, take it away.
Well, here we go. Really looking forward to this one. I kind of feel as well, I'm not sure whether this is correct, but I feel like this is maybe one of the first tournaments we've seen where the same parallel has just been banned for every single game. It might have been the same actually when we had the Cathy burn period, but we've not seen Sippy at all, Quinto. So no love for Sippy at the tournaments, but plenty of love for Sippy at in the ladder. Big game this one. Who are we thinking can go and take the title here? Who can become the Parallel Major 3 champion, Quinto?
Well, overall, Viper has been really strong, going 3-1 against his opponents in the top 8. That means a lot, and he has been playing against some really, really good players overall, especially Kyintsugy, who has been up there in the qualifiers always. But here we see that Denbut starts with a nice matchup, going Markolian first versus Nudon, definitely in an advantageous position. Going first will be able to just flood up the board. Viper decides to keep that take it or leave it in order to just as going second is the best scenario. He can play it on his second turn and get something going there. We see that Viper is thinking about getting this Singularity Steward, just Um, trying to trying to search for his early stuff, he might need that live siphon and basically um, those cards that can deal with Markolian's aggressiveness.
Yeah.
This is a nice start here for Denbut with a lot of units already.
Yeah, Denbut needs to use the his unit advantage in his favor. He just really needs to try and overwhelm New Dawn, because that's really the way that you can beat them. You need to try and beat them early, try and overwhelm the board, because most of the time they've only got single target removal. So if you've got 2 or 3 things on the board, they can only realistically deal with 1, maybe 2. With the siphons now being free if there's more than 2 opposing units. So I think that's got to be the strategy for Denbut. Just think, right, go hard on the board and see if they can remove it. If they can't, then you should be able to overwhelm them.
Yep. This is a really nice draw for Viper. Denbut forced to bank this Vindicator in order to set up a nice board here with a no snitching. However, Viper will have a free life siphon next turn into possibly a Void Trapper, leaving Denbut already without any possibility, um, any board, any
Yeah,
significant board, I would say.
yeah, it's looking like quite a nice turn, isn't it, for Viper here with us looking at his hand. I think if we didn't look at his hand or we didn't see it, we'd think, oh god, this looks a bit scary. But
Yep.
okay, so he has of course snitched the Singularity Steward. I think that's one of the big reasons why Viper doesn't run a lot of Singularity Stewards in his deck, because it gets snitched quite easily in a lot of matchups. It's not super great anymore. Of course, if Sippy was running in these tournaments, I think that he would be running 3, because then that is really your big weapon to try and beat them. But against other sort of parallels and paragons, it's just not as effective as it used to be, and we've seen it here. So he can't get it buffed. He can remove, if he wants to, the Trigger Happy Trooper, and he can also play a Void Trapper, which I think is probably quite good. Let's see what he does, though. What would you be thinking about doing here, actually, Quinto?
Uh, he might be thinking about just removing completely this whole board.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he
Just
could
to
have raged you,
stop the
couldn't he?
aggro. Like Denbut is in a situation where he is like a take it or leave it here for Denbut is devastating. Well,
Yeah,
not so much because he can just drop Kathy, but yeah, he decides to just
he's doing it.
clear the board,
Yep.
stopping the tempo, stopping the bleed. He knows that if he stops the early game of Markolian, he is more likely to win the end game.
Yep. Agree.
Here we go.
So draws an embedded agent. And okay, Denbut gets an Alvaro, which is probably quite good, actually. This moment in
Yep.
time. Alvaro is your best friend against Shroud.
Yeah. Denbut starts dealing damage, what he needs to do.
Yep.
And but we see that Viper has another erasure here. Will he play
Yeah,
it?
it's interesting. Yeah, I mean, because you almost think to yourself, okay, you've got an erasure, you can play it on curve. Do you erase, for example, the Alvaro? Because you know if you leave that on the board, it's going to restrict you a little bit, and you're going to keep getting burnt by it. Do you erase the Bannerman and then just try to honored steward the Alvaro on the turn after? Interesting decision he's got to make here. And look, you can see that Viper's kind of putting his head in his hand. He's thinking, okay, how do I want to actually address this? Could play the
Yep.
embedded agent as well if you wanted to, because then that would one tap something if Denbut doesn't have a snitch, which he doesn't. And also, if you play that, you are then potentially setting up a one tap kill for Kathy, because then it's almost like, well, if you play Kathy now and they haven't removed it, then it could get killed by that. So let's see. Okay, he is opting to erase the Alvaro. I think it's probably the right call. You want that off the board as soon as you can. If you leave it on, it can just burn you and burn you and burn you. And that's obviously not the plan here.
Yep. This well, Denbut might be thinking. I already saw. He already saw
Yeah.
the two erasures. An honor steward won't be effective in this situation.
Oh, that
Denbut gets
singularity
the
steward.
slinger, which can buff his vindicator next turn, for example.
Mm-hmm.
And Viper is just left with a possible honor steward, but then falling into an Adira might trigger some crazy combos next
Yeah,
turn.
I mean the nerf to the Honored Steward really hurts here now, doesn't it? Because before you'd just be like, okay, I'll just play the Honored Steward, I'll remove the Cathy, and then I've got a 4/4 to deal with the 2/3 Bannerman on the board. But the fact is now you can't use it against Paragon, so he probably still maybe looks at an Honored Steward against the Bannerman and then just hopes that at least the Bannerman, the Honor Steward, can maybe just defend effectively some of the damage from the Cathy, and then the Bannerman goes back to a 1/2. I think that's probably the best play he can do here.
Yep. Yeah, definitely dealing with the Bannerman, resetting its stats, and gets the
Oh,
third erasure.
oh, that's important. That was huge. That top deck. He needed that erasure so badly.
The
He
third
might
one.
need it though. The thing is, though, he might need it against the Vindicator because he doesn't quite have a way to deal with the Vindicator yet. He could Honored Steward that, of course, but yeah.
So then it goes for
He's-
widening the board, it seems. Cathy's rallying
yep.
cry. Ooh,
Oh,
gets
that's good.
a machinist. Really nice.
Yeah, that's good.
Buff
This is what
Bannerman.
Denbut needs to do. Yeah, this is
Yeah.
exactly what Denbut needs to do. Keep the pressure up, keep going wider, keep presenting more multiple threats. Wow, I'd almost even be. Is he banking the Vindicator? He is. Wow. Yeah, he's
He's
just going to
going.
go Gunslinger as well, just to keep the pressure going. I like it.
Yeah.
I do like it.
Just widening the board, knowing that this is the weakness of Shroud. Gets back
Ah,
its
look at that.
Bannerman. The
Yeah.
ping doesn't hit the Cathy, luckily for
Oh,
him.
oh dear. And you see a little smile on Viper's face there, thinking, "God, the luck here at the
Yeah.
moment to not even remove the Cathy with the ping."
Yeah. And now this Adira might not be as effective. What if this Adira gets like an artillery volley in this situation, for example?
if this Adira gets an artillery volley, I'm gonna go mad on the stream right now because that would be huge. That would be unreal, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
I think he has to hope and believe that that is what
there we
he
go.
can steal right now.
Goes for the Adira. The
Is it the
big
artillery volley?
RNG, and only two meter limit,
Oh,
and the Alvaro. This
damn.
is not
And
what
you
you want to
see,
see.
you see Viper's face there. He's thinking, I have to take the Alvaro and I don't want the Alvaro. And
This
my
is
options were
not what
two
you
other
want to
take it
see.
or leave it. It's terrible.
It's gonna
Super
be a
unlucky.
nice damage here for Denbut. Possibly using the assault effect of the
Yeah.
victory on the Alvaro,
Yeah.
just to keep it clean with the units. And
Yeah.
Denbut decides to bank. Yeah, he's
I
just
like
going
that.
full
Yeah.
on face.
Yeah. Because he can use the Bloodhound to take out the Adira, which I think is smart.
Yeah,
And
to
the
keep on the
Bloodhound will
pressure.
survive. Yeah, it will
Keeping on the
survive as well.
pressure. This
Love
is
that. Yeah.
playing this game
This is
beautifully.
yeah, this is where New Dawn is so weak here. And this is
Yeah.
exactly what you need to do, right? You just need to flood, keep the
Oof.
pressure going.
And gets the
Oh, dear.
Cindy just to
I'm
top it
calling
off.
it. Yeah, it's done. It's done
Yeah.
here. He's too far away from the demo.
Too close. Yeah, too close. Too far away from the demo. Already, this is what you want to see when playing Mercolian against Shroud. Turn 6, already at 12 health. Your opponent with a big board. There's nothing. Like, even if it's like, imagine if it was Neef in this scenario.
Yeah.
Couldn't even clear completely this board. 2
No.
damage on top of that with a victory.
Yeah,
And
you're basically spending all your energy just to remove one thing when you need to remove 4, 5 things, the whole board, don't you?
yeah,
It's just, it's just not great. Snitching the steward was the
oof.
smart play though,
And
but
this
it
is
doesn't
it.
really matter.
This is lethal
Yeah,
already.
it's done. Yeah. So
I mean,
Kathy's got a
it's
free path now to hit for 5, and the rest of the units can finish him off. So not the best start for Viper there. It was the worst matchup for him though. So I wouldn't, if I was him,
yeah.
I wouldn't even worry about that. You knew that you had to probably play Marco. We had to play Marco with Shroud at some point. You've done it. It's out the way. Next game should be a lot easier, in theory.
Well, that was really nicely done by them. But he played it
Yeah.
like Viper had a lot of removals early game, but the way Denbut ended up playing what he got, like his hand, was really well done. Really well done.
Yeah.
Because it was some sort of situations where he probably didn't have the best options and just played to his outs.
Yeah, he played it perfectly, didn't he? It's almost you could look and replay and watch that whole game, and you could show it to people who are new to the game, who are just starting to learn how to play Markolian, and you could say this is the perfect way that you play Markolian versus Shroud. Just just play those units, keep playing those units, keep applying the pressure, and eventually you'll overrun them. Done it perfectly, deserve that a lot. And we've got okay, here we go. Denbut switching to Shroud now. We've got Shroud versus the Hacker deck. This will be interesting. Yeah.
It should be
I've not
interesting, definitely.
Yeah, I've not really seen this matchup too often because I haven't been playing Shroud on the ladder
Well,
myself.
We casted it yesterday, I believe. This
Yes, I know that. Yeah, but
new done
in
into Uni.
general, yeah,
Viper going second again. We see a Denbut gets that Harf. He wants to keep the Harf, wants to keep the treasures early on, in case Viper, in case he wants to steal a hacker, or if he manages to steal one of Viper's ladies here. So Viper keeping the Cyber Deck console. Just keeps the no snitching in the end, and Viper has the hacker. It's gonna be interesting. Then, but with a stabilized shard, the embedded agent also.
yeah, good opening hand.
Good thing for Viper is that he's going second. He will have more rotation of his stuff. I don't know if Denbut ends up playing these treasure scheming early on. Will he steal the hacker? It's a good question there.
So agent down 1.
Oof.
Got
Viper
good
with
options
a
for
take it or
2.
leave it. Yep. Viper does have the answer here with the mercenary gunslinger into an embedded agent. Doesn't need to think too much about it. On his third turn, will be able to play the hacker right away.
Yeah.
The question remains, will there be a treacherous? Because what we saw yesterday was a late stage play from Uni didn't get enough power by the end to deal with Newton.
I think the interesting thing with this matchup is that as it goes longer and longer, of course, New Dawn are going to get board clears, so it will be able to deal more with Universal. But the great thing here is that even if the hacker gets schemed, I don't think it really, it's not like crippling, is it? Because you can still just work your way up to those big units and they're still going to provide a lot of value. He's got an Astel's Glaive in his hand. He's got also the Desmond too. So it's lovely when you can get the hacker down, but probably not a
Yeah,
game
it's not
breaker.
vital. It's not vital,
No.
definitely. So Denbut going and gambles it on the treasures right away. Probably, yeah, gets the hacker. I mean, will the hacker benefit Denbut in any way?
No.
Play the hacker, play Eclipse Fate on the hacker. There's no more hacker in game. Maybe that's too much.
I mean, with the hacker, you could play it and you could, get things like Void Trappers cheaper and Honest Stewards cheaper, but
Adira
I
cheaper
don't.
also.
I think it's a bank really.
Yeah,
It's not super
there's no
vital.
benefit right now. I believe Denbut is not running Malia, so there's not like
It'd
a
be interesting if he
benefit.
plays it though. I mean, if he plays it and he ends up then drawing a lot of units in his deck that then become really, really cheap, that could be interesting. But I just don't think it has the same value as it does in a uni deck. The Eclipse Fate is massive though. It's big. Not really got many units to target with it when you look at Viper's hand, but it's a
Yeah.
nice one to have early.
And also the Harf here blocking the take it or leave it.
Yeah.
Preventing Viper from playing the Estelles or something like that. So he's just gonna go ahead and try to kill Harf. Another
Okay.
treacherous.
Yeah, that's
Will
massive.
Denbut use it? Again,
I feel like
thinking
he
that
has to.
there was a nice top deck here.
Yeah, I feel like
This
with
is,
the fact
yeah.
the fact that you can play that cheaply and still be able to play something else whilst the half's alive, I feel like just go for it whilst you can, because that's the tricky thing, isn't it? You know that there's so many big targets, and he's got more hackers, right? You've already taken one. Yeah, you almost just, I say, take the opportunity, go for it, be brave. I mean, what else is he
Will
going to
he
do?
do
You're
it?
not gonna erase a gunslinger.
And
You're
he
definitely
goes
not
for
going to
it.
Eclipse Fate it. Yeah, you want to scheme here.
He's clicking it. And he does
Huge,
it.
huge. Yeah, it's
Absolutely insane play
huge
by
scheme
Denbut.
here.
Oh my god.
So Freydis is going to get taken. That's one of the
It's
girls.
over.
There's still Ingrid, right? There's still Ingrid to be found.
Yep. Drops
It's a
there
massive
the
steal, though.
Nudon.
Oh,
And
wow. Look
gets
at
the
that. There she
Ingrid.
is. Oh, can you imagine if he hadn't have had the hacker stolen? He could have played the hacker and then got Ingrid and Freydis potentially like really cheap, then kind of just shuffling into their deck immediately. That would have been a completely different game.
Yep.
What we now need to see is Denbut drawing another scheming.
Do you imagine? That will be devastating.
I feel like that would be almost an auto concede.
And
No, it wouldn't, but it'd be devastating. Yeah, demoralizing.
wondering if the Denbut is saving the Eclipse Fate for the drone printers.
Yeah, yeah, that's a really good shout. Actually, good target for the Eclipse Fate, big time.
Oof. This is a nice turn here for Viper.
Yeah,
Giving the
Yeah.
Estelles to the giving the memento to the Estelles, dropping an attack Juggernaut for max damage already. Then we have the Desmond Walker, which will, if the Desmond Walker goes unchecked, we will see an early Ingrid.
yeah, that's true. Yeah, and it's quite nice as well because with the Desmond, he will massively, or it'll basically make the Cunning Diplomat free, so then you can play a unit for free. then get some card draw, and then that card that you draw could then be played potentially for free. So your board could start to really ramp out of control.
Yep. Damn.
Is he going for it? I think
Another
he's going
take
for
here
it.
lead for. I mean, but Viper could play the.
I think he just he plays that. He plays then the Desmond. Then you can play the Cunning Diplomat for free, and then you potentially bank what is the card that you get from it. Yeah, that's the play.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
it looked like it was kind of bricking him, but it was actually not too bad.
Oof. He can keep on drawing here.
Yeah, he needs to do it, doesn't he?
Keep on drawing.
Just
Now with a
take
Ramayan
it, leave it.
researcher, just widen the board. Like, I mean, this is the chance for Viper to win this game right here.
Yeah, yeah.
Setting up a board already turn. Well, there's a demo probably in one turn for Denbut. A demo possibility.
Yep. Well, he does have.
And
He does have the new dawn though.
This is not what you wanna bank. Damn. The Wong.
The demo possibility is probably going to be more like 2 turns because he's already activated the new dawn, hasn't he? So if he doesn't almost want a demo with the new dawn on. But yeah, you're right. This is where Viper needs to be. He needs to be pushing now because he knows as it gets into kind of 7-8 range and the energy, that's more the demo range, and this is the time, isn't it? Push for the damage here.
Yep. Denbut gets back the Frades. Why?
Yeah, good question. To bank? Surely that's the card that you bank then, right? If you take it, so you're not banking what? Yeah, you go. You're not banking one of your own cards.
That's true.
But
Here,
this is a nice next turn.
One can pull up another treasures here.
Yeah.
So he decides to go for the Estelles right away. 1 damage. Wonder what's going to happen here.
What was the last unit that Viper played was the Rummaging Researcher, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, Rummaging Researcher.
I mean, look at the board that he's got here. It's quite a nice board, isn't it, to be playing Ingrid on? Because you'll be able to get essentially most of the benefits from the effects there.
And it seems that Denbut's searching for that last treasure scheming. The odds that he gets it here are really low.
Yeah. Even
Gets
if he
demo
does as well, it's too late. Demo's good.
Demo's good.
Demo is definitely good. I feel like actually that's perfect for him.
Yeah.
Because with the board being the way it is, he's not going to be able to challenge for the board anymore. So you just want to try and hold out until you can actually demo. Because this is happening. You need to clear this board soon. He can't get to Desmond at the moment. Well, he could erasure the Desmond on his next turn, which would help. But
the thing is that
the Ingrid's coming down.
And Ingrid here.
The Ingrid's coming down. Yeah.
Yeah. And the thing is that if he plays it right, he can double half, making that demo.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah.
Possible.
Plays the half, then plays the Ingrid, then gets another half. Oh, that could be filthy. Yeah, you're right. Is he going to do it?
He goes for the Rummaging, it seems. He's not afraid of the demo.
No. I like that idea from you, though.
Yeah.
I think that was good.
Yeah, just to set up a board in a way where it's like, okay. Well, an Eclipse Fade could deal with the harps and then, an easy demo, but at the same time, it's like Viper wants to just draw a lot of cards, I think, in this scenario.
Wants to refill his hand, yeah. Still very good. And this is what the position you want to be in when you're playing against New Dawn.
Yep.
You know, we're at kind of 5-6 energy. He's got a pretty wide board. He can slam for a lot of damage on the next one. Next turn. Just to try and, whittle him down. even more, try and finish the game off or get it close to being finished off. You must know when you're playing against New Dawn that you're almost on a timer that there is a demo most likely coming. So you just got to try and get as much damage in as you can before that happens.
Well,
And that's
actually,
why,
yeah, he won't be able to play it. So this is gonna be a huge damage that Denbut is gonna take. Then Viper will be able to set up with drone printer and a Wong,
yep,
a cheap Wong.
yep,
Probably,
yeah. I think this type of deck is so effective at being able to just get as many units on the board as possible. You can see the card draw that we're getting from the rummaging research is just huge. I mean, Viper's hand is completely full up again.
yep.
About last turn, he only had 1 or 2 cards in his hand. Such a powerful card, and then on at the end of this turn, he's going to get a token. So this Paragon, when you put it in a build like this, is super powerful.
Tough decisions to be made by Denbut here. This is a big board, however, not as powerful as one would think it is in terms of damage being taken. Well, actually, it's close to lethal.
Yeah, he almost needs to erase the yeah. Oh, okay. I thought he was actually going to erase the defender and then hit the half, but he's done it the other way.
What is he gonna take?
I think
Eclipse Fade
I
right
think to be
away. He's not gonna save it for the drone printer. This is gonna hurt. Viper at 14. 14 cards in deck. Probably
do you know
doesn't
what
want
as
to
well?
attack.
No, I think also erasing the cunning diplomat would have maybe been better there because you then reset the momentum of the faller and it goes back into the hand. So any counters on it get reset.
Yeah, but this is gonna be a lot here. These Alvaro is also gonna be a tough spot. So, I mean, right now for Viper is setting up the drone printer. He knows these Demox are gonna start rolling in. Um, Eclipse Fade out of the way. He can play his drone printers freely.
Yep. Get the half the Wong down to see if you can get something buffed as well that's about to
The other
attack.
drone printer probably wants to set up one of these Alvaros also, knowing that a Democ is coming.
Look at that. Being able to play 2 Alvaros for free.
Yeah,
That is so, so strong.
this is
Honestly, against
already
Shroud, it's almost like game over, isn't it?
this.
Checkmate position.
Yeah, because this is already a lot.
Yeah.
It's gonna be 17 damage if he set up those Alvaros.
Yeah, he's going to slam this in. This is why, yeah. Shielded Assassin's kind of interesting as well, like that. Can't be removed easily. Look at this here. The memento is just going to scale so well. This is really, really well played from Viper here.
Yep.
Keep the
Yeah,
pressure up. He's going to be able to hit for 12 here, right?
yeah,
And then he's
putting
got, yeah,
puts Denbut
basically,
in a checkmate position here already.
yeah, yeah. Because he, even if he demos, he takes 6 damage.
It's gonna take 6 damage in the demo and gets a
Oh, and there's the
slinger
slinger.
for
There you
the
go.
game.
There you go. The exact card that you want to see at that moment. Slinger, please. There you go. Play perfectly from Viper here.
I think it would have been different if Denbut would have dealt with that Desmond Walker.
Yeah.
There we go.
I think he needed a way just to kind of he needed a lot of his removals. He needed look, he's got his honored stewards now. He needed those earlier to deal with some of the units on the board. Great play. So the game goes to Viper.
Very well played by Viper there. For a while, for a minute there, we thought that Denbut would be in, stealing all those key cards, the ladies especially.
Yeah.
But it ended up really well for Viper.
Yeah, and Viper is just one game away from winning 20k and becoming the parallel major champion, which is huge, man. It's a big next game for him, and also for Denbut, because he's got Shroud that he still needs to win with Earthen, and he knows that the only deck that's available. Oh, we're 2 games away, are we? Sorry, we're 2 games away. My mistake. We are 2 games away. Yeah. 1-1. My apologies there for the viewers. It's getting carried away. Yeah.
So we see here the Nudon versus Earthen matchup. This is a nice one for Viper. A nice matchup for Viper here. Denbut changing Paragons ends up in a worst matchup. Denbut going first, has the Stewie of the Garden. However, Viper with the no snitching.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good start from Denbut, but Viper has an immediate answer to it.
Void Trapper is really nice in this matchup. Knowing when there's a Terra mech in hand, for example, if you manage to and steal it also, if that's the case. Then
I like the next turn.
Yeah.
I like
Yeah,
the next turn
really
for
nice.
Viper. Yeah, it's a nice turn. He's got the Void Trap, which can come in, start attacking face. Doesn't need to worry about the stew anymore, and it rolls straight into the Rummaging Researcher, and then of course the Honor Steward as well. So really good.
We see here the situation with the Caretaker has been key. Sometimes, however, against Nudon is a different story, because Nudon has usually more of those resources to deal with singular individual units rather than the Dominion way of doing things using Neve, for example. So in this case, Caretaker is not as powerful as versus Neve, for example.
No. I mean, ordinarily, when we see this matchup, we think, okay, Provoke Caretaker, really solid card to play, but yeah, Viper with a lot of single target removal, it just has loads of nice, easy ways to deal with it.
Yeah. Big pause here.
Mm.
Thinking. Viper thinking what to do. Is it the Void Trapper? Is it the Harv?
I think he's got to go. Is he going half? Wow. I'd actually be very tempted to do Void Trapper here instead of half, because you can use the Void Trapper to start hitting the face and seeing what exactly he has in his hand, so you can use it as a scouting unit. But okay,
Yep.
he's going for half to try and favor some of the effects that he's got, like maybe an erasure that he could do next, possibly anticipating that.
Let's see what he draws. And no snitching. I mean, at this point, this harp is really good for Viper, enabling him to use his effects in a better way. But Denbut decides to just no snitch it. No snitch it. Denbut is in a situation where he needs to establish a board as quick as possible. He definitely has a nice way to do it next turn with a caretaker. Definitely for Viper, the priority here is to just erase that Romaine researcher. I don't see.
Yeah, he's got.
Yep. He does.
Yeah,
Like,
he's got.
yeah.
Yeah, he's got like a lot of removal. I think he needs to be careful though, because he needs to think. He needs to think about just maybe saving an erasure for like a Nehemiah, because he could get quite erasure trigger happy, but which I don't think he would. But we know that the Honest Steward is not going to be able to deal with the Nehemiah. He doesn't have the snitching, and he's still too far away from being able to demo. He's got 2 demos in his hand, so he needs to probably look at banking one of them. And that's why I thought that the Void Trapper would have been better there, because he could have got the Void Trapper down, started to tag the a unit, use one of those units to bank or play, and then you can start to match the tempo on the board.
Damn, huge play here by Viper. He knows that one of Earthen's weakness against him is running out of resources, and he dealt with that one card that can definitely create that tough spot for Denbut.
Okay, so Viper's looking to remove the 0-2 Steward, which wasn't snitched. And then he needs to try and think about a couple of things here. If he leaves the armored support vehicle to attack the next turn, then it means that the Nehemiah comes down and is shielded. He's also got the caretaker to think about as well, which looks like he's going to deal with. Is he going to deal with that, or is he going to deal with?
Yep.
Yeah, he is. Okay.
Oh, risking it for what you just said.
If he does that though.
Yeah, if he takes the caretaker here, I don't think he is quite thinking about it.
It's going to be tricky for him to deal with the near.
Oof, a third Steward of the Garden. This is not exactly what you want to see.
He did have the siphon, but no. This is why this 2 cost, is actually pretty a bit of a pain, because on the face of it, you think it's a 1/4 defender, so what? Who cares, you know? But it's actually the ability that makes it a threat, where you can't really allow it to attack, because if you do and you're Shroud, you're going to suffer, because then you're potentially going to need to play 2 effects to remove the shield and then remove it, or just rely on Honored Stewards to kind of deal with it. And I think Viper is running 3 Honored Stewards, but they only go so far. You do want to be looking at using Honored Stewards for later as well, against things like Terramex. Even though you can use demos for them, can't always rely on a demo, but he's got 2, so...
This Adira is going to be nice for Viper. Really nice card to get at this point in the game. Definitely the Nehemiah being shielded is not a good indicator. However, Viper is closing in to the end turns, has that take it or leave it also in hand. Probably this is just going to be a play where Viper sees where his hits land and then plays Adira. What do you think, Free Tips? Or just play Adira right away? Right.
Yeah, play Adira and just see if you can steal something like a Terramech or a Terra Glider,
What if he
something that
steals
will
a
give you a
Terra?
big threat. Terra Glider will do. Terra Glider's pretty decent, actually.
Yeah, Terra Glider for middle presence here, just to try and deal with Nehemiah. I don't know. Terra Glider seems the most value here. Already a 5-cost unit for him against the deck. In a position where you're playing Nudon, you have less board than him. And gets
Oh, that's lovely. That's
Jonah.
lovely because your Adira is protected.
Yeah, now this Adira is gonna wreak havoc. There's no way
That's like
of dealing
the
with it.
perfect. Yeah, that's like the perfect thing you could have hoped for there. Getting a defender, getting the
Yep.
Jonah.
Damn. And just like that, the Adira does the job. A Terra Glider into a Jonah. And now Adira will be in a. Will
Oh,
make this really difficult.
that is a top deck, though. Look at the top deck for Denbut getting the Master Poisoner.
Yeah.
That's a big one.
Yeah, but
He probably needs to play that as well because he can't allow Adira to attack again. But the problem is that if he plays it, his Nehemiah that's got that nice shield on it is then going to get one tap too. So, yeah, I guess he doesn't do it. It's just going to allow Adira to attack again.
Exactly.
That's rough though, allowing an Adira to attack twice.
Yeah, especially with Earthen, like getting this much value, getting this much value out of an Adira in this spot. Like the Adira won the game here. It's the MVP for sure.
Yeah.
Because Denbut was setting up a nice board. He probably was going to play Crimea Conduit either way. But now it's in a position where it's like very tough spot. Adira playing again. If Viper pulls up a Terra or a Terra mech, for example, this is going to get nasty. And on top of that, all those cards go to go to Viper Singularity.
Yeah. Yeah. So we can access them later. It's a great position for him to be in. He's in a top position. Can't believe that he high rolled the Jonah because there's not many defenders at 5 cost in Earthen. So that was exactly what he needed to protect the Adira.
Armor support vehicle is not what you want to see here. Viper gets another erasure. He has been high rolling erasures beautifully. And it's not the best Adira.
No, it's not.
But I think he gets
Supply
to draw a
cache
card.
is good. Yeah, supply cache is good.
To draw a card, buff one of his units. And it's another Honor Steward. This is a great turn because he can deal with the Premier Conduit and the support, the armor support vehicle.
Yep.
Leaving
I think the
the
game
Nehemiah by itself.
Yeah, I think the way the game's going now, it's running away from Denbut because he's not able to get rid of the Adira. And every turn he's losing 3 cards that are getting stolen from him.
And Viper
it's just going to wreck him.
And Viper just holding down to those insurance policies there. The both
demos.
Demox in the hand. It's just absolutely wild. This is a strength we see Nudon against Earthen. Here we go, the Terra mech.
Yeah.
He won't be able to play it and give it defender. Let's see. He's just gonna go for it, and we will see.
Yeah, I think he's going to play for it. Yeah, I think it's just going to try and race now to hit for 30 directly in 3 turns.
Ooh, this Violent Sports is not bad. Going for face here. Viper again with the Adira, the third Adira. Gets the Moonlit. More defenders for him.
More defenders, yeah. More defenders for Denbut to have to try and go through. It's not going to be able to do it.
And the thing is that if Viper doesn't draw another effect, he will be forced to demo if he wants to keep attacking. Denbut gets another defender here. That's going to be the big question. However, it has to be a Primea conduit, because then no snitching will just remove the defender.
Yeah. Which is a big ask, right? He needs a big top deck here to make this all work. I can't believe that, the Adira has been on the board for, 3 turns attacking. She's going to have a 4th crack at it soon. I mean, usually when Adira attacks twice, it's pretty much game over, because you just know that she's going to steal too many cards from you. But to allow an Adira to attack 4 times and there's a board, it is game over.
And there it is,
Steward.
the Honor Steward for Viper. This will cement.
Yep.
This will cement the play. I mean, it was either way was gonna be a win for Viper. Now Denbut is in a tough spot. He needs to win with Nudon versus Vipers Markolian. So probably we're gonna see Denbut with Earthen here, just to counter that Kathy from Viper, and then shuffle his chances. Take the chance to actually win with Nudon.
Yeah, you're right. I think the only option here is to play Earthen if you're Denbut, and just think, okay, need to try and make this as painful as possible. Earthen's got a much better matchup against Marco than Shroud does, and then you just hope that if you can take it through to the final game, that the luck is on your side and you can somehow get a win against Kathy with New Dawn, which would be some effort. But yeah, I think next game going to be huge. Viper now is 1 game away from becoming the champion and winning 20k. So it's a 20k game for Viper. I'm really interested to see how this one goes.
Well, it's gonna be probably most likely Earthen versus Kathy here. The thing is that the question will be if Viper will be able to win with Kathy right away.
Yeah.
It can happen. It can definitely happen.
I mean, is there
Viper
any?
sets it up, and then
my
he
God.
decides to go with.
What is he
Nudon.
doing? Why? I mean, I know that he has to play with it anyway, but you at least want to see if you can get to the final game. I just don't think that this is favoured in it at all for him. New Dawn is so weak against Kathy. So weak. So slow. It's too slow. I mean, I want to be proven wrong live on the broadcast right now. Maybe Denbut has
Viper
a
going
master
second.
plan here. But honestly, Shroud against Kathy, let's see. But I just don't think that was the right call. I think he should have gone Earthen there to give himself a chance to get to the final game.
Denbut might be playing mind games here.
He could, yeah, he could be.
It's like, oh, you thought you were gonna face Earthen. No, you're gonna be against New. And
that wasn't bad though. You know, that wasn't bad. What Denbut had in his hand, having the Void Trapper there is pretty good because it can at least contend the board a little bit.
Yeah,
exactly.
Start contending for sure. The Venerated Raider going first is nice because whatever you draw there, you probably just bank it and get those resources going. But banking the Void Trapper, I don't know.
No, I would have kept
snitching
that.
for Viper here, basically neglecting this embedded agent. This is already looking really good for Viper. Look at this.
Yeah, he's got the Pathfinder in there as well, along with the Crimson Fleet Machinist and the Bannerman. It's It's almost what you want to have. I mean, it's a bit of a shame to bank the Vindicator, but I think you need to keep a snitching you need to use it really for the embedded agent. And they probably want to keep another one for another threat, just so that your board can continue to grow and it's not, at danger of being wiped, any one unit. It's also been able to get that buffed as well, which is really important, isn't it? Get the Bannerman, play the snitching, deal with the unit across from you, and then get it out of range of like a PS8 or something, or a Siphon.
Yeah, and the face of Denbut will
Says
be
it all.
devastating when he plays that Singularity Steward into another snitching.
Yeah. This is one of the things I don't think is a good play, where you play a Singularity Steward, but you don't have an immediate way to buff it. I don't think that is a good thing to do. I think if anything, you just bank it, because it's just it's a dead unit.
Viper gets this Albaro interrogator on top of everything, and I think this is where Viper realizes he has a high chance of just winning this major.
Yep, agree. I like that he can play immediately the Pathfinder as well. Start getting that buffed. It comes in second, so it gets the immediate buff.
This is already super overwhelming for Nudon as it is.
Look at this here.
And Viper probably just gonna start attacking face. These units in Denbut's board are super weak.
They're useless.
This Pathfinder is just gonna create a lot of damage. By the time Denbut sets up a board, Viper will be cruising in damage already dealt to the face.
I'm still staggered that he decided to do this here, knowing how aggressive Viper, because it's not even like Viper's Marco deck is slowish. It's super aggro, and we're seeing it now. That Pathfinder is going to scale, the Bannerman's going to continue to scale, and New Dawn's just going to struggle to keep up with it. This is a good play, though, to get the Rummaging Researcher down, so at least you've got a 2/5 that can maybe start to deal with things on the board. You get some card draw.
Yeah, but
he's going to need it. He's going to need some kind of removal or something. That will help. That definitely helps.
Yeah, to clear the Pathfinder, definitely. Clear the Singularity Steward with the Bannerman that doesn't do anything. No!
Yeah.
Oh, no. Well, I mean...
Yeah, he can play it. He can play it for free. Yeah.
He could have played it for free, right? Oh, no. No, actually. No, he couldn't. He couldn't either way.
Yeah. It helps him on this next turn, but yeah, it's not great still.
This is a perfect hand for Viper here. Get the Bannerman, the Albaro on play. Next turn, he can play Kathy into what possibly will be a Triumph of Mars later on.
Yep. Yeah, look at this. This is exactly what you need to do. And you can see that Denbut's got his head in his hands because he knows that he's going to get overwhelmed here. And this is really at least he will probably be able to play, and he should be able to play the Siphon for free on the next turn.
And the thing with the Pathfinder being bugged also is that it doesn't die. It gets a Kathy's rallying cry to keep on pounding.
Yeah.
I mean, here really Life Siphon into an Honor Steward. Viper hasn't been dealing damage, so might be a chance for them, but to start recovering a bit, maybe.
Yep. Yeah, you're right. I think Honored Steward and then the Siphon. So Honored Steward, the Alvaro, and then Siphon, probably the Pathfinder. So that can't continue to scale. And then you remove it, you kill it, but you don't kill it. You kind of kill and banish, so it can't pass on any of the stats.
Yeah. What?
Why did he not? He's going to take damage, no? He's going to take damage now. 3 damage he didn't need to take. Okay. I mean, I guess he was thinking he wants to reset the Bannerman, so that if the Bannerman comes back, it's a 1/2, but I probably would have done the Alvaro there instead. I kind of get it, but let's see.
It's a big board for Viper. Probably
I
gonna
think this
deal
is
with
the
this Steward. Ooh, the Machinist into the Bloodhound is a nice one.
I mean, I think here, to be honest with you, we were sort of talking about surely take the Alvaro out, but leaving the Alvaro on meant at least that Viper takes 3 from the rally cry. So probably quite a smart move, actually.
Another Bloodhound.
Yeah, it's going to bank the PSA. Don't think he's taken 3 damage already. I don't think he wants to take another 3 for using a PSA. But yeah, the Bannerman comes back. It's a 1-2, so it's reset. 1 Bannerman was lost to get the Bannerman back, but he's still got good tempo on the board, isn't he?
Yep. Eclipse
Viper.
Fate. Ooh. So it's a venerated Raider into probably Eclipse Fate. But for what? For the Alvaro only?
Yeah, possibly.
I believe
Because
Denbut is gonna just take too much damage before even being able to
Yeah.
play those Demox, unless he ends up with 2 take it or leave it or something in hand.
Yeah, I mean, he knows that he's already just got rid of 1 Bannerman. So there's 1 here. There's another one in the deck somewhere. If I was in this position, I'd be really thinking about just Eclipse Fate in the Alvaro, take the 3 damage, but then you don't have to take any more damage from them. And then you just have to hope that you find some kind of erasure, because you're probably going to need it to deal with Kathy, who most likely will come on next. So takes the 3 damage from the Alvaro, but then that's it. He doesn't have to deal with them anymore. Ah, that's not what he wants. He doesn't want to take it or leave it. He needs like an erasure. Not even an Honored Steward would help him on the next turn, because yeah, Kathy could come down.
Is a good spot for Viper to
go.
just keep dealing damage. I mean, this
Yeah.
is the scenario, like the typical scenario, where Marconi is just gonna do so much damage.
Yeah, they're just going to overwhelm, aren't they? They're going to keep coming at you, overwhelming. And again, it kind of exposes the weakness of New Dawn, that they only have a single target removal. If you can exploit that, then they'll have no way. If you can exploit it quickly before they can get to demo range, they will have no way to deal with what you're doing on the board.
Yeah,
I think Denbut realizes it.
Next turn is just gonna be wild.
I mean, how much damage is on the board here, actually? 3, 8, 9, 11, 13. 13 at the moment.
Yeah, this is...
So he's not technically dead, but...
I mean, this is...
Next turn, he could demo. Next turn, he could demo.
Yeah, he could, but this is going to be too much.
Yeah,
there's so many answers still in Vipers. Like, this is what we've been talking about. Like,
yeah,
Marcolian still has so many answers, even if the Democ gets into play here. He can possibly end it in this turn right here.
He got the brand's expertise. There you go.
It's the one, yeah.
Gets the brand's expertise. So what he could do here is he could just clear the 1-1 with the 1-3, then hit everything else face, and then you've got brand's expertise.
Drop the 1.
Yeah.
And there it goes for Viper.
It's over. Wow. It is going to be over in a second. A lot of damage coming in here.
Oof.
Oh, it buffs the
Viper
the
gets
Bannerman.
It right away.
What a way to win.
There it is.
Huge damage
Viper
there.
With a 3-1. He won the 20K for
He's
Viper.
done it. Wow.
My man.
Incredible. What a moment for Viper.
I mean, we were all talking about Viper taking this one, and he actually did.
Yeah.
He actually did. Oh my god. Big congrats to Viper. Played really well. He was clearly the top contender here, winning all of his rounds 3-1. even the finals. Really nice.
Yeah,
Yeah, I want to also
definitely.
say congrats.
Yeah.
Yeah, congrats to my man Viper. Well done, man. You played excellent.
Yeah, congrats to my vote. Viper was actually my vote for the championship. Like, also, man, big waifu energy for Viper's background. Like, it's all there. And I was looking at the match as well. The plays immaculate. Like, even if Denbut was able to switch with Earthen over in the last match, he would still have to deal with that Kathy. And
Yeah,
it's like there's still a high chance that he would have a lot of difficulty facing that Kathy. And it's an uphill battle. And facing against Viper, that mountain of a person is also going to be a champion for Parallel League Major 3. And for this match, what were your favorite moments, Free Tip Scout? Like in any place that stood out for you?
I think right at the end, I think Viper was using his experience and his knowledge about how to play as New Dawn. Even though he was playing
Hmm.
Kathy, he knew that, okay, I've played enough New Dawn to know that I just need to swarm the board. They won't
Yeah.
have enough ways to deal with all my units. So he was just using his know-how um, to against the opponent and played it perfectly. I think I'm still a little bit surprised that Denbut did not try to take it to a fifth game because, as you say, he would have needed to have played his shroud anyway. But I think he was just not. It was just not favoured against Kathy. So see if you can just get a win, take it to the fifth game, and maybe you get really, really lucky. But I think that they both played fantastic at the tournament. There's been quite a lot of good moments, hasn't there, really? But I think that the last game there was like a masterclass from someone that knows Shroud and that also just really knows a lot of Kathy because Viper grinds a lot of Marco on the ladder. Day one of a new season, he's right up there at the top of the leaderboard, and he's up there because he's just smashing through Kathy like there's no tomorrow. So, yeah, he's played excellent, deserves it.
How about you, Denbut? Like in this, sorry, Denbut was calling Kinto. Kinto, how about you? Like during this match, anything that stood out from how Denbut or Viper played that would be one for the books?
Well, definitely really impressed on the skills of Viper portrayed in this major number 3. The deck building from him really showed out. His own playing skills were impressive. How he completely outplayed his opponent throughout the whole top 8 was just amazing to see from a legend of the TCG community, which is Viper.
Yeah, definitely. I saw like the deck building was actually where it all started. Like I was looking at the text that Viper made, even like making two offs and just one of some of the cards. That makes sense in the tournament setting, right? Considering that
Yeah.
New Dawn was dominating during this match or during this tournament, but again, guys, this is within the tournament setting where Sippy is nowhere to be found. Approach New Dawn with caution when playing over at ladder. But yeah, maybe we'll see more New Dawn over at our tournaments in the future. And just we would like, of course, to thank everyone for joining the stream. And just a short recap of the bracket before we go to one interview with our champion. Let's look at the bracket right now and see what happened over at the day 2 of Parallel League Major 3. And of course, the first match was veryfatcat versus Denbut. Denbut getting that win by a hair with a 3-2 over veryfatcat. Again, in true Viper fashion, very consistent. 3-1 over the day 1 against Kalua. Day 2 getting 3-1 against Kintsugi. And all over at the finals, getting another 3-1 against Denbut. And our champion for the Parallel League Major 3 with a secured spot over at the knockout stages. Viper is our champion, getting that 20K. And we will be seeing him over at the knockout stages. And of course, over at our interview, I think we're going to be having an interview with Viper. Is he ready? Yes, here he is. Let's interview Viper right now, the champion of the Parallel League Major 3. Man, this is amazing. I'm happy, dude. I saw you. I saw Viper, man. Like I saw all the emotions. Congratulations to Viper again, man. Dude, okay. Let's start with day one. Day one, okay. I was seeing you like you were like frustrated at some of the play, especially getting like an early for example, early Freitas in one of your matches. Like dude, how does it feel to have a kind of a redemption arc during day two, like even getting consistent plays and even getting this championship? This is your first championship, right? That you got for Parallel. Is
Yeah,
that right?
yeah.
Yeah. How does it
It's like
feel
my
that
first.
getting? Yeah. How
No,
does
I
it
was
feel
gonna say
getting this
it's
win?
my first major win in general because I've kind of had this legacy of like doing well on regional or state level things in TCGs, and then
Mhm.
Hearthstone I would get a lot of second places. So it feels really really good to have a win in a major tournament basically. Yeah, I don't know. I think it hasn't really clicked yet that I genuinely won this.
Mhm.
Yeah, on the Freitas thing and the drawing some cards are in general it just happens, right? It's kind of just like sad that okay, I drew this card now. Well, that reduces my chance of winning to like some extent. I cannot get this cool hacker hybrid thing anymore. But I don't think on day one I had it like affect my place or anything like that. I think today
Yeah.
there was one questionable play where I was like, okay, there's 1% that I don't understand how this like attuned card interaction defender buff works. So
Mhm.
let me like just try to play around 1% of me not knowing that, and I don't know. I think I played pretty well throughout the just major the stages on the Swiss, and on day one, I think today, I don't know, maybe could have done some stuff better.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that you've done which actually gave us like some sort of now I know moment. Like for example, like you put in the embedded agent with the Solea. Okay, that's nice to know. Now I know that that interaction works. But you know, okay, what I'm interested about is that how you do your deck building, right? Do you do your own deck building? Do you have some like a hive mind behind you, behind what's happening, or is it all you? Do you have any
No.
kind of-
I've been since the last two majors basically. I've been prepping with a couple people from the parallel community, and for the top 8 specifically, because Bunny and me both qualified, we just sat down together and were prepping, like figuring out lineups. That's why we played, I think, almost the same decks with one card difference or something like that.
Mhm.
Yeah, definitely need to prep in a game like Parallel. It's different to Hearthstone, where there's not that much data available online, and ladder is a lot of skippy, which is just a ban right now. It's most tournaments. There's one really good deck on ladder, and then we just want to ban it in a tournament, and you have to genuinely prep and test a lot. You cannot just play ladder and do it yourself,
Yeah.
or playing against yourself on like 2 accounts or something. It's a lot difficult to do that and pull that off in
Mhm.
this game, I think. And just getting
Yeah.
repetitions in so you know all these interactions is pretty important. There's a lot of knowledge stuff in this game. It's the example today where I didn't know how that like Earthen 6-mana card gives defender to next to units works, right? I was like, oh,
Yeah.
I don't really know if it's gonna give defender or not if I make the trade. So that just happens. There's a lot of stuff that you have to learn and a lot of interactions that you have to be aware. So I think you need prep groups and people to play with. It's really good in this game.
Yeah, talking about prep groups, scrims, like how many hours do you put in to those scrims or even deck building per day? Like just in preparation for the Parallel League Major 3.
I think it depends on the major, I guess, and what else I have to do. I would say just I try to get a few hours in every day of actually playing and testing theses to just come in to my mind throughout the day. Right, I try to get my 10,000 steps in, get a daily walk, and then I'm okay. Let me just think this through, and then later on in the evening, if somebody online, let's like test it out or play some games, maybe talk about some interactions and such. So I try to get in a lot of hours, but yeah, a lot of it is just like thinking through what are even the options? What can I play? What can I test? What is
Mhm.
worth putting this like effort of playing games into, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm excited for you because again, first major win, getting lots of top twos. Parallel is looking, parallel competitive is looking to be in your wheelhouse. Okay, so now we're gonna be looking at the possibility of you getting to Vegas, of course, with the knockout stage, right? So,
Yeah.
what are your, what is gonna be your preparation for the knockout stage? What are you gonna
That's a
do?
good
That's like
question
the
because I
yeah,
think
yeah.
I think a lot of the people from the prep group that I usually prep with are also in that, and it's only a
Mhm.
32 player event. So I don't know what everybody's takes are on if you want to like form smaller groups or figure things out. I haven't really thought so far ahead. I was kind of just okay. I take it week by week. Let's play the major Swiss. Let's play the major top eight, and probably just gonna look at what everybody is playing in the like play. I think play-ins tournament for the top 32, right? Where 8 more people qualify for that. Just gonna
Mhm.
check out what everybody is playing there and where everybody's heads are in the meta now, because I think a lot of stuff has changed. We've seen a lot of different decks and lineups been brought. I think a lot of people have different takes on what genuinely is the Conquest lineup to play, and
Mhm.
that's going to be super relevant. Just knowing going into the Vegas or the Vegas qualifier. Yeah.
Okay. Like I'm happy that you're like not thinking that far ahead yet, but of course you're gonna bask in the glory first, right? Of winning the Parallel League Major 3. But this has been one of the questions that has been asked by our viewers. Okay, this if you were to put uh, a parallel waifu over at the back, which one would it be?
Are there any? I think Voidkeeper. If we get like a special art version that the mask is taken off, is probably the closest one. So yeah,
Yeah.
that would be cool. Give us a special Voidkeeper version where the mask is taken off.
Oh wow. Okay, so we have a Void Keeper stand here, and probably gonna be seeing it over at Viper's stream. And of course, can do you want to give a shout out to any of your friends who helped you get to this point of winning the Parallel League Major 3? Also any of our viewers that you will give the shout out to for winning, of course, that contributed to your success right now.
I think there's one shout out for Bunny Hopper. Obviously, we've practiced for the top 8 specifically and figured out what lineup and tech cards to play. And I've been pretty happy with the lineup and everything. So there goes one. I think the Parallel community in general has been super nice and welcoming to me. A lot of people just hang out in my stream and talk to me every day. Just make a good time, right? There's like Penzokin, Sparrows, Perfy. Um, I'm gonna miss people, right? So there's a bunch of there, and then all the people from that I usually prep with, right? Prep for the last majors, like Bright Avian, Manos, Jason, uh, Melston, and so on. I'm gonna miss people, right? Even Kintsugi, we prepped for the Swiss to some extent together. So yeah, I definitely didn't manage to name everybody because I want to shout out literally the entire community.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm happy to be in Parallels. It feels really good.
Yeah, definitely. This guy is dressed for success as well. And, we can actually say behind every parallel champion is probably his own parallel community with him. And with that, congratulations. We have here the Parallel League Major 3 champion, Viper, and his very first. And of course, we're going to be seeing him over at the knockout stage. Thank you, Viper, for giving us your time for this interview. And with that, of course, we're going to be calling back our casters yet again, Free Tip Scout, and of course, Kinto, for the next portion of our show. Thank you to Viper again. And, Free Tip Scout and Kinto, I've heard it time and again. Players just keep on scrimming. Players just keep on, like going and having friends to work with on decks. How important is it with you guys? What do you think? Like, is it better that to have some friends to play with and improve yourself with playing parallel? Let's start with Kinto.
Yeah, definitely, definitely enjoy a lot the game I've been lately playing for those sweet prime earnings through Paragons, the bond I represent. It's been amazing to enjoy this game at that level. There's only one way to actually earn Prime right now, and it's through the bond system. We're really seeing true innovation in this space, and Parallel is at the head of it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also seeing, of course, Free Tip Scout like have his own community over at his streams, and right, being giving you some tips as well, right? How has this helped in your gameplay as as a parallel player and a caster, right?
Yeah, well,
And
I think that Parallel was so competitive. Like the level of competition in this game is crazy. It's one of the toughest games I think that you can play, and I don't want that to put people off who are watching Parallel for the first time because you can get started, you can learn the game pretty well, and there's lots of people that want to help you. But at the real high level, when you want to be super competitive, when you want to compete in tournaments, try and win these tournaments, the level of competition is absolutely insane. And I think in order to be able to win these types of tournaments like Viper's done, you need to be playing against the best to beat the best, right? And so being able to play with forming a group with lots of like minded, equivalent type of competitive players just means that you're already going to come into tournaments at a very, very high level. You're going to be nice and prepared. You're going to be well drained, well, not well drained, well drilled, sorry, in like how to approach these tournaments. So I think it's really, really important if you can to just kind of find other people that play to the same level as you and to just say, hey, do you want to do some private games? I want to test out some decks because you'll be able to get all your errors out. You won't bring them to tournaments. You don't have to test them on ladder. And you will improve your game as well. Like I know personally for me, you've asked the question, having played with my community, because often I'm facing people that are my viewers and they're very, very good, that it ups your game. So yeah, I totally agree. I think it's really important if you can do it, but if not, just keep practicing and on the ladder or even in unranked. If you don't feel confident with your decks on ladder, just dive into unranked, see if you can find some games with some random other people that are also testing out deck builds, and eventually over time, just with constant practice, you will keep raising your game and raising your game. And then next season, when there's a huge prize pool, you'll be ready to start tackling that huge $2 million prize pool that's going to be available to compete in parallel.
yeah, definitely. Like also, the parallel community has been also very supportive of the content creators, streamers, and also the players as well. Like passing on some knowledge and of course some decks and even some cards. And I'm happy, of course, because of the parallel community, we keep on making these tournaments happen and making them fun as well. And guys, the knockout stage is gonna be happening or gonna be right around the corner. But before that, there is also gonna be another event that we call the Last Chance Qualifier, and it's gonna be happening the next week, or rather in January 25. And January 25, it's gonna be an amazing day because it's we're gonna be having 7 rounds of Swiss, and again, top 8 will go directly to knockout stages. Like, dude, I can't stress this enough. How important it is. Like, knockout stages. What do you think the players should prepare for, considering that with this kind of lineups that we had over at the top 8? Do you think there would be like the best decks to bring, and what are the best decks to bring, or what not to bring during the knockout stages? Let's go with Kinto first.
Well, I think we will see something similar to what we saw here in the majors, the third majors, because overall, if they don't do a balance patch for CP, we will just see this same sort of scenario where it's like Shroud, Awincore, Earth, and Markolian, and just ban CP. That's what I think it will happen if nothing changes. This is it. You usually see the most refined decks in these tournaments. So if nothing changes from here to the last chance qualifier, it's just gonna be what we saw today.
Yeah, how about you, Free Tip? Like, would you want to see any changes or like any spicy decks being more refined, bringing it to the Swiss last chance qualifiers?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think the way we have to look at it is that if this is the last chance qualifier for a lot of people, how much of a risk do you really want to take, right? When you know this is your last chance to get to Vegas. So I think we might see a little bit of innovation. I think, again, it depends on, it probably depends on what other people are preparing to bring too.
Hmm.
The Sippy situation's a funny one, right? Because
Yeah,
we see the Sippy decks and we run through them and they all look really, really strong, right? But
yeah,
they're just not getting a look in at all. So you could almost just put like a really bad Sippy deck together and it would probably still
yeah.
get banned because Sippy's just the one faction that no one wants to look at, the one paragon. I'd love to see somebody bring an Acio deck. I think that there is an opportunity for like an Acio to squeeze in. We haven't really seen too much of that at a tournament, but I think if you wanted to be a little bit different in Cathari, maybe that's an opportunity to do an Acio deck because Acios can be pretty quick. And who knows, depending on whether it gets banned or not, you might find an opportunity to surprise people. But yeah, I think last chance qualifiers, maybe we'll just see a bit more tried and tested rather than I'm going to take a risk here and just try something completely different. And if it doesn't work for me, I potentially blow my chance to go to Vegas. I just think that maybe people won't necessarily do that.
Yeah. I mean, we are seeing like it's almost like perfectly polished decks right now, right? So it makes sense that they're most likely going to be bringing that. ATO, yeah, yeah, it's gonna be interesting if somebody brings
I mean,
that. Yeah,
can you imagine how cool it would be at a
yeah,
tournament with us broadcasting it for Acio's kind of monster to come out and hit and get the finishing blow? I think that would be so cool, right? So
yeah.
I would love it if someone was brave enough to put a really cool deck together and they thought, you know what, I can get this off at a tournament. I think that'd be amazing to see. Yeah, really
Yep.
do.
That will definitely be a show, guys. And any thoughts like what Viper said on how to prepare? Like can you give? I would ask you guys to just give 3 tips on on getting because your name is Free Tip Scout. So okay, you're gonna give
Yeah,
you
of
need
course,
to give
right?
3 tips,
Free
man.
tips
Like
from Free
three,
Tip Scout. Yeah.
yeah, 3 tips from Free Tips and
Yeah.
Kinto as well, like on like how to prepare or like how to get into the mindset of possibly winning the last chance qualifier to get to the knockout stage. Let's start with Free Tips.
I think a lot of people will be very comfortable with certain decks and they'll be less comfortable with other decks, right? So I think the main thing is that just just take the decks that you feel the most comfortable with, practice as much as you can with those, and just try and get the consistency up with them so that when you're practicing with people, you are consistently seeing those types of cards which you want to see. I don't think that necessarily you need to take decks just that you're not comfortable with just because other people are bringing them. So, for example, at this tournament, we saw a lot of people bring the hacker deck. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to bring a hacker deck, right? Just because everyone else is playing it. And we saw that it's strong, right? It is strong. But if you don't feel like you're super comfortable playing it and you just don't feel like you're you're in the flow playing it, don't bring it. Just try and bring something else that you feel confident that you can deliver. So I think that's probably the best free tip that Free Tip Scout can give to anyone that's looking to approach the last chance qualifier.
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
gonna put in some. Give me your wallet right now, Kinto, because this is not probably gonna be a free tip. I'm gonna be giving you some. I'm just kidding. But yeah, how about you? Any tips that you can give for our aspiring players, or even like people who want to start joining the last chance qualifier for the chance to get to the knockout stage?
Yeah, I mean, as Free Tips was saying, for example, like bringing on an HO, you know that CP is gonna get banned either way. You bring in a wild card there at HO, then suddenly your opponent doesn't know what to ban, and you will be in a situation where you probably get the edge. That for one is a personal preference of mine. Definitely number two is, hey, dude, just go ahead and play with others, with your friends, with those in the community that are super helpful. Like all the pros right now, they all are willing to help each other, to play against each other, to exchange ideas, for example. And I would say a third advice for those trying to get that last chance qualifier is that, hey, dude, there's gonna be decks. There's you don't have to go with the ladder decks. You can change things a bit. For example, you see the universal, the Unishop. In the tournaments, we saw a lot of Maya Mancer, but in the ladder, you see high-end help. So you can tune in just specific cards from those decks that you play every time, and just tune it in. Like, you're gonna ban CP, you don't need to run a lot of relic removal. You don't need to run a lot of stuff that can deal with early game, and that's how you build a deck that actually has the chance to win these tournaments and get ahead.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
definitely can get ahead with that with those tips from Free Tip Scout and Kinto. And we're gonna be having, of course, the last chance qualifier. We're gonna be having the knockout stages. For those of you guys who want to be part of the HyperX Arena Parallel League Championship, guys, make sure to put in as much work as you can in parallel. I mean, everyone, it's the hot ticket right now. Everyone wants to get to Las Vegas, and only 16 players can get there, guys. And
Yeah.
it's actually moved up from 8, and we announced it over the last major. It's going to be up to 16. So right, imagine that. And of course, that's a reminder. Make sure to have your travel documents ready, because if you don't, then that spot that if you have been working for over the past months is gonna be passed on to another player, and you don't want that hard work to go nowhere. Make sure to have everything ready, including yourself and your documents
Can I
to get
can
to
I
that
just
spot.
add one
But
more thing
yeah,
as well, actually, Excelsior,
yeah,
because we're talking about the guys for the last chance, but there'll be some people that have probably like grinded quite a bit this season, and they're not even uh, part of the last chance, right? So for
yeah,
those people that will not be part of the last chance, this is now the time to start upping your game and practicing so that you're ready for
yeah,
season two, because season two starts pretty much after the end of season one. There's a few
yeah,
days after it, right? So get some head start now. The other guys that are prepping for the last chance and prepping for Vegas, they'll be focusing on season one. But this is the time now to focus on season two for you, so you can then start and hit the ground running
yeah.
for the $2 million prize pool in season two, which is just mind blowing, absolutely mind blowing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of prizes over the next 2 seasons, like already secured. And we're just starting. Season 1 is just starting, and it's gonna be finishing with a bang. And of course, for those of you guys, if you're starting parallel, you're starting parallel now, you're still
Mhm.
early. Okay, you're still
Yeah.
early, and it's free to play, especially with these tournaments. You can just join and just try your luck or even your skills to best the other parallel players here in the parallel community. And with that, guys, thank you everyone for joining the stream and joining 2 days of the Parallel League Major 3. And of course, thank you to our casters, Ali and Muka, and of course, Free Tip Scout and Kinto for joining us. Everyone in the Parallel community, thank you for watching as well. And congratulations again to Viper for winning the Parallel League Major 3. See you on the next tournaments and stay competitive. Bye, guys.
See you then.
Bye bye.
In this arena, legends are born and history is written. This is where dreams take flight, where every drop of sweat, every ounce of effort, and every heartbeat is dedicated to one singular goal. Tales will be weaved. History will be written. Titans will rise and fall. Champions will be crowned, and legends will be made. This is the Parallel League.